Hello guys, how's it going? Hope you have a great time. Welcome to my Learn the MERN stack from scratch by building a real life project in over 15 hours. In this complete MERN stack course, unlike any other tutorials, I have focused on every little details and I have covered almost everything you need to know to become a MERN stack developer. So we are going to develop a CRM ticket system using MERN stack. I'm so confident that you're going to get a lot of value from this tutorial. And project like this in your portfolio will take you one step closer to your dream job. Guys, actually this is the combination of the tutorial series that I recently completed with 23 videos. So if you like to watch the tutorial series in multiple videos in episodes, then go to the Dentator channel and here is the playlist. Just follow this playlist. So this playlist starts from beginning to all the way to the end. Sometimes I like to watch long video tutorials, so if you are like me, then you're gonna love this tutorial series because I have combined all these 23 episodes into one tutorial, actually two tutorials, because the problem with YouTube is that you cannot upload more than 12 hours of content in one video. So since this tutorial is more than 12 hours, so I have to break it down into two episodes still. So what you're gonna learn here, you're going to learn React to build the front-end website that you can see in the browser, and you're going to learn Node and Express.js to build the API server at the backend, and you're going to learn the Mongo database to store all the data in your database, and we're going to connect that Mongo database in our backend server so that backend server can talk to our database to store and retrieve the data from database. You are going to learn RESTful API and its convention to connect our front-end application to our backend database. And not only that, you are also going to learn the Redux database to manage the JSON web token for the user to check the user authentication and authorization. So I'm super excited about this, guys. Hope you are too. So without further ado, let's jump into the tutorials. So you can see our task list on our backlog list, and we put all the front-end UI page designing on the to-do list. So we have to create GitHub repo. Let's do that one. So I have already logged into my GitHub repo. If you guys don't have repo, go and create the GitHub account. It's pretty easy, and then log into your GitHub account. So once you are logged in, go to this plus sign and click on to new repository, and here give a name. I'm just going to give a CRM frontend. That's it. And then I'm not going to do anything, leave the public repo as a public, and I'm not going to do anything, just click on create repo. Okay, the repo has been created, you can see here. And this is your URL for your repo, and this is the instruction how you can pull and push the code to the repo. So what I'm going to do, just for reference, I'm going to copy it, and then I'll go Trello. See here, they create GitHub repo. On the description, I'll just keep this one just for reference, and then save it, and then this one due date done. That means it's completed, no more due. And once done that, I'll just drag to done part so that one task is done. That was the easiest one. Okay, yeah. Now we are going to set up the React application and push the code to Git Repo. And today we are going to create a login form and then reset password, like a forgot password reset form. Okay, let's work on login page UI form now. So what I'm going to do, I'll open a folder. What I'm going to do is that I have CRM ticket system folder created. So I'll open this one with bash. And inside here, do you remember if you remember when we created our repo here, I copied the URL for the repo. So this is the empty repository. There is nothing in this repo, okay? But I'm going to pull this project. So when I pull the project, we don't have to do any of this thing. It will be it's configured. So I'm going to show you how. Git bash here. So what you have to do is simply git clone and the path to your repository. So remember the one we just copied, and then just hit enter here, and it will clone the repo. So it's saying that if you appear to have cloned an empty repository, that's fine. So let me close this one, and let's go to the folder. So go inside the folder and you can see CRM frontend. So open that folder. Here you can see .git file. So that means all the configuration to your Git is here. So I'm going to open this folder into the VS Code. So I'm going to use VS Code to write the code, I mean as a code editor. So this is what the VS Code opens up the project here. There is nothing, no file here. So let's open the terminal, and here you can check your Git remote. See, this one is the URL for your Git repo that you just created. So that means you don't have to configure anything. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create the React app. So we're going to use npx to create the React app so that you don't have to install any React CLI. So do npx create React app, and I'm gonna put period sign there. That means the name of the project will be CRM frontend according to the current folder name. So hit enter. So it's gonna take a little bit of time. We just wait and see. Okay, maybe when the installation is completed, I'll come back to you. Okay guys, the download is completed here. You can see happy hacking. Right, npm start to start. So let's see. The create React app bootstraps everything you need to run the application straight away. So if you just type npm start, anyway, I'm going to use npm instead of en. Don't ask me why. Okay, it's gonna run the application, and the application will be open in the browser. So in my case, I'm using Chrome browser. So there you go, in our localhost 300 port. Yeah, I'll just put on the side. Maybe I'll put side by side so that we can see easily. Okay, here's the application. So comes with the React app, create React app. So what we're going to do now is we clean up this app and we just keep a bare minimum structure for us to build the application from scratch. Not from scratch in terms of configuration, but yes, from scratch in terms of building the application. So let's go to our application. So I'll leave this open, and here let's clean up. So first thing, all of our source file is in src folder. So what happens every time you run the application runs through the index.js file, and from here we don't need service worker. I'm going to remove that and this. So every time the application running, this file gets run first, and it will call the app file, which is in the same root folder, same folder with the app.js file. So which is app.js here. So we will make this as an entry file for us. Okay. So here, so everything you see in this page is coming from this page. So let's clean up. So we don't need anything inside this div folder. Let's clean everything out and just say hello and save this one. We don't need logo. Remove the logo and probably delete the logo from here as well. Yes. Okay, and save the file, and let's see. See, our hello is here. It's in the center because if you go to app.css, it's saying align center. So we don't need any of this, anything. No, I'm gonna select all and delete it, save the file, just the empty one. I'm gonna keep the CSS file, but let's see if we might need to use it. But for now, just leave it. Now the text has come into the left top corner, starting point. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is that let's install the React Bootstrap. We're going to use React Bootstrap. Even though we're using React Bootstrap, we're going to still write some of our custom CSS. Okay, so install the React Bootstrap. We need to install React Bootstrap and Bootstrap. So let's copy this command npm install and let's run in our VS Code. So we need to stop the application from running, so just press Ctrl+C to stop it and then paste this command and hit enter, and it will install the React Bootstrap and Bootstrap. So all the package you install, if you are not sure what package has been installed, you can always go to your package.json file and check here what are the dependencies you have installed. So far React DOM and then React script. Soon you will see React Bootstrap and Bootstrap here. Okay, let's wait while it's installing. Okay, while it's installing, I want to show you what you need to do in order to be able to use the React Bootstrap. So once we install this, once we installed it, we need to import the minified version of file from this. So we will use this import file in our index.js here. Okay, the installation is completed here. I mean the Bootstrap. We can confirm that by going in our package.json file. So you can see React Bootstrap here and Bootstrap here. Okay, let's close that and let's import in our index.js. So just under the import section, I'm gonna just import this file. Okay, this is done. Let's again run npm start to start the application. So it will open new window again. So this, let's close that. It will open another one. Okay, now just to make sure it's working, let's do test here. Let's import a button. So the way you import component from React Strap is that simply you do import React Bootstrap and then give the component you want to import. So in my case for now, I'm gonna do button, and just be careful, it always start with the capital letter. Okay, so now simply do the button and you should be able to see the button here, bootstrapped button. A little slow compiling, but let's wait. Come on, why are you taking so long? Okay, since there is no text, let's write the text as well. Okay, see, you can see the hover effect on the button as well. So this means the React Bootstrap is installed properly. Now we can start building up our login form. So let's move this, remove this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create two folders first. So inside the folder, okay, guys, there are many ways you can organize your folder in React. There is no particular better way. So over the time when you learn React, you will find your way of reacting. But my way of organizing file and folder is that normally I create a page folder for all the view page and component folder for the components. So you will see what I mean here. So what I'm gonna do is like create a folder called pages or page, and here I'm gonna create another folder. So inside the page, for every page, I would like to create a folder, and inside the folder, give the file name. So for the login page, since that's the entry page, I'm going to name it entry. So I'm going to create another folder called entry, and inside the entry, I'm going to create a file called entry.page.js. So here, I'm going to use the extension to complete the code snippet. So React arrow functional component will create the arrow function for React component. Okay, here I'm just gonna say entry page and save it, and let's bring this page inside our app.js. So first we need to import that file. So with the extension help, what I can do, simply I can type entry and it will give me option here. If I select it, it will automatically import the file here. If it does not, then in your case, first to import entry from, go to the folder and get this file. So you do not need .js here, just the file name. And when I save this file, I don't need button. So let's see our entry page. See here, you can see this one coming from here, entry page. So that means it's working. Let's start. Okay, here what I want in entry page. Okay, let's leave the app.js. Let's go to entry page for now. So in entry page, close this, close that, leave that. Okay, I want to give a like a blue color background. So let's give class name. So if you have been writing HTML and CSS, you have written class for the class name, but in the case of React, you need to write down class name and equals to give the name. So I want to make it entry page, and I also want to use bootstrap utility class called bg for background, for info for the kind of blue color. So if I save it, you will see here, see this background color. So I want to make this one is in full page. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a CSS file inside this entry folder. So this CSS file, I'm gonna say entry.style.css. So this is how I like to organize the file, guys. This is my way, so you don't have to follow if you don't like it, but this is more easy for you to understand, especially when you source file using command and P. It's much easier, like entry, you know which file you are looking for. So you'll come to know when you have so many files later on. Okay, so here what I want to do is that, what's the file name again? Sorry, the entry page is a class name. So give the entry page class name. First thing, I want to give the height. I want to give 100 viewport height and save the file, so that and then of course we need to import this CSS file inside the component file. So the way you do is simply write import and give the file name here. So it's a relative path. Go to the current folder and entry.css. So in the case of CSS, you have to give the .css extension. So now you can see the page is full blue background. Now, okay, so I want the form in the center. So let's make that text goes in the center, so that whenever we create form, it will come in the center. So to do that, since we are here, let's put every content in the center. So to do that, let's use the flexbox property called display flex, justify content center, and the align item center, so it will make perfect center. You can see it's in the center of the page. So okay, let's leave that for now. And in entry page, I just want to quickly show you how you use the components from React Bootstrap. So let's see, I want to use Jumbotron for the form box. So simply you like import the Jumbotron and then open and close the Jumbotron. Okay, so here, let's go to use this Jumbotron, okay? If you see me importing any component that you don't know, and if you want to know about more, you can always come to the React Bootstrap website and check it. So for now, let's import the Jumbotron. I'm going to go up here and then say import from React Bootstrap, and I want to import Jumbotron, and inside here just say Jumbotron and close it and say here debris. Let's keep our application open, and here I want to give the class name to this. See, now you can see the what you call the different color already here. So okay, inside here so our form will be inside here. So what I want to do, actually now I want to create a form, login form as a component now. So when we'll open up create a component for the login form, we can separate the code from this file. So here in the page again, sorry, src folder, I want to create another folder called components. Inside component, I'll create another folder called login, and inside login folder, I'll say login.com for short form of component, and .js pages. I'm gonna rename that page to pages. I don't like that since we're gonna have multiple pages. Okay, won't allow me to change the file. Let's stop the application. Now, okay, now I will allow. Let me run again. npm start. So it will run the new window application. Okay, so what we have here is that components and pages. Pages for the pages that we need to access. We have multiple pages if you remember our prototype, and component are the small pieces that we're going to bring into our page and make it work. So now it's complaining that the component model not found because we have changed our path from page to pages, so it should work. Okay, now back to normal. So in our login.component, let's create a React component again, React arrow function component, and I'll give the name to login, and here I'm going to have a login form. Let's see how we can use more component from React Bootstrap. So import React Bootstrap. I'm going to use few of them from here. I want to use container row call, container row call, and I'm going to use form. We're going to need to use form, and let's keep this one to container, and we need row, and we need call. So inside the container we have one row with one column. So basically it's saying that it's like kind of section. So here I'm gonna actually now give a h1 heading, h1 in here I'm gonna say line plugin, and under there I'm gonna give a line, and under there I'm gonna have a form. Okay, so let me make this smaller. And let me create the form first, and then we'll see. Okay, so this if you see any component I'm using here, so these are all coming from the React Bootstrap library. Okay, so now what we do is let's create the form, actually, like input field. So what I'm going to do is create the form group first. From the form group, and inside form group we need the label and the input field. So form.label, inside I'll say email address. I'll just copy this one and I'll just change that label to control, and inside basically I didn't need the closing because we can have self-closing tag this one, form control, but we need some attributes to it. So what we need is we need to define the type. Type is email because it's email, and I need name for the input. I'll put email, and email, and the placeholder I'll say intro email. Okay, and let's make it required as well. That means customer must provide the email address before they submit the form. So form group, why is saying close? Okay, where is this coming from? I don't even know. Cool. Form group, the form, I need to close the form. I think I just messed it up. Let's remove that. Okay, save it. Now you'll see something happening here. Only if I import this login file. Now so we just created this. Okay, we still need the button yet, not yet. Hang on. So this is only for label intro email address input. So let's copy this form group for the password as well. So I'm gonna say password here, and then type password, and the name will be password too, and then enter. I don't want to enter, just say password is required too, and then from after that we need the button to submit, right? So let's create button, and type we need submit. Oops. And close it and say login. Okay, we need to import the button because we have not imported the button here. That's why it's showing in red. So okay, let's see how's our form coming up. So we need to import this login. Actually, you know what? I want to say login form. Copy, save this file, and let's import this login form in our entry page. So entry page, let's log into the import. Actually, import from, let's go to the login page. So go up and go to components, go to login. Oops, go to login, logins, and go to the login.component. So, and that's the component, and let's bring this one here and save the file. We should be able to load the form here. Okay, let's too big, let's reset to normal. This now just nice looking form without any effort because of the React Bootstrap. So let's change a little bit color here and there. So what I want to do here is in our login form component, so let's give some utility class to change the color. I want to change the color to same color as background. So that's text hyphen info, and I want text center if it is not in center. Okay, yeah. And the email address, password, that's okay. Under the button, login form. Okay, under here I want to create another row. So if before that I want to just provide the horizontal line, and I want to create another row. And here I'm gonna say not going anywhere, but I said forgot password. It will appear somewhere at the bottom. Oops, what did I do wrong here? Hang on. Not small letter, guys, capital C. Okay, forgot password. Right, when I make it this one, okay, this is our client login form. It's pretty much ready, but let's give it a little bit shadow so that it looks like floating, looks a bit more like a nicer. So what I want to do to make this shadow look nice, I want to, this is the form box, right? So let's go to the entry page again, and let's give this one a class name. I want to give form box and use this class in our entry.style and give some, let's give some box shadow. 0 pixel, 0 pixel. I want to give 15 and maybe -5, and I want the black. If I save it, I can see the little bit shadow at the back, which gives little nice dots there. Okay, that is pretty much with the login form. Doesn't do anything. Now what we're going to do is what I want to do. Okay, let's get the input. Let's create the state and get the input from the form here. Okay, let's go to the form. Let's go to the login form. So we don't need entry for now. I'm gonna close the app file. So login. Okay. Here what I want to do now is create the state, local state, so that we can hold the value, and when we click submit later in the future, we can submit to some sort of API. So to do that, I need to use use state. So what I'm gonna do here is that first I need to import use state from React. So with that, we can now use state. So now we can create some variables in our state. So what I'm gonna do here is that to use this use state, okay, I'm gonna use extension to complete for me. So basically you define as a array. So this is the variable and this is the function to save the to update the variable. And use state, of course, you need to refer to. Oops, this is not the square bracket, guys. This is curly bracket. Okay. And an initial state you can give if you want to. If you have nothing, you can just leave it empty or empty string. So now what I need is the email. I'm gonna make an email and I'm gonna say set email. Again, these are just the name. You can write anything you like. This is the variable, this is the function to update this variable. So I'll leave empty, and then I'll use password as well, password, and set password, and this is empty, leave it empty. And now let's save it for now. Saying Forgot to delete that. Okay. So what I want to do here is I'm going to create a function inside here called handle. Every time we change this input, I want to capture that input value and keep as inside in our state here. So let's do const handle on change, and let's get the event, and from event normally we can destruct the name and value from event.target. Target. And I just want to show you what does that means by doing console.log name and value. So now this function, let's pass to this login form. So we can pass function to login form as a props. So let's give a name of the props is same as the function. And now this is the props goes as a variable to login form. So inside the login form here, we can destruct the props and receive the parameter pass. So we can just write here straight away like this. And on change, let's pass to our input field. What is that? This is our input field. So every time on change, let's call this function. So what is happening here is, guys, the on change method comes with the input field, and every time some text changes here, we invoke this function, which function is sent by the entry page here. And what this function doing is, every time we changing the event here, like every time you press, that's an event, it will receive the event, and from event we accessing something called target, which holds the value of name and value. So the name is the name we have given here, and the value is the value what we are going to type here. So that way we can receive the value which is changing here. So let's save that, and we need to give the value back to the input field so that we can see here as well. So let's pass name and email as well. So name is not name, sorry, email and password. Email equals to email is a variable, remember here, and password equals to password list, or you can even do pass equals to password. And now we can again receive this email and password here as a props, but we're going to destructure here so we can access directly. So email and pass. Now let's pass the email and password as a value so that it populates here. So value equals to email, and in the case of password, value equals to pass. That's what it is coming, right? Let's open the inspect element as well. Sometimes there are errors, we can see it and fix it. As I said before, props type, you provided value props to the field without an on-change handler. Okay, so it's saying on-change value is not handler is not provided in the password field. So this should fix it. So sometimes, guys, when we provide the props down to the component, we are not sure like what we receiving, because sometimes we can make mistakes. So just to protect ourselves, I like to use props types to check the static type. So that's an extension. I'll quickly show you which one is it. npm.js prop types. I think this one. It has almost 9 million download weekly. So this is the one I want to use to check every time we pass the props, make sure we are passing correct data type. So just to use that, we need to install it. Just install the props type. So go to our editor, and we need to stop the application from running and just do npm i props type, and it will install the props type for us. It will take a couple seconds. Once it's done, I'll get back now. Okay, the props type has been installed. Let's do npm start again. So it will open a new file again to our application. So let's see how you can use it. I'm going to quickly show you here. First, you need to import the file. And then, okay, we have to use it here. Okay, I'll show you. Let's close that. Let's close that. It will open new application here. Okay, so let's use it. So on our login form, so first, let's call it first. Import it first. I just copied from the website. Okay, now the way we use is that we go at the bottom of the file and write the component name, which is login form, and dot to prop types equals to, it's an object. So give the name of the receiving props. So we need to do for these three props, right? So handle change is function, this one is string, and pass is string. So the handle on change, I want this to be capital. Let's see. Change this both, this one and this one here. Okay, save it. So let's define the handle on change is prop type is function, and we say is required. That means it will, every time if we forget or if we give any other data type than function, it will give us warning here in our console. Okay, we'll get back to in a second this one. So let's do same thing with email. Email prop types, it's string, so type is string, and same thing with the password. Password is coming as pass, so there is the pass. So what we're doing is that before we receive the receiving the props here and we're destructuring here, we want to make sure they are coming in the proper way so that it does not crash the application because of the different data type or missing or undefined. So let's save this one and let's work on that error what is showing before, saying that default value, otherwise, okay, saying warning props. The props handler is marked as required in login form, but value is undefined. See, that's what I was saying, the handle on change. Let's see, you know why it's saying that? Because we change it from capital C to, sorry, small letter to capital. Let's change all of this one. Save that, so the error should go away now. Okay, yeah. So what are we up to? Okay, now see, every time we type, we have received the name and the input value from here, but we cannot see anything in this input field because we haven't put the value back in our input field. So again, we need to first output this variable in our email and password. Let's put, every time we input anything here, let's store in our state. So to do that, I'm going to use switch. So I'm using few extra steps. I'm going few extra steps so that you guys can learn more. Okay, so I'll write name. If we have a name case email, then what we like to do is we like to set email the value, because every time the name and value comes together. So when the name comes as email, set email the value whichever coming as a value here, break it, and let's do the default. You always need default one, otherwise it will get trouble. Okay, so let's copy this and do the same thing with password. So if the password is coming, then I need to set the password. Yeah, not email, password. So what we're doing is here, every time we're doing input, every time we changing here input, it will invoke this function, and every time you do the key press, you will receive the value and name of the input field. And we checking if it is email, we setting the value of the email in this variable, and same with the password. And then after that, we instantly sending back and giving as a value here, so that whatever we typing here is showing here. There is a extension called a React component. You can, let me check, React dev tool. Yeah, use the React dev tool for Chrome. So this is the one I'm using. So this one, React dev tool, to see the state. It's guys, use this one. Is so easy for you to see the state and everything else. So I will show you what I mean. So every time let me do on the side. So here, let's see here. So see the state, we have a name, email, and things. Okay, what I want to do is here, every time I change, and if I'm in the right place, login form. So here, if I change to some email, you will see instant change here. Okay, some email. Some email, see whatever I type, it's updates here. So this is our on state, and then the value which is displaying here is coming from the state. So this is very helpful tools. I recommend you to use that too. Okay, now that's done, password is done. So let's handle the on submit. So now we can type our email and password. How about let's submit one. Let's create a function called submit in our entry page. Let's copy another one. No, I'm going to create the function. Okay, we don't need this console. Now let's create cons handle on submit, and get the event as well. Okay, so I want to prevent the default behavior of the on submit. Like normally when you submit the form, it will refresh the page. Let's say it will always refresh the page. So I want that to stop. So to do that, simply do prevent default is a function. Now it will stop that happening. So from here, what we can do is that we can access the email and password from our state. Let's get check if, because we are submitting the form now, if no email or no password, I want you to throw the error. Just I want to say alert for now. Fill up all the form, just like that for now. So if you try to submit it, let's say, and if you submit it, okay, I can't show you that because I marked both of them as a. So that, can I just do autocomplete off? I don't like showing like a filling up the emails and whatever. So I'll just do the autocomplete off. Autocomplete equals to off. And I just want to say, let me remove this require field for now. Go to entry page and say, let's pass this unhandle submit function to our form. So again, do the same way to pass the function. I'll give the same name as a function for the variable as well as to the props. So use this one to receive in our login form. So that's the props, receiving this structuring here and receiving, and using this one on our form here. So what we do on submit, invoke this function and save it now. Let's see in our console if there is any error. Let's make sure we are receiving these props properly as well by checking the props type and save this, saying that field props type mark is required and login form but value is undefined. Okay, make sure this one we're receiving it properly. File we need to save, we provide here but we didn't save the file, that's why it didn't come. Okay, now let's save it. Okay, the error is gone. Now try to submit this one. It is saying fill up all the form, because we have like a kind of validation here on format submit, on handle on submit. So when we submitting form, I mean when we are logging it, we make sure we check first. If there is nothing, then of course we need to let customer know, client know. So okay, that's working. Let's put the requirement back. Required, want to put that back in both so that client cannot submit without providing the email and password. Okay, you can do more validation here if you want to, like want to make sure the length or something, but just for now leave it. Okay, let's return from here so that the code doesn't execute further, and then if everything is good, submit the form. Let's say we'll submit the form here in the future to submit the form, right? Just leave it for now, and let's do the testing and login. There you go, our email and password. Okay, so even though we have dot here, this is just for UI, but the password is still on our site, which is this one here. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the login form. Okay, what I want to do quickly now is create the forgot password form here, and then whenever we click on forgot password, we can get that forgot password form. So let's do that quickly. So what we can do here, I can basically now copy the login form. So the login form, what is it? Okay, the login form I'm on to copy and paste. So what I did, I just select the login and copy and paste. I'm gonna rename it to password reset, and inside in the component I'll rename it to password reset dot comp for component. Okay, so this is password reset. So here we need email, remember, that's why I just copied everything. Just remove the password part, password input field, and change the name from a login form to reset password, and then we need to use same name in our props type check. So what we need, we don't need email here, we can remove this one because we only need to receive the password. We need on handle change and on handle on submit, we need it, so we don't need the, hang on, not password, that should be email, sorry, email, and the bottom one, it should be the email, not password, my bad. Okay, so that's, I think, pretty much it, because here now when you are in reset password, you want to tell them login now, just in case if they come here incidentally, and when they click here they can go back to the login form. So let's render this form and see how it looks. Let's go in entry page. I'm just gonna render below login form, copy paste, and change the file, change to reset password. And since we don't have that imported here, it's not gonna work, so we need to import that now. The import, go to the component, and inside the component, password reset, and inside the password reset.com, and the name of the component is password reset password. So this is what we are using here. And we also need on handle change, we need on submit change, and we need to pass the email. So basically we're reusing the same function since we need email. I mean, since the form has the same behavior. So if we save it, and let's check our file. Okay, this is looking so messy here because I just using same page. So the top one is client login, bottom one should be reset password. So let's update that quickly. Go to reset password. Remember the heading here, h1, not client. So reset password, when you save it, it should be updated now here, reset password. So it can be like this, right? Okay, in this case, what we have to do is that we will separate these two components, of course, which are already separated. And based on the link we are clicking on, we'll just load whichever form we want to load to. Okay, let's do that quickly. So okay, here's our code. So we in entry page we have both of them here. So let's create one state here. So give a name to form load, for example, and set form load is the function going to update the value of this form load. And the initial value, I'll put login. That means load the login form first. So now what we can do here, we can put the condition if form load, the variable we created, equals to login, then load this login form. Put it here. So, and same thing, if load form value got the reset, let's put reset, then load this reset form and close with the curly bracket and save the form. Now we will have only login form because our value here is login. If I do reset, save it, we will have a reset form loading. Oops, the form not loading properly. Why it's not loading is just the wrong spelling. See, reset form. So let's by default give the login one, and we change it based on we click here. So when we click on forget password, we will go to the reset password form, or we will replace this form with the reset password form. So we create a function. Let's quickly create a function to do that for us. So const from switcher. I'll just write down full form switcher. So I'll get the let's get parameter, maybe type, let's call it, and here when we set this form to form, you know what, form type, let's do that, param short form in type. So that's this form will update the set form value based on whatever parameter receiving from here. So what we do, every time we click on this one, we change the value of this one. I mean, we call this function form switcher. Let's pass the form switcher to this login form. I want to pass, if the same props name is the function name, and we're going to go to the login form, and again make sure we do the props type check because this is the function. I just copy from there, and here we definitely destructure it because we can do it. And now let's on click event of the forget password here on the A element, on click event we invoke that function and pass the parameter to as a, this one is forgot password, so that means we need to go to reset form, so we pass reset. So if we just do like this, it will create a error. I'll just show you. Okay, here let me save the file. It's creating error. Is marked as required in login form but sent undefined. Okay, first thing first, it's not coming properly. Let's copy this, make sure we spell it correctly. Login form. Oh, we didn't save the file here. Save the file. That's the benefit using that props type. C is saying update a component entry while rendering a different component. So what it's saying is that we are, okay, so hang on, where is it? Where are we? Login form. Here we are just invoking function here only, so it's not going passing this value back to the entry page here to update the value from the form switcher. So we are just invoking form in here inline only. That's causing error. So what we can do, simply we make it function and then call the function and invoke that. So what it does is that on click, now the function will be called and invoke the function. So that way, when we now go here, it will receive the value and update the form. We can test now. So when we click this, see, we got the reset form, but we can't go back because we haven't logging in. Okay, let's update that. We haven't implement that function here. Let's do the same thing. Simply you can copy this form switcher to form reset as well, and we receive this props in the form. Let's go to the reset form component, and here let's receive that function, and let's do check the props type here. I'm going to copy the other function and then just change the switcher here. And now we have the form switcher, so we need to invoke this one on log in now a element. Okay, so on click, so we are not going to invoke the form here only. Okay, what we are doing is we are creating a function that will call the function to this function form switcher to invoke it. And here logging now, that means we're going to login form. Save that. Is that the login correct? Is login is this one we wanted to have login? Yes. So what happens is when we forgot password, when we click it, the value of our, let me quickly show you, value of our state is now default login, but when I click on forget password, it will change to reset and we get the reset form. So now if I click on login now, it will change to login here, the state, and it will render the login page. There you go. Now we got beautiful login and reset password functionality, I mean switching feature added here. So now let's see, let's change this login to reset password. Reset password, the button, password, and also let's on it. Okay, on handle, probably we give different function to submit, because when we submit it, I want to have a different function to submit this reset password form, not same as the login form here. So I'll say handle on reset submit. Okay, this is the new function. So I'm going to replace the handle on submit because that was created for login form. So we need to go back and update in our component calling and passing the props here. I'm gonna change both, and what we can do is create this function again on the top here. We can simply copy this and rename it. Rename this, and inside here we only need to check email, not the password. Right? can even change the message to the email, and we'll provide the email. If everything is correct, it will print out the email. Let's quickly check and in our console. So where is the console? In our console, let's do this quickly. So whenever I type email and password and submit login, it will print out password and email. And go to, let's say I forgot the password, I need to reset the password, and then here I got the email. So this email is coming from here. If you don't have email here, you don't have email here. Put the email, and if I submit it, reset password, I get the reset password. That's done as well. So the rest of the thing from here, we will have to integrate our backend API and send this value to our backend API to do all the backend stuff in terms of login, do the login validation, and then return the JWT. And in terms of reset password, maybe send the reset password link or code to reset the password. That we will work on our API when we are working on our API section. So that is all for this one, guys. What I want to do is now basically let's push to our Git repo. I'm going to open another terminal here. I'll leave all the console and everything as it is for now. So if you see Git status, you see a lot of file changes here. And I'm going to do git add all, git commit m -m. So the message is app set up, and what we did, added login and reset password form. Okay, and I'm gonna do git push and hit enter. Oops. Okay, unable to access to git one host. Okay, because my internet. And simply do, and then git push to push the code to our GitHub repo. Okay guys, there you go. The code has been pushed to our repo. Let's go to our repository and then confirm it. Where is our repo? This one. Let's make it bigger. And just, okay. Remember when we created the repository, this was the only thing showing. Now, if we just click here or refresh the page, there you go. You got all the files 1 minute ago. Yeah! Finally, one thing is done. Okay, so what we're going to do now is to Trello and mark this one is done. Mark is this one is done. So in the next, what we're going to do, I'm probably gonna do, let's at least put 3. 1, 2, 3. So I don't even know how much it's gonna take time. Okay, let's do all. So regardless of the time, we'll do all the UI now. So next, after this tutorial, we'll do add React router to route the page, Redux, and start working on the other stuff. So this is done. So let's start working on the dashboard page. Before doing that, I want to create the layout first, page layout, because we need the header and footer. So we don't want to create header and footer for individual page individually. So we create layout and then we import the header and footer and use that header and footer layout page for all the pages. Okay, let's do that. So I'm gonna leave this one open and close everything else. Okay, we have app open here. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna open a folder called layout in the src folder, layout, and inside layout I'm gonna have a folder called a file called default layout, default.js, and I'm gonna create a couple folder. I'm gonna create a partial folder here. And also okay, so what I'm gonna do, we quickly write down header and footer here. Let's create a React arrow functional component saying Yeah, this is header, and just save that. Gonna do the same thing with footer and say footer, because I want to import this footer and this header in our layout page here. So let's create a React arrow function here as well, and default layout. And what I want here is header, okay, we have imported header and footer from the partials, and then we have imported in our default layout. So our main content will go here, and is content. And now let's import this one in our app.js page. So default layout inside app. So here, let's I want to comment this entry out for now, and under there let's import the default layout. So this is the, I imported the, the extension automatically imports the file whenever I type here. Okay, so this is from the layout, default layout, which is here, this one. Okay, now if we run this application, see what happens. Okay, here's which is loading now, guys. This will look pretty ugly. We're going to make it nice looking in a minute. So let's go to our partial folder where the header is JS. So here what we're going to do is we're going to use a component from React Bootstrap. So we're going to use navbar. This is the navbar component. So let me show you in the bigger screen. This is the one. So I'm gonna get few of this one, and whichever we need, I'm gonna use that first. Okay, so I'm not just copying and pasting all of them. So I'm gonna just use what we needed. So I need two things first. I need to import navbar and nav. They must be capital. Okay, and here instead of div, I'm gonna have navbar, and inside navbar we're going to start creating the menu. So first we're going to need to have the brand. So let's create the brand. Brand is basically where you put the company logo. So here logo goes normally. We'll put logo in a second. I just want to lay out the list first and then update them. Okay, so we got the brand, and we need toggler, navbar and toggle. We need navbar toggle here. Let's give a attribute area control basic navbar nav, and this is self-closing tag. So we need the collapsible navbar here. So navbar.collapse, yeah, and let's give id same as area control. So basic navbar nav, and just close the tab, and inside this tab we need to now create actual nav. So this is the actual menu. We're gonna have it here. Inside nav we will have nav link, nav.link, and here comes with the href attribute. Okay, for example, dashboard, and close it and say, so this is the routing page for the URL, and this is what it looks on the menu. So dashboard. So I'm gonna make 3 copies of this. Make this one tickets probably, and the logout. Okay, let's save it and see how it's gonna. So okay, now you see it's looking pretty. Still you can't see much different. So for the logo, I have one logo. I want to put that logo. So let's create I created using Figma quickly. It took me literally 2 minutes to make it. So inside SRC folder, I want to create another folder called assets. And inside asset folder, I'll put img folder, and let me copy the image. So this is the logo we're going to put. That's like very simple one. Okay. Let's import that one in our header. So here you import image as a variable. So importing from one step, we need to go 2 step, assets, and the image, and that image file logo. Isn't that logo? .png, and this one I'm gonna call it a logo. So now what we can do in our logo, simply we put image here. In our SRC tab source, just provide the logo variable, and here say logo. And I'm gonna give width. I'm gonna give width to 50 pixel. And save it. Now we'll see a little different here. Let me make a little. Okay, there's our logo showing up. I wanna do a few things here. So I want the menu to be collapsible on click. So I'll say collapse on select, and BG is for background. Gonna give dark, and then the variant I'm gonna give dark, and the background I'm gonna give info, same color as the main color on our login page. And we're going to have mobile view, expand on bigger screen, and if it is MD means medium size screen, so the mobile view menu. Okay, save the file. So that's for the nav bar. Now you can see the different already. The logo here, and this is the nav bar. Okay, this is on mobile view. So if we make it bigger, okay, menu are here, but I don't like menu here. I want those menu go on the right hand side. Okay, to fix that, we need to say let's give a margin left auto on our nav links, because this is the container holding this list. So what we're gonna do, give a utility class called margin left auto. Save that. Now they are pushed to the right, and if you make it smaller, it's mobile view. Okay, and see, this is, you see collapse on select. That means every time I select the menu, it will collapse back. Okay, that's all for the header. Let's do the footer quickly. I'm gonna close the header for now. Okay, let's go to our footer. In footer component, I'm just going to say a line of information saying copy CRM, all right, reserved 2020. This is not the best information you can put as a copyright, but you got the point, right? So let's put the class name. I'm gonna say text center. This is the bootstrap utility class, and I'm gonna say if I want to put any extra CSS, I can write on this class. So okay, we got this one. Let's fix this a little bit on our layout first before we go ahead. I want to manage this page a little bit, okay, with the footer, header, and the main content. So I want to write some custom CSS in our app.js, because we are writing CSS for the layout. So instead of creating one CSS layout here, CSS file here, simply let's write in our app.cs, because it's still on top level. So go to app.css, and here what I want to write is, okay, let's organize a little bit here in our layout. I'm gonna give a class name default layout. This is for us to write the custom CSS, and everything goes inside this div, and we're going to have header. Okay, we don't need the external one. Okay, inside here, so we're gonna have a header div. Inside header div, we will import the the header component we imported. Let's put inside our header class, and let's create a main here for the main content. So I'll say main dot main. So that means the class name is main. So this is our all the page and all the content will go in here. And for the footer, simply we do the same thing. So we put, it's a semantic element, guys. Okay, the main and footer. So and the header. So I'm gonna give class name footer as well, and here we're going to import that footer. So for the header as well, let's keep semantic element called header and save the file. So we got header, we got footer, and we got main content area here. So nothing more changed here yet. Now we're going to apply some CSS in our file here through the app.js. So okay, so there, let's save the file, and I want to close this footer as well. And app.css, let's go app.css and then put some CSS for our default layout first, which is default layout class name. In here we're going to have some, first I want to make this one grid layout where the top stays top, bottom stays bottom, and the main content takes the most of the space. So to display grid, and then we're going to have a grid template. We're going to have a row of 1 row, 2 row, 3 row, and 1 column for the grid layout. So we're going to have a 3 rows where the first one, the top header one, I'll give 80 pixel for the menu, and the default for the auto for the main area, and the bottom I'll give 3 rem. So it will take 80 pixel here. Footer will take 3 rem, and then rest of the space will be given to the main content area. Okay, so this is how you define the grid layout for the grid template, and then we have to specify the grid template area. So what I'm gonna do, grid template area, I have already explained about the grid template properly in the one of my CSS tutorial. If you are new to grid CSS, and if you want to learn more about it, go, you can check in the one of my CSS grid tutorial. So here we need to define 3 area. So we're going to need, let's say, header, and we need main area, main, and footer. Okay, so we have to define, we have defined the 3 area here. So first one 80 pixel, second one auto, and footer third one. But we need to reference this one, so the grid template does not understand by itself. So we need to tell, like explicitly tell here which one is the header. For example, we have our layout here. Let's call this header, main, and footer. So let's install this header. At the header, first thing, the grid, give the grid area. Grid area, that's it. So this header value comes from here. So that means whatever you have written here will apply to it. I have another one. We have a main element, give grid area main as well. That's what we are using here. And the other one is footer. If I can spell main and then the footer. So we are using footer as well for this one. So this will understand now And inside here, we can provide custom CSS for header, main, and footer for themselves as well. So for the main, I want to provide mean height. Minimum height is 88 viewport height. And for the footer, I want to give background black, padding around the div about 1 rem, and then the color for the text color is white, so that we can see when we have a black background. Let's save that. Now you can see it's gone here. See, this is the header and this is the footer. Okay, so footer will always stay on the foot now. I mean, not on the foot, always stay on the at the bottom. So all the content we are going to write in the middle. So that's our menus done. So these are not going to do anything at the moment. This is just the creating menu. So okay, our basic layout is done. Now all we have to do is that every time we create component, for example, okay, I'm just going to close the this one for a second, app.css. So now every time we make any component or app in app.js, we can simply call the default layout and wrap up whatever you want to show in the main content area. So what happens here is that everything you pass here, send page what. So we're going to send page components here like this. So we are wrapping page component inside the default layout. So in this way, what happens, whatever you send through here, it will be received inside the default layout as a children props. And inside the main area here, instead of main content, now we can simply change, provide the children props and save it. And there you go. Now you can see this and the page component. So we don't have to touch our default anymore, unless you want to create different default style, different layout style for some sort of specific page. You can add another file and say, okay, maybe layout with the left column or layout with 2 columns of whatever you want to create. This is just the idea how you do it. So that's pretty much with the layout. So we don't even have to come anymore here because we're already passing the props as a children and displaying here. So I'm going to close it for now here. And what we're going to do, we're going to create a dashboard page and then pass here as a component. Okay, so we're going to have a dashboard here soon. Layout is done. So let's quickly push this one commit into our commit staging. So okay, make sure no file is deleted. Okay, I'm gonna do git add git commit, layout is added, and just leave that, so that when we start working on other section and if we have any issue, we can just simply clean up the file. Okay, now what we're gonna do is start creating actually a dashboard. So let's go to a page where we're going to create a folder called dashboard, and inside I'm going to create a file called dashboard page. Okay, in our dashboard page we can have few things. Okay, let's functional array component first, and instead of div we're going to wrap up everything in our container, and inside container we need row and the column for the thing, column. Okay, here first thing first, let's add some buttons. We're gonna need a button as well then. So let's create button and button, and I'm gonna say add new ticket, and here we're gonna give some class, extra class. Let's bring the dashboard here in our app page so that we can see the live update while we saving the file. That's what I like to do normally. So we import the file. Guys, just make sure you import the file as well, okay? Okay, and we wrap up inside the layout so that we have the menu and then footer, header and footer. Okay, so by default the button has this color, so let's change the variant to info. That's what we are using as our primary color. So it will change the text, sorry, the font background of the button. And also what I want to do is give some style for making button bigger. I'm gonna have a style. What I'm gonna do is, first thing, I'm gonna give font size really bigger. I mean, not really. Font size 2 Arial, and oops guys, you need to put this one in the quotation because it's an object. 2 Arial, and I also want to give padding to top and bottom 10 pixel, right and left 30 pixel. So let's wrap this one in the quotation. Now now you can see the button is bigger. So let's put this one in the center and little bit on the lower, so it's not really good. Pass some utility class on the volume. So class name, I'm gonna first thing have a text center, and margin top I'll give about 5, and margin bottom let's give 2. Save that. Okay, now you can see that text center bringing everything in the center. Top M5, sorry, margin top 5 and margin bottom 2. Okay, so that is pretty much with the button for now, and let's work the count section here. The count section is definitely gonna be looking different than what we have here, guys, so don't mind that. Okay, we just put some text bottom section. So what we're gonna do here is also font is too big or what? Okay, so we will create another row now again. So what I can do, I can simply copy this and then start changing here. So we don't need the button. The total ticket, for example, 50, and another div, I'm gonna say pending tickets maybe 5. This is just the counter, and this is going to be on the text center as well, and pending ticket. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Too far. Let's put it back a little bit. Okay, so this is the ticket count part is done, and let's get this total ticket, so the bottom ticket count part. So we need a component that will have the table. So let's go and create another row where we can have our table. So let's do this quickly. What I'm gonna say here is copy this down. This is just the text information. Say recently added tickets, and from here I'm gonna give horizontal line to make some sort of separation. This is not what I want. Again, margin top 2. All right, so I'm gonna have another row now where we will have actual table. So you can have a table here. So I'm gonna just keep name recent ticket ticket class, just in case if I want to apply some custom class here. So let's go to our component folder, and we will create a component. I'm going to create a folder in component called ticket table, if I can spell it, ticket table, and inside I'm going to create a component file called ticket table.component.js, and this is also React arrow functional component. So here I'm gonna need some okay, let's remove this first. Table here, I'm just gonna say that, and I will import this one in our dashboard. Here we will use our component. Instead of building ticket here, we'll have a component call so that the file is more neat, clean, and organized. So we need to definitely import this if it is not imported. Okay, let's import it. So this one is, you need to go 2-step up, component, and inside ticket table here, and the ticket table.component, and the component name is ticket table, and let's use the one they already used. Now save, the error will go, and you'll have the table, not the table, the word table. Okay, now we don't have to do anything here. Let's go to our component table and create the actual table. So to create the actual table, we're going to bring some component from the React Bootstrap component library. So here, first thing first, we need to import table from our React Bootstrap table, and instead of div, we are going to have the table, and inside the table we have table head, and inside table head we have a tr, and inside tr we have thus. We're gonna need about 4 of the volume. So the first one, I'll just put sequential number, and the second one I'm gonna have subject, third one status, and the fourth one is ticket open date. Okay, and we're gonna have a table body. Nope, not there. Let's have the table body. Inside table body we have a tr, and td we have 4 as well. So sample, this is just a sample. I'm gonna say 1 SSL issue client. This is, I just put some static data here, guys, so don't worry about it. In a second we will have a sample file, dummy data file, and then we'll fetch the data from the dummy file. So this is what the table looks like. I want to design a little bit more, not happy with that. So for the table, I want first, let's make it multiple lines so that we see if there is any different. So we have 3 data there, 3 rows. So I want first stripped, and I want the, how it looks, let's see. Okay, that's not bad, but I also want to have the border, and border, sorry, and since we're going to have a click event in the future to go to the ticket landing page, I want to have the hover effect as well. So just write down hover effect and save that. It will give you the hover effect now. There you go. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the table, guys. Let me create the data, dummy data, so that you'll see how to populate data using some map function. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'll create assets. Inside assets, I'm gonna create a folder called data. Inside data, I'm gonna have a file called dummy ticket.json file, and I'm gonna start writing some JSON. So we need, it's an array, and inside array we're gonna have object. Inside object, how many things we need? ID, subject, status, and open date. So we need ID, let's say 1. We need status, let's say line, ending, and also we have the created at date, and we have a added at some random date. I'm just gonna put whatever. Oh, that's not even valid month. Let's make 10, 23. Okay, this is like just a sample data. We have like ID, we have subject, and edit. So I'm gonna make few copy of this, guys, and I'll get back to you. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, just copy. So what I have done here is guys, that I made 10 copy of the sample data, and I just changed the ID because ID can be unique. So let's import this dummy file into our dashboard page, and we pass down to our ticket table as a props. So here, let's quickly import the file. Import tickets from, let's provide the path to your dummy ticket. So that's in assets and inside data, and the file name is dummy ticket.json, and we just pass this ticket as a props to our table, and let's receive the ticket in our ticket table here as a props, and we just run this ticket and as a map here, and then we display the ticket here. So let's do that. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna need header. So in our table body, we only need one table, and okay, let's keep 2 rows first. So if we have a ticket.length, oops, this has to be in the bracket, guys. If we have ticket.length, then display this table to, display this row. So what do you want is, you want to do ticket.map. When you run the map function, you get row, and okay, I don't need that. So you get row, and simply you can run this return in this function here like that. And since we have a row, now we have access to all the property of this object. So we have here, we have ticket.id, and we have ticket.subject, and we have ticket.status, and the date added at. So and we need to, guys, when you are looping the element in React, you always have to provide unique ID for the holding container, otherwise it will throw the error. Maybe I'll just show you first so that you know what I'm talking about. Go to console. Okay, we already have an error. Font size, did you mean font size? Okay, where did we make mess in our button, in our dashboard page? Let's go fix that quickly. Dashboard button. Okay, yeah. Font, oops, font size. Okay. That's gone, error, and another error pops up. Check the rendering method, ticket table, unique key. See, this is what I'm talking about. Each child in a list should have unique key props. That's what it is saying whenever you have rendering multiple table through the loop. So here to fix that error, so simply provide the key and the unique value. Unique value is our row.id. If you don't have unique value on your data like this, what you can do, you can get index, because when you run the map function, you get the row out of this collection, and then you also get the index of it. So you can use I here. But for now, just leave row.id. And if we save it, the error will go, and then we should have list. Okay, we got 10 of this one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 10 here. This is coming from our dummy data here. The bottom one, last one, is I left it because what I want to do instead of and, so let's do ternary operation. If we have a length of the ticket, do represent this one in our table. If you don't have it, that you say otherwise, else, like that colon defines else, display this table. But what I'm going to do, instead of leaving all the data here, I only want one table here, sorry, column here, and say no ticket to show, and it's gonna have like, let's say for example, if I comment this, for example, if there is no ticket, let's say if I just delete for a second, if there is no ticket, it will say no ticket to show, because there is no ticket coming through here, right? So it looks like pretty funny. It should be all over here, I mean covering all up on our the row. So to make that, we can just simply give a class and then fix that thing. So what we're gonna do here is that tell the browser to take up police span to 4, because we have 4 rows here. Take 4 and so as 1, and I want to use the class name called text center, so that the text goes in the center. Yeah, that looks much better now, guys. Now I can put the ticket back and save it. So in the future, when you have a real data coming from our API, we will limit to 10. Okay, that is all for our recently added ticket and our dashboard. So let's see if any error in our console. Seems all right. So let's quickly add this one and commit to our stage. So git add git commit added. I just stage out code, but I just realized that there is something is missing. How about we put breadcrumb here? Looks a little nicer. So let's get the breadcrumb from our breadcrumb. Okay, here. This is how it looks nicer. So I want to create a component called, I'm just going to copy this one, guys, okay, quickly. So I'm going to create another component in our component folder called breadcrumb, and inside that I want to create a file name called breadcrumb.comp.js, and just create React arrow functional component, and this is only breadcrumb, and here I'm gonna put breadcrumb, and what I want to do here is that we need home goes in the home, just put in the /, and active means the one which is not clickable, which means the current page. So we don't have any page like a library in our case, so we don't need the library. Just remove that for now. Yeah, we only need 2 at the moment, and I want to receive the page name here and pass this one as a props here. So whenever we have dashboard, we'll pass dashboard here, and it will show dashboard like that. So let's bring this one, go to our file here. Let's bring this one to our dashboard page. On the top, let's create another row for it. Row and give a column. Inside the column, let's call the breadcrumb. Breadcrumb. And we have a props waiting for us. That's page, and this is dashboard page, and save that. And we messed it up, didn't I? Let's see where. So call. I need to close this component, and this component is not imported. Let me import the component. Okay, go to component and breadcrumb and the breadcrumb dot hump, and the name of the file, sorry, the component is breadcrumb. Okay, save the file. Okay, there is something error going on, I'm not sure what. Breadcrumb, whoa, what's this? Okay, our built-in component class. Okay, you know what happened here? Let's go to breadcrumb, because we did not import our breadcrumb. That's why it's keep looping it. I don't know why it's just not throwing the error and stop the compiling process. So don't do that, guys. Make sure to import the component before you use them. Okay, this seems like have a file name collision issue. So in that case, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna write maybe page at the front to make the, because the breadcrumb component and the name of this component is same, it's not allowed. So let's put page component here, save this file and update this in our dashboard page as well, here and here. Now that should not show me that many error. Okay, still going. That means what the best thing I'm gonna do is stop the file, Control C, and then I'll rerun it. Let me close that, and I'm gonna do npm run again, npm start. So it will open in the new window. So okay, here you go, guys. The page is loaded. There you go. It's a nice breadcrumb, but I want a little bit of space here. Let's go to our header page. I want to give little bit bottom space from the menu. So let's go to our header component and let's go to our layout, and here let's give margin bottom 2 for now. Okay, now there is a little gap. There you go. So that's what I like. So we got the nice looking breadcrumb here. So this is going to be home, and every time which page we are on, it will display the page here. So I want to add this one in our commit as well quickly. Okay, right. Okay, now one thing is done. What we gotta do here is, so now I can probably drag it to done part. So let's do add new ticket page component. We work on that one. That's a little form. Okay, so this page doesn't do anything. So what I'm gonna do is, let's create a page folder. In our page folder, I wanna do new ticket. Okay, inside add new ticket, I want to create a file called add ticket page.js, and it's a React arrow functional component again, and we will have add ticket as a component name. Okay, here we're gonna have a breadcrumb and the form. So let's import container from our React bootstrap. So import React from React bootstrap. We need container row call, and we change this one to container and row and pull. Okay, and here we're going to have the page breadcrumb that we just created before, and we need to import that in our file. This will import for us. And we have a props waiting. That's page. We will say add, sorry, just new ticket, and that's it for the breadcrumb area. And what we can do now is simply copy this row, and we create a form here. So what I'm gonna do, before do that, let's save this file first. Let's go component, and in our component folder, let's create a form component, add new ticket form. So add ticket form. Inside, create a component file called add ticket form component.js, and react functional arrow functional component again, and this is the add function and form here. Let's load this one, import in our ticket page, and make sure this one displays correctly. Okay, so we need to import that from our component. So I'm gonna quickly import that, like not from breadcrumb components. Then this is the add new ticket form, and add ticket form dot component. Okay, just save that, and let's bring this add ticket component page in our app.js so that we can see the live update when we're saving our file and changing our file. Okay, here. Okay, I want to tell you one thing. If you just bring like this and put here, so it will just show at the bottom of this file. See here? So this is what we don't want. So later on, we will use in the next video and future video, we will use React router to route our page. I just wanted to keep the React router tutorial itself. That's why I'm not doing that. But for now, what we can do, simply we comment this out, and then we leave everything there. And now we have the page, new ticket page with the heading and the footer. So leave the console open just in case if we get any error. So this warning, I can comment this out and this out just to remove the warnings. Still got one more warning in header. Navbar is defined but never used. Let's see. Header component navbar. Okay, brand, we didn't use that. Okay, this should be clear now. Okay. Okay, this is imported here. We have this ticket is ready to be displayed. So let's build up our add ticket form and go to our ticket form. So what we're gonna need, we will use few components from our library. Import bootstrap from, sorry, the Jumbotron and form. So instead of div, we will have a Jumbotron. Oh, that seems misspelled here. Okay, Jumbotron, and inside Jumbotron we will have a form. If you remember, we have created form in our login form page. What we can do is simply we can copy that form if you don't want to type all. So here, form to form. Just copy that, just to being a little lazy. That's okay sometimes, but more you type, the better you become at. Just come. Okay, we need button too. Button. So let me quickly take you through. So we have a Jumbotron, and we have a form autocomplete of and on submit handle on submit function we will have to define. So we will be receiving this form, this function as a props, and then what we need is the subject, and the type is text. If it's text, you don't have to say anything. Name is subject, because I just want to quickly show you guys. This is what we are going to build. We need subject, issue founded, details, and this form and need to cut. Okay, this is what we're building. So value is, I'm just gonna comment this out. On change function, we're gonna need on change, handle on change as well. So we'll receive as a props. Okay, that's it for the subject. I'm gonna name subject. Okay, not password. We need type date, name date, issue date, and no placeholder for this. We need on change, value no need for now, and I need one more. That is I need is text area. So this one basically turns our input into a text area, and we can even define the rows. I'll tell you in a second what's that. If I save this one, it's probably gonna throw some error. Oh, didn't. Okay. So this, you see the text box area is pretty small. If you want to make it bigger, you can pass the rows equals to maybe 5. So this one will be a bit bigger, and we want this button all the way through the axis. So the button, I'm gonna give class name. Oh, actually you don't need class name. You can just pass the block property here. It will make the button going across the thing, but I want the variant blue, variants are info, just to match the color as per our color theme color. Subject, password, and not password, issue found. I think that should be enough. We don't have to say it. The form group is row. Row we need to define here. We need to bring it in. And then call as well. So okay, we got the row defined here. Just give this one a column, and then we need to tell in which screen size we have to give, like in how the number of column. So anything bigger than a small screen size take up 3 column in our grid, because it comes with 12 column grid. So 3 column will be taken by this one in bigger than small screen size. And for this form control, we need to wrap up in call. And we also have to provide the number of column we want to take up. So when we save it, see, it's showing like this. This is what we want. So let's do same thing for this one and leave this one as it is. So I'm gonna copy this for the form group, and this one for the label, and the goal for the control, form control. We wrap in the column. Save it. Okay, now that looks okay. So now enter email. That must be subject. Okay, so our form is pretty much ready in terms of UI. So let's implement the function. We need to create these 2 functions, remember that at least. Let's go to our etiquette page, which is calling our function. So let's create two functions first here. Const, because we need to receive the data from the form, right? So handle on submit. So I'll do that later. First, let's do handle on change. That means every time you input something on the input field, we need to receive that data. So every time you put something here, we receive as an event, and then we can simply get that value const name and value from the target. If you want to see, we can do that by consoling out the name and value. And if I save it and do console, if I type it here on handle change, have to be passed first. Let's pass as a props the same name as a function. So you can see the name is subject, and value is whatever we are typing. So let's create our local state where we can capture the value here. So we need to use state for that. Use state is a hook in React. So I'm gonna need let's do one thing. Const initial form data is the object where we have subject. I'll just make sure I put the same name as that subject, issue date, and details or detail in our object. So subject is empty, issue date is null, and the detail is empty as well. And make sure we get comma. And in our form data, let's define state as form data. So again, guys, this can be anything you like. So I like to put form data as a variable and set form data as a function to update the value of variable. So as an initial value, I will pass this empty so that we don't get any error. And we need to import use state from our React. Use state, yeah. And now we have this one. So every time we receive the value, what we can do is now we can say set the state. Set the value in our state. But what you do is that keep whatever you have already in the form, in the object. If as it is, this one means it's a spread operator, means you get all this one with if there is any value here first, and anything is a new name. If anything comes, you can update that value. So you need square bracket to get the exactly same name, otherwise it will translate as a value. That's gonna be error, so you need to put in a square bracket. So, and then the value itself. That will create our state, and what we can do, we can now just okay, let's remove this out for now. So what we can do, we pass this value back to our component so that we can display the value on the object on the input field. Otherwise you won't be able to see here. So I'll say form dt, start from form dt is form data equals to our form data. This form data is this form data. So let's go and receive this this props in our add ticket form. Put it there. Destructure the props, and now we can simply pass a value as a form data dot object. Where is the date value? Okay, here. Form data date and form data details. So issue date, not date, because the name is the one holding the value. Okay, now I can see we have few error coming. Value props on unhandled. Consider empty string to be clear component. Okay. To avoid those kind of error, guys, again, let's use the props types to take our static data type. So in this form, let's use import prop types as prop types. So what we're gonna do is make sure we're going to take the props types coming into this component. It's an object. We pass the input values, the props values here, and so the way we do is that we provide prop types dot this one is function and is required. Okay, and we're gonna do same thing with unhandled change, and this the form data is object, so we have to change our function type to object type and save it. So anything error now will come here. This saying handle on submit is marked as required in a ticket form, but value is undefined. This is exactly why we need to use this one, just to make sure that sometime we might do wrong. Forget or do mistake, it will remind us. So in our case, handle on change. See here, it's the same name. That's why I supposed to get handle on submit, and both of them are handle on submit, so that's definitely not right. So handle on submit, yeah, and we need, where is that? We haven't even created that function yet. That's why let's create that function quickly. I want to do just prevent default behavior of the function, and console.log received. Okay, for now, just choose for us to see, and let's pass this one. Okay, the error is gone. Now the props types is happy, handle on submit, handle on change, and just want to see what data we're receiving. You can simply console log here, just above the return, console.log, and log this out here, save it. Now you'll see every time this loads. So this is basically empty. See, every time I type, it's updating. Now the date and the details. Now I can submit the form. Since we said required, yeah, it's gonna ask for us to update the form. Okay, I can see that every time I change the value of this one, the value of this one is gone. So that's definitely not right. So I need to change that. See what's happening, because we are probably overriding the name. So subject is subject, yeah, issue date, and the detail going on unhandle change, handle on change, going back to here. So now so we need to create the effect, some use effect to re-render the data here. So it's like in component did mount in the old style. So let's use effect. So we need to import use effect as well. So what we're gonna say is that every time the value of the form data changes, update the component as well. Oops, wrong place. So it has to be under the ticket here, not inside a function. This use effect has to be direct descendant of the component. Okay, here this one's supposed to be form data, you guys would have already seen, because otherwise it will keep just putting the empty value from here. So it has to be the state. Now save that, it should work now. See, now we got all of them. Now even in our submit, let's clear this out. And if we submit, form submit request received, you can even print the state and see actually what data it holds. Save it quickly and there's the data, guys, which you can also see using our the React dev tool in our here. If you go to little up, next you go to our form, and here is the data, guys. It's from the state. See in the it's a props coming in, this props here coming in here. So here is the in the state hook. You can see in the state all our data is here. Okay, that I'm gonna close that for now. So that is pretty much it with the form, but I just remember I wanted to make the form in white color with the shadow box shadow. So let's make that one so that you guys know how to do that. So let's go there and let's go in our form. Okay, where is our form here? Okay, in our form, let's give class name to Jumbotron. I want to give add new pet, and I want to give a little bit gap as well, so that's margin top maybe 3, and save that file. So here I want to create one style sheet for Jumbotron only for this one. So quickly let's create add ticket form .css, and here the style sheet. So that's add ticket form Okay, save the file. And there I want background color. We don't need color, background white, and the box shadow 0 pixel, 15, and -5 pixel with black color shadow. So when you save it, now you can see the shadow at the back, but I want this font color to be white. So seems like the Jumberton default color is overriding it. So let's go back to ticket form, and here busy. There you go. Now we have like nice looking form. Maybe I don't want form to stretch all the way. So how about we provide, you know what I'm gonna do? Okay, let's do one thing. So max width with 550 pixel. Okay, and now I want form to stay in the middle. So margin left auto, sorry, margin left auto, margin right auto, save that. So the form now will stay in the middle. Nice looking form in the middle. Okay, so okay, let's put some heading, give some heading to this function, sorry, this form here, right under the jump button. I'll give h1 ticket, and give the header line so it separates from the bottom. Yeah, okay, I want this text to be same color as this one and in the middle. So to do that, we can simply pass the class name equals to text info and text center. Save that. If I can spell it correctly, then it will work, right? Okay, there you go. We got our form ready for a new ticket. So there's one more thing I want to show you guys. If you want to know how to do the validation like this, okay, let's, for example, if we don't have this required form here, you can submit the form with the empty form. So there are two ways you can do like client-side validation. You just want use the default browser validation to kick in. You can simply say you need required, and it will force client to put the value before submitting the form. But let's say if you don't, you can still submit the form. But let's say if you want to also force them to put like a length, some sort of length of the text, then you can say basically min length. See, now if you put minimum like less than 3 character, it will say like tell you to put at least 3 character. You can also do max if you want to limit the length of the ticket. So this is not the, let's say, not the only way you validate the form. You always have to validate form in the backend, no matter what you have validated or tested the front end. The other way, if you want to make more fancier, you can make some function to do that for you. I just want to show you that one as well, just for you to. I'll create a helper utility function. Let's create a folder called under the src utils, and inside I'm gonna make folder. Let's have a file. validation.js. So here let's do some same thing with the function. Let's create a function called const text and get string, and here we return if string is greater than 3 and is less than or equals to 100. So what we saying is that if the string which is coming here is longer than the string dot length, the length of the string is more than 3 character, actually make bigger or equals to, or smaller or equals to 100 character, then return true, otherwise false. So we export this function and save the file, and let's use this validation to validate our, let's say, one field. Let's go here and import that function. Let's go to our validation, sorry, the utils and the validation. So, and now we can simply, in our submit function, remember, oh, not here actually, so this one, hang on, not in the form, the state is in our page, not in the form. Our add new ticket page, this is the state where we have here. So here let's import that here first and use this function. Go to our handle on submit, and the call that function, let's say const is valid function, and pass the string here. Okay, let's pass the subject. Okay, so form data dot subject. So let's use wait. We don't run the second line of the code. Wait until the result of this validation is come back. So we need to define async here. So this is async and wait, so that we wait the return from this function. Okay, if this one is valid, that's fine. If it's false, then what we can do is we create another state here. Let's say now initial form data, let's create the initial error data, initial form error. So when you have form error, we update this one. So we update the error message here. So we need to create another state. So instead of form data error, and update that to here as well, and pass this initial value to the state, and use this parameter, the state value, and go to our handle on submit again, and we set the value. This is the function to set this value, right? So go here, and if it is false, then update the value. So what we're going to have, we're going to this is short text, right? So for example, we know this one for form.subject, so that's we can put here. Let's first we have the data which already we have there, spread that data here, and then update this one with this one, maybe say is subject valid. So provide the subject is subject valid. So if it is true, it will return true, that means is valid true. If it is false, it will come false here, and we write down subject false. So let's pass this state down to our form, this state, down through our form. Here is props, like how we send the data before. Save it, and let's go to the form, and first thing, let's make sure we're receiving the object properly. So we do props check, and we have to structure the props here and provide the props as well. And here what we can do in the subject, just below the text, form control, what we can do is form.text, and now if the form data dot, if it is false, then say subject is required, and we definitely need to close it. Okay, save the file. So now see, there is, you can already see that. Okay, give the class name text danger, so it will make a red color here. So that means what we have to do is that by default it's showing subject is required, because when we go to our add ticket page in our state, they are all empty. So that means at the beginning they are false and false and false. So by default error false, and don't forget to pass the state to the use effect to have the effect here. So actually what we can do even better, we don't need to test anything. So if it comes true, make it false here, because this one only returns, if it is true, returns true. If it is false, it returns false. So if you get true, that means we update this one value as a false, which is like false. That means nothing to do. And if it is comes false, if the return comes from here is false, then we make this one to true here and then update. So that means subject, so the form error subject is true. That means in that case we need to have that, let's say error is true, and if error is true, then we will go back and in our ticket form, if it is true only, then show this one. So that means if only it's true, then show this one. So in our case, if you just press A, and let's say we are not putting long enough, then when we submit it, I need to remove that one first. So A, just one character, sorry, S, one character, and try to submit, it will say like this. And what you also want to do is on submit, every time you want to reset this part, right? This error message. If you want to reset that error message, simply what you do, update the state here. Where is it? Update this state as an initial form. So that means it will reset the form. So let's go to submit handle. So first, update the state to initial state first. Every time the submit comes, and after that do the validation, and if there is error, update it and save that. So that way, when you submit, like let's say one time you submit invalid data, also error, but next time when you submit, will be gone. So yeah, that's, let's see in the console if there is any error that to be fixed. Okay, this is all the objects, data. Okay, no error so far. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's all for the add ticket form as well. The add new ticket. So it seems like, yeah, that's pretty much what we wanted. Okay, let's push code to, so let's commit the code first. I'll leave all the console and everything still there in case if you want to check it. I'm not cleaning up yet, okay? So I'm gonna do git status. Let's make sure I haven't deleted anything that I don't need it. Okay, yep. Git add all, git commit m, add new ticket form added. And now we've been committing for a while now. I will just push this code to repo. Okay, now we can mark this add new ticket page UI as done as well. This ticket listing page where you will have a ticket in a table form, and then you can search the ticket from that form. And also we will have a ticket landing page where you will see the quick summary of the ticket and also the message history, and also you would be able to reply message on the ticket. Okay guys, so let's start working on ticket listing page and then ticket landing page. So let's work on ticket listing page first. So we got our application running, I guess. Yeah, okay, this is where we left off last time. So let's continue from here. So to do that, what we're going to do, we're going to create a ticket listing page, and then we will have our table component brought into the ticket listing page. So let's create the ticket listing page. Okay, so let's go to our folder structure where, okay, let me close all of this one. So let's go to our page where we will be creating listing page, ticket listing, and inside create a file called listing or list.page.js. I want to change listing to list as well. Okay, inside the ticket listing page, let's quickly create the React arrow function. Let's get the container row and call first from the React Bootstrap. Call, and we gonna need the container, and inside the container we need row. This one we going to use for the breadcrumb. Call, and inside we will have our breadcrumb. If you remember, we created before, and the page we are going to make mark as active is ticket list, and close it up. Let's go to apps here, and again guys, we are going to have React router to route through this page, but till then we're going to just comment out the other page and just display page whichever we were working on. So we need, what's the page name again? Not that page, so ticket list. Ticket list, and save. Breadcrumb. Okay, that's page breadcrumb, not breadcrumb. That's this one. So no, we don't need that. So we need page breadcrumb. Yeah, that's the one from the component. Now we have a ticket listing page here. So we're going to have a add new ticket option here as well as the search form here. So let's create another row that will hold 2 columns instead of 1. Yeah, we're gonna have a button. a new ticket, and we're gonna have another column. So we're gonna have two columns, one for the search form. So search form will make a component and we will import here. Yeah, and okay, let's go to component and create a search form. Search form and create a component file called search form.component.js. It's a React functional arrow functional component again, and this name is search form. So what we're gonna have here is just a form. So we're gonna need form from our React bootstrap. We need form, and let's create a form here quickly. Form. Inside we need a form group, and I want as row, so I need to create row as well here. A row and call as well as row, and inside create a form label, form.label search, and this one mark as volume, and the grid I'll just put 2 maybe for now, and cool. Yeah, and now do the form control, and the name will be search search string type text, and place folder is search. There you go. Self closing tag. Also in this call I need to define the size of the row. That's 9. Actually we don't need to pass as a JavaScript object, so the JavaScript we can just keep as a string, that one too. Okay, form label, why this one here should be form only, form closing, form group closing. Okay, just save that one. Let's import this one in our ticket page. Where is the search form? Here. Here is the search form. Okay, we got the search form here. Actually, I think let's make it more 2 and 10. Okay, we definitely need on change event, so I'll just pass the handle on change and the str. So this one we haven't created yet, we will create in a second. So what we do here, we just provide this on change event, provide this function so that we can receive the text, and for the value provide the string. Since we are receiving props, maybe we want to use props types as well. So you probably can see now there is like kind of redundant, same thing doing over and over again now, but for different purpose. What else to do? Okay, props type, sorry. Prop type, and get that props type in search form. Go at the bottom of the page, search form dot prop types equals to object. So we need handle on change and string to be checked. So what I'm gonna do, handle on string is the prop types of function which is required, and then we do the same thing with the string. So prop type dot string, string dot is required. So with that, we got everything we need on this page. Now simply we can call this function and pass this parameter. So in our search form, where we call the search form, let's pass this two parameter as a props. So I'm gonna give the same name as the props name, but we have not created them yet, guys, remember. Okay, now we go create this both. Now so we go here and create crunch. What's the name? Handle on change, handle on change, receive the event, and simply console log e dot target. Okay, this one is done. Now string, we have to define the state. For that, let's do use state and then give a str for this state, string for variable, set string for the function to update this variable. Initial state, we just give an empty string, and when we use state like that, we need to import use state from React. So we import that, and we gonna need use effect as well. So let's bring that too, and let's quickly define here use effect as well. So every time we have this string thread, update that component. Sorry, this string, update on this string, update the component, re-render the component. So, and every time we receive the value, we set the value. So simply say set event handle change, and we get e dot target dot value. And just to check, what we can do is we can go back here and try to console out string and see now you can see that every time we type something, it's updating. Okay, let's leave that, and now let's leave that, and I'm gonna move this, save the file, I'm gonna close this, and now I will provide the horizontal line for the separation, and I'm gonna have another column now, the row for the table. So we're going to import a component, table component. Oh, actually we already have a table component. Remember, we created ticket listing table for our dashboard. Where is it on component, ticket table. So this is the one we can use it. Actually, I'm gonna call this and just call here simply, and of course we need to import it. Yes, hope that will import for me. Did it import? Yes, it did. Okay, save it. Let's see what are the errors we get now. Cannot read property length of undefined. Okay, that means in the ticket table I need to pass the tickets list, right? So I'm gonna simply import the ticket from our dummy ticket. If you don't remember, we're creating a under the assets dummy ticket.json file. Let's import that. And simply pass this tickets to our table. There you go. Our table is done. So I want a little bit gap here just to have that gap on button row. This one, I want class. Margin top 4. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is oops, there is something wrong. The subject is missing, so that means the property is not there. Didn't realize that. Okay, subject is not there. You know what I'm gonna do? Let's quickly insert subject to all of them. So what I'm gonna do here, at once subject issue with SSLs. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Yeah. Okay, it's the same thing repeating, but that's fine. This is just for dummy data. So what we're gonna have here is we're going to search the ticket here, and we will update this ticket based on our search. Okay, let's close that. Looks like this is, let me quickly check. This one is SM, not MS. Sorry about that. And I'm gonna have like 2 and 10, maybe 3 and 9. Okay, now looks better. Now let's work on the search function. So we have already received the text from the search here on the source form. Yeah, okay. So what we're gonna do, basically every time we receive the text from search, we will going to filter the object, and then we will display in our ticket. So yeah, we receive the value on change every time, right? So what we can do, we can basically filter the tickets from here. So to do that, let's create the function that handles the searching search ticket. So let's say const ticket str for string, and okay, we got the string. So from this string we already have a ticket, right? Let's get the ticket filtered from here. So const display tickets equals to, so actually not here, in search ticket. So display ticket, we're going to filter from here. So the ticket, this is a list plus dot filter. We're going to use filter will have a row, and inside the row, okay, we don't have to go inside. So what we're going to do is, I'm gonna get the object from the row dot subject. I want to make it to lowercase, this one to lowercase, and dot includes the search string str, and let's make the search string is to lower as well, so that even if it is like it's like case insensitive search. So there we go, our ticket that we want to display here. And let's create a state again for the displaying ticket. Okay, I'm gonna put that for now, and we need set this ticket. So let's set this one here, just leave empty array for now, and update this ticket from here. Set the display ticket, and again we need use effect, where we need to pass this state value as well. So if this ticket updates, then update the content. And at the beginning of loading, we also need to set the ticket to display ticket, so that it renders all before searching here. So we're not sending the tickets, but now we will be sending the display tickets instead, because this one will be the filtered ticket later. Let me quickly go through search ticket. We have to call the source ticket and pass the value. Let's take the value out first. Const value equals to e dot target dot value, and I can simply say update the value first and then pass this, update this state and then do the search. So now let's see if there is any error, and make sure we are sending the right data type. Ticket is, what did we say here on the ticket table? We haven't used props type. Let's use props type. Ticket is array. So okay, let's see in our console. So far no error, just a warning, a ticket never used. That's fine. So let's do, okay, let's change something here so that they are different from each other. Let's go to dummy ticket and let's make top, yeah, say, okay, actually email certificate expired, and then issue with email. So, and say pressing. Okay, let's try to search based on this ticket. So okay, saying row subject to lowercase inclusive is not a function. First thing first, let's go and fix that. Here, what we do is, if the ticket dot, if not ticket length, we just return it. Let's go to our ticket list page. Okay, we are probably not getting value here. Okay, here, not target dot value, so it has to be e dot target and then value. You don't have to say that. This is a string coming from our JSON file, includes string, oh, not the lowercase of whole function, the lowercase of the string, which is inside the function. I think that's the one complaining us. Let's, the email seems good now. Let's search for email. Okay, it's working here, but table is not updated. I can see in our console 2 tickets with the email and email here. So let's see why it's not updating, right? Okay, I think, yeah. Okay, every time the form reloads, it's setting up our full ticket. So this is definitely not right way. So we are not setting up this ticket inside the effect. So rather, I don't know why I did so silly stuff. Okay, it must be in the as an initial ticket. So no idea why I did that. But we definitely need the variable to tell that whenever the variable is updated, update this the re-render the component. So every time re-rendering component, the use effect, whatever function you write inside here will run first. So it is running and setting up the whole ticket again. So that means there's no effect on search. Whatever happens, but at the end, updates with the full tickets. So now what we are doing is we passing as an initial parameter here, and then every time we are searching, every time we are searching, we are filtering the subject, which includes the search text. So let's save this file and give it a try. Should work. Oh yes, it's working now. See, when I search for email, when I delete it, there is nothing, whole ticket is showing. Let's say we got 10 ticket here, let's say 10. We do issue here, for example. See, we got 9 because 9 of them, all of them have issue here. So it's really cool feature to have it on the table like this. So again, email, yeah, and if you search something that doesn't exist, say it says no ticket, so brilliant. So now we reuse the component ticket table, but we filter the ticket based on the subject, which is search here, and then pass to the table and update the table. Great, so the ticket list table is done as well. Let me quickly remove this console, making too crowd on the console here. Okay, so yeah, our ticket listing page is done as well. So yeah, I'm gonna leave as it is. So let's see. Okay, modified, and new file. Okay, looks good. All git commit added the ticket lists page. Okay, that is done as well. So in our Trello board, one more task less. So what we can do now is our ticket listing page UI is done. Let's do the ticket landing page. This is a little bit exciting too. Okay, the ticket listing list is done. So let's work on our display ticket and reply ticket, which should looks something like this one. So we'll have a quick ticket conversation, the quick ticket detail, close ticket button, and the conversation history and the reply button. So it's gonna be a little bit or slightly different from what it looks here. So let's work on something like this. So let's go to our ticket here and let's start creating a page. So first I will go to our page here and I will create a ticket folder. Simply I'll say ticket only and create a file called ticket.page.js, and this is also React arrow functional component. And here we will have again few things from React Bootstrap. We definitely need container, row and column, and let's do container, row and col for our page breadcrumb. Let's import our page breadcrumb, and the page props we'll be passing is ticket because this is individual ticket. So I'm just gonna say ticket and then close it. This one is not imported yet. Let's import, save that file. Let's view this one through our app.js. As you know already, we have to comment this out just because we are going to use React router in next video. Till then we are just doing the view only. Okay, so let's import this ticket here as well. Save the file. Now this one should be updated to our ticket page. Okay, so seems like we did not provide the correct parameter. Okay, let's go, not ticket, that's not the variable. We should be passing string. Okay, we got the ticket here. So we need some information here and close button here. So we need 2 column. Let's work on that. Create 1 row with 2 column. One is here. I'm gonna have I think subject, and we're gonna need 3 of this one. Subject, if I'm not wrong. Subject, ticket open date and status. I'll just say date and plus, I'll just create for now. I'm not sure if I'm gonna use it or not. So Yeah, I'll just put, okay, so where are we gonna get that? Let's say, let's put something so that it displays on the screen. Let's create another column on the button here. Close ticket. So we need button here. Let's keep the variant. I'm gonna give outlined info, not outlined, sorry, outline info. Outline, oh you deal. Oh, okay, button, and the basic info is done. The information here will be based on a individual ticket. So here we need to find a way to get the individual ticket. Basically what happens when we integrate with our API, we on page load, we will fetch the data from the server, from the API, and then update to our component. But in our case here, testing, what we can do, basically import, go to assets, go to data, and go to dummy data. This is the tickets, list of tickets. So we'll just get one ticket for now. Once ticket equals to get the first ticket from the array. Okay, this is, we got the predefined tickets here. We're just pulling one ticket out of our list of ticket here. Okay, let's use that ticket and say subject is ticket.subject. Just want to copy this one basically. Issue date, I think, and detail or details. Okay, status, edit on, sorry. We need those ones. So I need status and the so we got that information here. So okay, we got that information here. I just want to get here class name, font, text, weight boulder, and text secondary. Okay, and let's push this ticket to the right. So simply give a class name of text right. Oh, should push the ticket to the right here. Okay, the top part is done. Now we need the conversation part and the bottom part. So we'll make one component for this conversation part and one component for this the submit button part. So we will make a component. Let's create a component first and create a folder called message history, and inside create a file called message history.comp.js, and inside again usual stuff. So we will receive a message here that we are going to display like that. So I'm going to write in short form message. Let's get props type as well, types, and then quickly do the MSC is the object. So let's do props type dot object dot is required, so that if there is anything we can see in our console, any problem. Okay, so here what we're gonna need is I'm gonna give a class name history just for now, and in our message we have two sections. One is a message section, one is the the sender message section, and one is the actual message section. I'm going to create another div with send class name. This is the message in the one side, and the other side we will have a message of actually message. And inside here we have a sender, and another one will have a date. So, and this is the actual message. We need a message history. So this is what we're gonna need in, let's just simply put something so that we see something on the screen. Let's import message history in our ticket page in new row. Okay, we're gonna have some warning here. Just ignore that for now. We got something showing here, but we don't have the actual message right in our ticket. So let's go to a ticket and create some message there. First ticket. In our first ticket, so here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a object property called history. History means the history of the communication, and this is array because we will have a list of the object of every conversation. So here I'm gonna keep the date. For example, I'm just gonna keep some quick data. I'm gonna do it quickly and then I'll explain you. Okay, this is going to happen. So every response has a message and date and who messaged it. Is that client or operator? So let's make 3 or 4 of this copy, or 3 enough. So client, let's say operator, and client. So this is the message in history. So that means we have this message conversation in our ticket here. So which we can see by simply message here. Let's pass that ticket, this ticket, and we access the history portion and send it to message history. And here we can console log and see if we are getting. Okay, let's see the error now. Okay, see we have the message coming, right? This type is supply array, but message stress set object. Okay, mine to be array this one. I just put by mistake that object. Okay, we got that message. Now let's print it out here. So we can see, now we need to map it. Okay, if there is nothing coming on the map, simply see, then return null, just to be in safe side. And now we need to map here. So we don't need the closing bracket because JavaScript still. So MSG is an array. We can map it and we get the row, and we also get row, and we also get index of that row. And let's return this whole thing here. And remember that every time you loop any elements, you need to provide that main container a key property must be unique. That's for React, so that whenever you update the React component, React knows which tree to update. It doesn't allow like this, so you have to put if, like old style. Okay, now he's happy. Okay, we have a data coming, I can see that. So what we need is from row, we are getting row from here. From row we need row dot, what's this, sender, I think. Let's quickly have a look. Sender, message, and message by. Sender is the sender, date is date, and message is dot message. Actually, this is not sender, it's a message by, and I think we need pretty much that for now. Let's see what data gonna come here. Okay, we got client operator date message. Okay, now let's fix this one using CSS. We have given the classes here, so let's use some utility classes first to fix this part. One side of these two divs. So the sender, I'll make font weight same font like similar to this one. So I'm gonna say font weight bold, and text. Okay, save that. Okay, this part is done. Hang on, I need this to be on to margin top 2 or 3 so that I can see the separation. Okay, and now we need to push this message on the other side. Or we need to, okay, we wanted to make alternation. So if client shows this side, if operator shows this side, and the message switch over. So what we can do that is, first let's go send message. They are both in message history. Let's create some style sheet for this. We're gonna need a little bit of CSS here, so I'm gonna create a file called style.css and import that first. Import this file here. The file name is message history.css, and now let's go to the CSS file and we will apply CSS from here first. Message history. The first thing first, they need to be in two side by side showing. So we use flexbox to fix that problem. Flex row, flex direction row, and justify content space between. So this one will push the message to the other side. And now that part is done. Let's do the alternation part now. So alternation part, we use pseudo selector. So message history, the nth child, even means every second one. So what we're going to do is display, oops, we want this, right? But this, we want row reverse, so that way it just changes from left to right. I mean, starting from this way, it will change from that way. So this is how we have the alternation. And okay, and let's give some styling to our message box. What's the class name for it? Message. Okay, let's give some style to our message. First thing first, I want padding. I want padding 1 rem, and then width I want to take up to 80% of this parent width, and we need a radius of the border radius as well, so that we can see it's a box. Border, I'm gonna give 1 pixel solid, and this a light gray. Okay, that's not solid. Okay, now we got that thing. Let's get this corner rounded a little bit. So border radius 0.25 rem. Okay, we got little nice round corner. Okay, let's put some more gap here. I want some space. Oh, let's go to ticket component here and margin top 4. Okay, that is pretty much, this is how it's gonna continue. Every time you have a new message, it will come down here. So let's now work on the reply part button here. So let's go and work on that. So what I want to do is, I just want to separate with HR first, and we will need a row again. So but we will have our another component for reply message. Okay, what I'm gonna do, let's create another component. Go to component folder. Let's create a component called update ticket or reply ticket, maybe update ticket. Create a file. It's a component, and again, a function is a React component. Okay, here we're gonna need few things. Import React strap. We need form and the button. So we only need a input. So first I'll put the form from dot label. So just say that reply and then we'll put form dot control. For the input, just name detail, and this is as a text area, so you need to say area, and you probably want to have a bigger, like a 5 maybe, and self-closing tag, and then I'm gonna create a button here. Button reply variant info, and just give a type submit. Okay, let's see how it looks. Let's bring this one in our ticket page as well here. So we just need to import that. Let me take the advantage of the extension. Yeah, it's updated goal and rows. This is self-closing for now. Okay, reply is here. Let's put this little bit down and to the right. So let's create a div so that we can push to the right. Let's put the button here. Save it. Now it will push to the right, and we give margin top, give 5 as well, maybe too much, 4, and I'll just keep some message here. That's a little bit too high, so maybe margin top 3 and margin bottom as well 3. And I want some text message here, message just above the form control. We can provide form.text. We'll give you a little nice text. Please apply your or update the ticket. So this is the one gonna show up here, and this is the message and reply button. All right. Okay, guys. That's any error so far? Okay, no error. Okay, so we need to get the value from this form. Let's quickly get the value from this form. So in our ticket page, let's create a state for us to hold the value of this message here, so that when we reply it, it will send through the API to update the ticket. So let's create a message called, a state called message, and set message, and the initial value is none, just empty. We have a message, and now we can pass message on our update ticket as well as MSC. It's a string, and let's receive that here, string, and let's call the props type as well. I'm just copying pasting because it's the same thing here. We need that for here as well. So that's the update ticket. Also receives the message. It's now string type. Oops. string. Okay, so I just copied this one and that one and updated for this component. So that means string coming here, and this one goes for the value on our form control. And if you don't provide on change event and give value without it, it's gonna win. So we put handle on change. Let's test in our props type. This one is now function is required as well. FNC, yeah. And we haven't passed this one yet. Let's receive first, and let's go and pass here. And let's create on the top. We have not created yet. So let's create here. So we will receive message. Every time we receive message, we can set message here. And that is a dot value. Now you should know by now this one. And since we have updated value, we need to have a use effect. And we don't need any function to run. We just need to make sure every time this message updates, the component updates. And use effect must be imported from React, as well as use state. Okay, now so this function must be passed through the component here, which we have, and the message is not the string. We have to pass the variable. So that's the variable. Save it. Let's see console. Okay, no error, just a warning. So that means we can type it, and okay, that's just still updating. Now we can type, and later on we'll have a on submit. Let's provide on submit as well, but there will be no action at the moment because we need to create our API for that. Okay, okay, let's create a function here called on submit. On submit, not gonna do anything, maybe just say alert submitted. This is where we are going to have to integrate our API and pass this one as a props through here, and we need to receive it. Here, destructure the object and check our static type, props types, so that we are safe. And on the form here, on submit event, invoke this function. Oh, it's that double name. Yeah. Now we can even check that one by doing here message, and if you submit, the form submitted. There you go, guys. We did quite a lot of work. I'm not sure if you can feel it, but I can feel it. Okay, so what next? I think we pretty much finished with in terms of the ticket, in terms of the UI. What's that? We got the ticket summary, the message, why coming subject. Let's quickly have a look. Something wrong there. What we supposed to have? Subject, ticket open, subject, and status. That looks a little bit better. Okay, close ticket. Okay, so this is all will be integrated with our API. So okay, then looks like our ticket landing page is done as well, guys. Congrats for making this far. If you are following along from beginning, you are awesome. Okay, now what we gotta do is push to our repo, right? Again, I'm not gonna do cleanup and anything at the moment, so it's already long enough. We can definitely have another session like a code refactor another session like code refactor, another session for code refactor. If you want, you can write in comment section below, and then I'll go and refactor for you. Otherwise, you can refactor the code and you can send me a repo and I can have a look for you if you want to. Okay, so now let's get modified, edit. Okay, git add all git commit added and git push. Oops. Let it push to our Git repo, and let's confirm that our repo is updated. So okay, I can see 4 days old only. Let me, okay, there you go, 30 seconds ago. So all of our updated codes are in here. You can see 44 seconds ago and so on. Okay guys, let me see what else. Okay, now we can reduce our this one there as well. Beautiful. These are the done tasks, guys. Now in the next tutorial we are going to add React router. Now you can see we are just loading all the page from app.js one by one. This is not how you do it. I just wanted to make it separate so that you understand one thing better at one time, and then once you know how to do things, then you can do any way you like later on. So later on, what we're going to happen is that we're going to integrate React router, and we're going to navigate the page using React router. Okay, I think I use React router more than it has alphabet in its name. Okay, so the next thing, what we're going to do is definitely again React router. I'm going to put in doing. So we're going to make a React router edit on our application and make application smooth. So if you want to, let's say, view ticket listing, we have to comment the ticket out and then ticket list uncomment and save the file, and the page will update. So now if we uncomment all of these file, let's uncomment all of them first. What happens now is that all the page will load in one page from top to bottom. Now you can see that login page in order are we putting here. So this is not what we want, right? So what we have to do is that we are going to use React router DOM to handle and manage our router. So this one is this one here. So you go to reactrouter.com and then you read through it if you want to, and it is very powerful package that help you to manage your routing. So we're going to install React router, and also since we are using bootstrap, React bootstrap, so we are going to use React router bootstrap as well. I'll tell you in a minute why we want to use this one as well. So let's install both of them. So now I want to stop the application running from, and I'll say npm install React router DOM and React router bootstrap. Let's hit enter and we wait. Okay, it's installed. So basically what we have to do is that we have to wrap everything inside the router, and the menu link has to be passed through the link. And when you receive inside the app.js, we have to wrap the component inside the router and you define the path. Okay, let me show you how it's done. So okay, our packages are installed. So let's do npm run again, and first let's open our header file where our menu are. So okay, let me close that. So what React router suggests us is that we wrap everything in the link, all the menu, so this way. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to comment this out first because we're going to need it later, because I want to show you something. And now I want to import this link from React router DOM like so here. So we only need link here, we don't need rest of them. So we import link component from React router DOM and we wrap all of them inside the link. Instead of the nav.link is from the bootstrap, React bootstrap, but the link is from the React router DOM. Let's change nav.link to just link. Instead of href, we need two attribute. Save that, and now this part is done. And what we have to do is that now we need all of this imported in our app.js. Let's import that in our app.js. We'll just import just right under the React. And so what we need, this one, is that we need to wrap everything inside the router. So let's go inside the div and open and close the router and wrap everything in the router. Leave the div, and then now the rest of the menu we need to route inside the switch. Sorry, wrap inside the switch. Switch will basically switch your page based on your incoming request. So wrap inside it and save. So what happens every time you come in new request, the switch will switch between which page you want to load. To do that, we need the router now. So the route. So what route does is that route will define which path you want to load for that component. For example, if you want to load entry only, so you need to tell route what's the path. Path equals to, it's a home page. So we just need slash and we just wrap the component. And this way, now every time you go to slash, you will get entry only. And let's go see in our app. Now you can see. So I want to put this one all the way at the bottom here. Okay, and let's wrap all of this one in the route as well and give them their own path. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do 4 copy of this one. And I want dashboard. And I want the path is dashboard. And I want ticket, add ticket page should be load. Add ticket page should load when the route is a ticket, and the ticket listing page should load when the URL is tickets, and then the individual tickets should load when we have a ticket, and also we have the ticket ID. So this is the parameter. This is how you pass parameter from the URL. So this is the URL path, and this is the parameter. So because since we are going to have individual ticket, we need to get individual ticket based on the ID. Okay, and let's save that. And we don't need this one. Just delete that. This is just the space putting by the editor. Okay, now let me put this one back for now. I just want to show you something. What just above the default layout. Okay, now we are in by default on the root directory. We are on the login page. So if we go /dashboard, okay, it's not routing because we have to provide exec for this, because every time we are in root directory, it's just pulling the entry page. So let's save that. And now dashboard is loaded. So if you are in the home directory, I mean, if you are on the main root, you load the login page. Now if you do dashboard, goes to dashboard. If you do ticket, goes tickets, and you can do back as well, and it will go back where you were before. Now you can handle that one from menu. It's a bit messed up. I'll talk about it in a minute. So click dashboard, you are in dashboard, click ticket. Okay, it's not working. Let's see why. Anything in our console is defined. Okay, nothing. Okay, that's my extension. So basically, let's go make sure. Okay, because they all dashboard here, we're supposed to have tickets. This one, tickets, and then this one's supposed to be okay. Logout is we don't need any route because we are going to use function to log us out instead of the any route. Okay, so only dashboard and tickets. So when we click on tickets now we are loading tickets. When you click on dashboard, now we are loading on dashboard, and then we can again do back and forth. And in the mobile view as well, it's working, but you realize that the menu is not collapsing. This is the reason we need to use something called the React Router Bootstrap. What it does is that the React Router Bootstrap is kind of bridge between React and React Router DOM and the React Bootstrap. So if we wrap using this one, any link like this one, it will preserve all the behavior of nav.link and also provide the access to the component like a link from the React router. So to do that, what we need to do is simply we need to wrap the component. So let's import from React Router Bootstrap. We need to import link container here, and we wrap these links. So we are no longer using direct link from the React Router DOM, but what we're going to use, let me comment this out and uncomment the other one that we initially had. And we're going to wrap this individual link element inside the link container. So that way we will have all the feature of nav.link as well as we will have the feature of link. So let's do that. So I'm going to open up the link container. We're going to need 3 of them. So let's copy each and put it inside. I'm just going to copy and put them in each. Okay, we don't need for the logout, we don't need anything because again we are not using nav function to log us out. So, and now the href will go to link container, and instead href we will have 2 now. So we don't need this space. So again, this one is not needed, and go to the link container and do 2. Where we're going is the tickets. Now save it. When we do this one, now let's see. Yeah. See, now the function has been, the feature of the React Bootstrap is still there. Now you can see it's collapsible we are in the dashboard, and click ticket, we are in the ticket. And if you have realized, the active menu is highlighted. So this means we are taking the benefit of React Router DOM and the React Bootstrap using the React Router Bootstrap package. So we don't need link here now. I'm just going to take it out and save it. So that is all with the heading. I'm going to close the heading for now. Actually not. Okay, this one is done heading. Let's log out. Every time we click log out, let's log us out. Go to the login page. So what we can do from React Router DOM, we have something called use history. We can use this function. Let's do const. You have to define like so. And then now history has a method called push. Let's say create a function called log me out. Is a function that basically what happens is that history.push will push you to the URL which you provide here. In our case, we want to go to our login page, entry page. So let's save that and pass this function on our logout button. Where is here? We don't need this. And let's do on click event here. On click event. So whenever we click on logout, invoke this function log me out, and then we have a use history method coming from React Router DOM, and we're using that to push us to this path. Now let's try when we log out. Now we are in login. So let's go / dashboard. Now all the routes are working, and then when we click logout, going log into the login page. So if you see that every time we type on our URL, we can access to the we access to the dashboard and tickets page, which is not right, because if you are not logged in, you shouldn't be able to have any access to login here. So what we can do, we can create a private router and protect this router, which requires login. So what we do, let's create a component. Let's handle this one with the component. So let's go to our component and create a folder name called private route, and inside private route, create a component called private route.comp.js, and inside we're going to create React error function called private route. And here as a props, we're going to receive a props which includes children, and we destructure that, and then the rest of the other component we just get into rest here. So what we're doing is that from the props which is coming to the private route, we are destructuring children, and rest of them we're keeping in the rest. So here we need to import React router DOM here again. So here what we need is the route and the redirect. Yeah, so now we don't need div, we can simply pass the route straight away here. And okay, the route is self-closing component. So but here what we're going to do, we're going to render the component, which component we want to send to. So simply say render is the object. Let's run the anonymous function that does few things here. So before doing that, let's create a variable called once is auth equals to, let's say true for now. So what is I'm doing here is that I am making a fake variable that says you are logged in, so is auth. So this is this part will be handled once we finish with our API section where we implement all our login and authentication. So we will grab whether actually logged in or not correctly. But for now, just to make our router working, let's assume this is auth is actually working, and this is like a you are logged in. So if you are logged in, we render, okay, let's do ternary here. So if you are logged in is true, so let's render this child component. Other than that, we redirect to where? To our login page, which is the entry home page, and close that. So this is self-closing tag again. I don't need the component again. I don't need that closing component, and save that. Okay, now so I'll just quickly go over here. So this one we are assuming we are logged in, saying is auth true. So and inside here we're creating private route component which takes the props of children and there are anything you want to send to, and we're returning a route which is the React router component, and then we're rendering the component. Either if authentication is true, we're rendering the component that we send through the private router, otherwise we're redirecting to our login page. So let's go inside, let's take this component to our app.js and pass the children component here. Dashboard, add ticket, ticket listing, and ticket, individual ticket, they are all private routes. So let's change this route, all of them, and to private route. And we need to, of course, import it like so here. Where is it? Okay, here. My extension imports it, guys. So if you don't have that set up, then you probably have to import, which is like this. I'll quickly show you anyway. Component, private route, and then private route.com. So that's how you do it. And then I save the file. Now let's check here. So everything should work as usual. Dashboard, ticket. No, it's not working. Hang on a second. Okay, it's loading all the pages down here again. Let's see what happened. Okay, before we look into that one, see this default layout. I want to take this one in our private route as well, because this default layout comes with the menu and the footer. So we only want that one in those private routes. So we don't need here. Let's take this one to private route as well. And let's wrap these children inside this layout. And of course we need to import here that one. There you go, import it, and let's save it. Oops, what happened? Forgot the bracket, and save that. And now it's all fixed. Okay, now if we go to home page, Just the login page. There is no header, no footer now, because we are only giving default layout to the private route. And now let's do dashboard. We can still access to dashboard. Now we can go to ticket as well, but this is not protected yet because we have said we are all logged in. Let's say we are not logged in. Let's do false. So that means you are not logged in, so you cannot go to any of those private router anymore. So if you try to go dashboard, it will reroute back to the login page. And again, if you go to ticket page, it will reroute back to the login page again. So that is private route. Guys, there is a lot more to integrate here in the future, because we still have to in the future integrate with API, where we will be testing our login information and getting the JWT and the storing in our local storage, and then validating every time you try to access the page. So guys, stay tuned. That will be in the next tutorial, not next, in the future tutorial. Okay, let's go on. So from here, the private route is done, so we don't need this part in our header.js. Let me save that. In the header.js, let's turn it to in the private component, let's make it true so that we have access to our other page. Now we can close it because we want to access to our dashboard. Now I want to do a few things. We have a button add new ticket here, and also in the ticket page here. So let's add the function that we can, every time we click on those button, we should go into the add new ticket page. So it's pretty simple. What we can do is, I'm going to copy this link. Go to the dashboard first. Dashboard. Here we need to import a link from React Router DOM, and we use that link to wrap the button, this button, add new ticket, and simply wrap it with provide where to the path. We are going to add a ticket route, which is this one, a ticket, and close it and wrap the whole button. Save that. Now when you click this button, now we are taken to the add new ticket form. Great. Let's do same thing in this button as well. So simply I'm going to copy this, and we are in ticket listing page. Let me close this, and let's open the ticket listing page, and let's import here. We need to import that component from React Router DOM, and again wrap the button, not close ticket. Where is it? Okay, not in the ticket page. It's ticket listing page, right? Ticket list page. There you go, not this one. So again, we need to import that link from our React Router DOM and wrap that button. Where is that button? Add new ticket button inside the link again, and pass to property to y plus add ticket, and close that and wrap whole button again. Just the button, not the call. Okay, and save that. Okay, busy resources log last time. Okay, I think I misspelled that. React Router DOM. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Okay, now when we click this button, now we got to our add new ticket form. So we are routing to that page. So we got dashboard, we got ticket URL, we got add new ticket, and now we need one more. Logout will take you to home again, and we still have that inner page, that inner component exchange. And again, let's go back dashboard. And what I want to do, we should be able to click on individual ticket and go to the ticket landing page. Let's do that. So let's wrap these subjects in our link again. So this one, if you remember, it's coming from our ticket listing component. So basically what I'm doing, guys, is that Control P to do search, page search, and simply I'm searching whichever page I want to search. So I want ticket table component, and this is the one we need to wrap it. So first let's import the link, and we wrap our subject. We definitely provide the destination where you want to go. So the link is like this. So ticket, we need to go to ticket / the ID. So let's follow that. So here I want to use the template literal string, where I can simply type a string, and I can also put the output the value. So we need ID. So output the value, you need $, and the open and close curly bracket and the variable. So that way you close this, and then it's a JavaScript. We need to close with the curly bracket again. And let's close this component, and let's wrap to this value. So this is the displaying value, and this is the URL path. Let's save that. And now you can see the table is updated. It's blue. The default browser behavior with the hover, the pointer. Now when you click it, see the URL comes with the ID of the value we put here. So let's go back again. If you go, another one is 3. So we only have static data here. That's why it's only coming same thing. But what we want to do now is, instead of clicking anywhere, still getting the same landing page, because what we are doing here is, let's go to the landing page. We're done here. Let's go to the landing page, which is this one. Here we are just getting only one ticket from the list, and then we just displaying regardless whatever the ID coming. So let's grab this ID first, and then we will get the ticket from our dummy ticket list. Where is it? Let me quickly see. We have ID in our dummy ticket. So based on that parameter, we get that specific ticket, and we update here. Let's do that, because in the future what's going to happen is that every time we load the page, we will grab the, we don't need this, we will grab the parameter, and we will call our ticket API to get the ticket detail and update the ticket detail here. So that will be integrated after the API part is done. But for now, just to make sure this one updates based on this value, let's grab the value and update this rest of the message based on our dummy ticket listing. Let's go to ticket component. Ticket page. Okay, we are just getting one static ticket. First thing first, let's get the parameter. I want to just put here like that, and we are in the ticket page. Okay, so let's import React Router DOM here, and we need use params. Yeah, we need use params. When we do use params, what we can do is that now we can grab this value. So this value, if you remember, this value is coming as TID. Let's make D capital. Sorry, I capital. TID. So anything after this slash comes as a TID parameter. So let me do here. So I'll do const TID, which I just showed you, from use param method, comes from the React Router DOM. Now we can simply print this one somewhere here on the top of the ticket and see what is coming. Oh, actually, let's put it in front of the ticket or above the ticket so that we can just see next to the. All right, this is not coming here. Let's see why. Make sure we pass all the rest. Oh, we need to pass this rest of the props to the component, otherwise we are not getting anything. So to do that, just open close curly bracket and say pass this rest of the props to our component. And now there you go, we can see 6. Let's go back to 1, we get 1. Let's go back to random, we get that value based on here. So regardless what you put, now we're going to get that. But okay, so we got that ticket number. So now what we're gonna do, based on that ID, we're going to go grab that ticket related to that ID. I mean, ticket that has that ID. Okay, now we don't need to do anything here. Let's close that. Ticket listing page. What we have to do here? Okay, let's ticket landing page here. Okay, here we already have a ticket dummy ticket array coming here. So let's write a quick a couple line of code which returns the ticket. Okay, so what I want to do, instead of passing ticket like this statically here, I want to create another registered ticket. Let's say ticket and set ticket here. Set ticket. Oh, set, not set. Ticket, and in use we will write a code here. The code, whatever you write here, will run only once. Every time you loads the component, before loading the component, it's like if you have done React in like a old style using class base, it works like a component did mount and component will mount. So here what we're doing is basically every time the component is loading in initial phase, we are getting that the parameter we have here, let's say ticket ID, and based on that ticket ID, we are going to grab the ID from our list. So in the future, we will call the API, but from now we call from our dummy list. So what we can do, simply we run through the loop, this ticket. Let's do for loop. Okay, so if you don't know what's happening here, is that for comes with like at least need 3 sets of information. You need to, let's say, define variable starting point is 0, and total length of the loop that you're going to run is the number of the item you have in this array, and then you want to increase the number of I increase the value of I, so that you are checking the next element in the array. So inside what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna do condition if the we have the ticket, that's not ticket, okay, that must be tickets dot length, and what I'll do here, if tickets the ith position will return the, maybe I'll open this one as well so that you guys can see what I mean. So every time we run the loop, we will refer to this one as 0 index, this one is as 1 index. So that is, we're defining that which position, and inside this is now become this object, and from this object we go to the ID property. So go to .id equals to, I'm doing only double equals to because I'm not checking the data type because they are coming as a string when you do parameter. So just do this for now, is if when you go through the loop, if you found this ID somewhere in this list here, what I want to do is I want to set the ticket, that whole row, and I want to continue. What continue does is that it will break out the loop. So that means if you find that matching value, then it will exit the loop, so you don't have to loop through more on the next step. So why is complaining? Because so this should be tickets, so this is the one we are looping through, tickets.id. If that's the same thing, then this ticket. Don't get confused between ticket and tickets. Tickets is the list of ticket, and ticket is individual ticket that is selected. So we need to pass the same value as this one here, and now the individual ticket will be passed on to ticket. Continue and save that, and there is an error. What it's saying, parsing error, unexpected token. Okay, oops, because this one we are not running in the parameter. So this is like an anonymous function, guys. This should be run inside this curly bracket. Sorry about that. And save. So it's complaining that the message saying React Hook effect has a missing dependency TID. You can provide that one. here to clear that error. Oh, not error, that's a warning. Okay, now when you save it, now it should pull the ticket based on which one we after. So let's do, that's the list of the ticket. We click on the ticket. Now this is the information. Just remember one thing, that we only have message history conversation in ticket 1, but in ID 2 and ID 3, rest of them does not have that message in the history information. So that's why we see the conversation history here. But if we go back and go to ticket 2, there is no history. You only have the ticket overview and the reply button here. But in the future, when you reply, it will have the history message here, like in ticket 1 has. That means the function is working fine. Okay, now we got the ticket landing as well. So I don't want this. Let's remove that. Save that. And so far, I think that's pretty much we need to do or know at this stage before we are integrating with API and the Redux. But now what we have to do is, I think I didn't make a list. What should we do? Let me quickly check, guys. Let's go to the beginning. Okay, first we are in the login page, and then let's say we are logged in. That functionality has to be integrated after we complete our API section, and we will integrate Redux and then make this login function work. Now we can go /dashboard. Yeah, dashboard works fine. Ticket works fine. Add new ticket works fine. Oops, that home shouldn't be there. I don't like that, but we will think about that in the future. And the ticket detail page works fine as well. And this button will work. This button will be integrated with our API. So in the future, again, with the API and then Redux. So I think there you go, guys. Pretty much we're done. Let's see if there is any mess in our console. Let me make it a little bigger so that we can see the console properly. Let's start from home. See if it throws any error. Let's go to dashboard again. I'm just checking if it throws any error anyway. Ticket, all good. A new ticket, that's fine. The console and home, log out, go back, yeah, and the ticket listing. Oops, it's saying, okay, warning props, MSC is marked as required in message history, but value is undefined. Beautiful. So let's go to ticket page, ticket landing page, and this is complaining where we have sent MSC is sending here. So history. Okay, you know what we can do? Because ticket 1 has a history, but ticket 2 does not have a history, right? So then what we can do, simply we wrap all this component. Say if we have the ticket.history, then load this one. Okay, now let's go ticket again. Okay, this has a history, it's loading. Let's go back and click on the one that does not have a history. Okay, it doesn't load, there's no error. There you go, that fixed as well. And that's what, again, I think, guys, that's pretty much it about this. What I'm gonna do, let's quickly push this one to our repo. Okay, anything deleted, all modified, and then edit. Okay, git add all, git commit message react router DOM edit, that's it, and git push boom. Okay, let's quickly look into our Trello board. So this is our Trello board. So today we're supposed to be doing building a CRM ticket system API backend. So I can see we have integrate backend API task, but we forgot to create the task for create backend. So let's add a card here, backend API, or rather RESTful API. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. There are so many parts within this API, so we will do one by one. So let's start working on it. Actually, I want to add a few more tasks here. So what I'm gonna do, I'll say and create user router, and we also need to create ticket router. So what we're gonna do now, first we'll set up our project today and this video, and the next video we will create our user router, and then another video we'll do ticket router. And then from the create user router, we will have to integrate with our database and then respond all the required data. So let's first thing what I want to do now is okay, I want to open a folder. So I'm in my CRM ticket system folder. Yeah, what I want to do is I want to open a folder called CRM, okay, client API. I'll just say client API for now, and I want to open this folder in my VS Code so that we can start writing our project. So let's minimize that, and okay, my VS Code has opened here. So first thing, we have to start initializing our project. So open up the terminal, and what we're going to do is we're going to initialize our project. Just make sure that you have your node installed. Simply check your node version by typing node-v. I'm using v12.18. If you are using any latest version than this one, everything should be working. Okay, so what I want to do first is that let's initialize the project. So do npm init, and then it will ask you a few options to fill up. So here it's asking me, should I put the package name client-API? That's our project name, or you want to rename something. So I just want to leave as it is, and version 1, leave as it is. Description, you can write something or leave it. I'll just write down API for CRM client side app. And then I want to, as an entry point, I want to put app.js. I don't need any test command, and Git repository is not ready yet, but later once we finish our task today, I will push this code to Git repository so that you can have a look as well. Okay, keywords no need. Author, I'll write down then code, no license for now. Is it okay? So as soon as I hit yes, it will create the package.json file here. You can see the name of the application, version, description, main, and then the author. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to install few packages. We need few packages to run the application. So okay, before you do that, you see the main is app.js. Let's create that folder. Create that file here on the root folder. So create app.js and hit enter. And here just write down console.log and say got hit, and save this file. And just to make sure our node is all working, you just on our console go and do node and type the app.js file. So if you see the console got hit here, that means our node is working. So if you change something else here, it will, again, you need to run that and it will console that out. That means our node is working with that for our API. So let's add up more packages. Okay, before anything else, I want to install the package called Express. Express will handle our all routing. So let's do npm. If you are using yarn, you can use yarn 8, but I'm using npm, that's fine. So I'm gonna do npm I express. Along with Express, there are a few more packages I want to install. Let me quickly show you what I'm going to install. So I want to install body parser. What it does is that it will parse all the incoming HTTP request into a object form so that we can access it. And we are going to install course. So basically this is the short form of cross origin resources. So basically what it does is that this package will prevent from your API to access from the other browser unless you have authorized. When we are writing code in the future, I'll explain more in detail about it. And another one, I want to use Helmet. Helmet will provide you some pre-built, in-built security, which is good to have. This one takes a lot of headache out of you. So if you want to know more about it, definitely you can check in their web page here. And another one we're going to use is Morgan. Morgan is just a logger, so it will log out the every request you send to API. So let's install them as well. So let me put it away. So I'm gonna say Express body parser course helmet and Morgan. So hit enter and it will install all the file and it will update our dependency here. Soon you'll see the dependency here in this file. There you go. Our course, Express, helmet and Morgan are installed, and these are the version that we are going to use now. Okay, our package installation is done. So let's go to our app.js. So let's start building our app on the entry file. So basically what we're going to do is that we're going to import our Express. Let's do const express equals to require express, and let's give it const app for the express function. And if you do like that, and here if you do app.listen and you define the port here. Okay, we haven't defined the port yet. Let's go define the port first. I want to, let's say here, I want to say const port equals to, okay, when we push this code in production, we might not have a fixed port. So in order to be in the safe side, we can simply do process dot env dot port. That means if we are in the if we have a port available in our environment variable, we use that. Otherwise we will use 3001, and same port we're going to use in our listen here. And we have a error function saying, we can say now here console.log. We can, okay, I'm gonna do template string saying that API is ready on http:// local host colon, that's for the now port. So the port number we have already defined up there, so let's give as a variable name here port. So if you save that and if you run the application node, we're telling node to run our app file app.js. When you hit enter, now it's saying there you go, API is running in this URL. So if you click on this one here, control and click, you see here it's saying get is cannot get. Let me explain you what happened here quickly. Basically our app is working. Since we haven't defined our URI, any path here to handle it, it's saying it cannot get. So let's do one thing. So what we can do, simply say app.use. App.use allow you to add middleware. If you don't know what is middleware are basically the function they execute during the request lifecycle. So basically you can access the request or response object in the middleware and you can modify them. So here simply we say, let's say when you are in the root directory, we always receive a request, response, and next. These three things are you always receive with every request. And this is again error function. And if you say res.json, I'll say, let's say message is hi there, and save the file. And now do again. Now we need to stop this one because we need to, since our file is updated, now we need to rerun the application. Node app.js, it's throwing error. So why throwing error? Because these are the sorry, so this three parameter should be in one bracket, and this is like just the extra, I don't know where it came from. Just save the file. So app.use will allow us to do the operation inside here. So inside this function, so this is the URI path, and this is the property you're going to get from the router, especially from the Express, and then based on that one we can execute our code here. So I wrote req for request, you can write full request here, or same thing res for response for the response header, and next. So don't worry about the next at the moment. I just wanted to tell you that you can put that. So let's remove the on for now and just save it. And when you go to our URL, okay, before you go to our URL, let's run it again. Now it's saying hi there, so it's working. Okay, so you realize that every time we make change here, we have to rerun the application every time, which is super duper inconvenient. You guys can already see that how it is inconvenient for us to rerun the server every time we make change. We make change here, like for example, if you want to make some changes here and then save it, the file does not update. So even if we refresh here, it will not make any change because our server has not restarted. So this is very like inconvenient. So what we can do is that simply we can use something called MERN. I'll just quickly show you what is that. MERN is basically designed to reload your server or refresh your server every time you save the file. This is the package we're going to use, MERN. So it's pretty simple to use. So I already have installed MERN in my system. So let me stop the application, and then if I do MERN v, I have already installed MERN in my system as a global package. If you don't have in your system, you can install as a global, or you can install as your package dependency for this project only. So to do that, you simply here shows you how to do it. If you want to install globally, run this command, or if you want to use the MERN as a dev dependency, you can use this one. Okay, and now simply what we can do, instead of node and app name, we can do MERN app. So instead of every time we're doing node.app.js, so we're going to do MERN.app.js and hit the enter. Now you can see the difference. It's basically watching if any file has been changed. Now let's see what's in there. It's saying here hi there, right? So if we, let's say, put some text here and then save the file, it will change the file. And now if you see down here, it's saying restarting due to changes. So it detects that we changed some files. So now we can simply refresh it and see the difference. So we are not going to use browser to access our APIs. What we're going to use is something called Postman. Postman is a tool that allow you to make a HTTP request for your API. So it's free to use. You download this one. I mean, this is what I use. If you are using anything else as a tool to make a external API call, you can use if you have any already. If not, we can use Postman. I already have downloaded. So when you open the Postman, this is what it looks like. So now I don't need the browser, so I'm gonna close this all and put it down. So here, okay, so this is our URL path, and yeah, so you can, Postman simply allow you to make any type of request. So we are going to use get request for now, and then our port is 3001. When you hit enter, you said hi there and whatever we have typed here. So let's say if we remove that one and if save the file, the MERN will update the file, refresh the server. If we do request again, it will make change here. So MERN is very easy to use. So to make us even easier, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna update the package.json folder. We don't need test script, so I'm gonna do start, and then inside here I'm gonna say, hey node MERN, run the app.js please, and save it. Not MERN. Okay, now let's simply do npm start, and it will start our application. Oops, sorry about the misspelling. I'm bad speller. So npm start. Now it's ready. If you do send the request, it's saying hi there, and if you change something here again, save it, it will work straight away here. Okay, we are going to use Postman to make a call to our API, and I'll keep this open here, and this one will write the code here. Okay, our basic setup is done. So let's add a few more things that we install here, like chorus, body parser, helmet, and MERN. We already set up the Express, so let's go use the other one. So let's go. First thing I want to use here is the body parser. So import the whatever you want to use, you have to import first. So import body parser, required body parser, and same way we need course require course, and helmet require do the helmet as well. Okay, these three things we're gonna use it. Let's put some security first. So I'll just say API security. So what we're going to do is that app.use, inside there we're going to use helmet. It will help us to have some like initial setup of some security for our API. So definitely check it out in their page, more detail about it. It's really good one. And then we're going to use Chorus setup. Okay, so what we're going to do is again app.use course. Yeah, that's done as well. Okay, we need to import one more thing, Morgan. Let's import that Morgan as well. Import Morgan, and it's just the logger. So do the same thing, app.use Morgan. And now I'll quickly show you how it works, what it does. So every time you send the request, it tells you like where the request is coming from. This is the API, and that's the date of the request, and that's the method, and this is the status code and the time, postman runtime here. Morgan has a few other options you can use. You can use combine, or like normally tiny or combine. So if you use combine, you get basically all of this information that you saw here. If you use tiny, you can only see the like a very minimum information, like you got the get request, the response is 200, and the time taken is 7.286 millisecond. So I'll just leave as a tiny for now. So every time you send, regardless whatever you send here, it will log you out here, and it will tell you what's the method and what is the URI. Okay, let's get back that here, and I'll leave this one as tiny. And now I want to set up the body parser. So body parser, as you already know, will help us to parse our incoming body as an object so that we can access it from the code here. So again, app.use, inside here use body parser dot URL encoded, and inside pass the object called extended true, and the next line again app.use, we need body parser dot JSON as well. Okay, all good now. So everything still works here, and there is the tiny Morgan logger. Okay, this one is done. Now let's create some router. So basically we have two different you know what, before we create the router, let's go create a file called, let me save this file. So we need to know what are the routers we're going to create, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a file called readme.md. Inside here I'm going to write the information about the file, system API. Okay, instead of you guys watching me typing all information here, which is not very super important for you to learn, this is just the information. So what I'll do, I'll quickly type, and then I'll get back to you and explain you what I'm doing here. Okay guys, I already typed it here, so let me make it bigger so that you can see. Let me quickly explain what I did here. This is just the information for you. It's a good habit that you start writing the documentation as well, what you are doing. So okay, yeah, basically what I'm saying is that this is the CRM ticket system. I'm telling information if anybody wants to use it. So I said this is API part of the CRM ticket system, blah 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 series, and then link for the series is, I'm gonna put the link later here once the tutorial is updated to YouTube. And I say I provide information how to use here. Say simply git clone. I'll put the link here later once I have a git repo and npm start. And then make sure I have also put the node that we need node1 in order for you to run the npm start. Otherwise you can do node app.js. And in our resources, API resources, we're going to use two resources. We're gonna need two different resources. One user API resources and the other one ticket resources. In user API, all we need is that basically we're going to have something like this URI. So we go to our website, and then let's say I put B1, because in the future if you want to update our API, we can leave this one as it is and start writing new API with B2, so that we are not disturbing our application. So every time people visit B1/users, it will take us to our user router. So in here, let me make bigger. So these are the router we're going to need in our user. API. So I'm gonna need login, and we're gonna, here I have written this tabular form. So if you see this one looking nice, if you are wondering how I did it, basically when you put like a equal, this is like a column. When you see in the web page in the repo, it will convert into a table. So it's like basically the markdown file. So if you put like the pipe sign, and if you put any content, and with this line and any content, even there is a like not looking nice like this, as long as you have enough number of like a volume from each row, it will, if you save the file, it will turn into this nice looking table here. What we're going to need is, we need login, we need request reset password, and we need reset password, and we need user/id. So these are the method we're going to call to this API, and I just put the progress. They are all to do. Once we're done, we will mark them as done, and I put is private. So these two don't need authentication. So for these three actually, and for this API to access, yes, it's a private. We need to verify that user is logged in. So these are the little description I have written here. And same thing for the ticket API. These are the URI for the APIs. So for each API, I have provided the bobs, progress, and if it is private, yes, they are all private. So we have to make sure that user is logged in before they can, they have like, before they access to these routers. And this is the information I have put here. So I'll definitely, this one you can definitely check in the GitHub repo. So it's not too important to know this thing. I mean, this is good habit, writing the documentation every time you write code, so that let's say if somebody wants to jump in this project and start building up more, it's more easy for them to read and understand how the code is flowing in, which code is doing what. Okay, with that saying, I'm going to close this file. If you want to read more about this one, definitely check the repo. The description in the link for the repo is in the description below. So I'm going to close this now. So let's continue with this one. So basically, we, as you see, oops, hang on. As you see, we're gonna need user router and the ticket router. Let's create them and then leave this tutorial. Okay. So I'm gonna go to our app.js. So here, what I'm gonna do is that instead of creating all the routers here, what I would like to do is that let's create a folder called src, and we put all of our code inside this folder. Inside here, I'm gonna create a folder called routers, and inside the router, I'm gonna need a user router, and also I'm gonna need a ticket router, as you see in our README file. Okay, inside the ticket router, what we do, let's do the user router first. What we do here is simply, again, we need express here, import the express, and then define the router. Router equals to express. Express provide you router method that we can access like that. Now what we can do is simply we say router dot, you can say all, you can say get, or you can say post. You can define any method you like here. So for now, I just want to put all here, and inside all here, you want to provide what URI you want to redirect to this router. So I want that first you need slash, and then here we're going to have nothing. Okay, this is the root router, so it will have again request, response, and next is an arrow function, and here let's say rest.session. That means we're sending back to the requesting, we're sending the response back here. So I'll say message written from user router, save the file, and now we need to export this router here as a module.exports equals to router. Let's save this file and let's import this file in our app.js here. So what I'm gonna do here, simply say load routers. I'm gonna say const that was user router require from the path to that file. So which is basically inside the src, inside the router, and the file name is user router. You don't need .js here. So now we can simply simply forward our route to this router. So every time we get the request, let's do use router here. I'll just utilize this line, use router. So we are loading here. Now we're going to use here. So here let's leave this one default there. So what I'm going to do, simply say app.use. So every time we have b1/user, remember this one, every time we have, not this one, b1 /user coming, we need user coming. Let's send this request to this router, and then everything will be handled inside this file. So let's save this file. And now what happens, every time we get this request, it will redirect to this router file, and we handle everything here. Let's open our node 1 and do user here, and send the get request b1 user, not user, sorry, with the b1 and user version 1. Let's send it. If you hit send, okay, we got an error here. Let's see. Okay, what's the error saying is res.json is not a function. It's not JSON, sorry, that's a zones. So okay, it's not a function in the user router line number 5, user router line number 5. And if I can spell, I'll be awesome, but I'm bad at spelling, guys. I'm telling you again and again and again and again. Okay, so now let's send it. So now you can see the message written from the user. So that means now we have reroute our router to this file. So now from here we will do all of our router handling inside here only. Okay, let's do same thing with the same thing for the ticket router as well. I'm gonna copy everything here, everything from here, and put in our ticket router. So is there anything we need to change here? Maybe just say from ticket router. Nothing we need to change at the moment here, because we need express, we need router, and we need to export the router, and we haven't defined anything specific. So let's go and load our ticket router in our app.js again here. So you can give any name you like, okay guys, here. So ticket router from ticket router, the file path. And now again in our use router, let's create another app.use, and instead of user, now we put ticket, and it will send to our ticket router page. Now save the file, and now let's send it. So when we send user, it's still getting return from user router. Now if you change this to ticket and send it, and now you're getting response from ticket router. And now you can see the Morgan is printing what request is coming and how long did it take to response. Okay, this one is done. So what happens if the router is not found by the Express? We need to handle that error, right? So what happens basically now, everything, if it is not found above here, it will let's put start. So if the router is not found, everything will be gone through this route here, all route, and we'll say resources not found, for example. Okay, so let's check that. Let's save it and check that out. So let's say we put some random URI that is not exist in our system yet. If you send that one, the resource is not found. So well, we handle that, but let's also handle the error. For example, if we have some error somewhere here, I want to say console.log. Hey, let's save that. Just want to show you quick here. Let's say if I say this one, we are in user, when we send the request here, you can see hey is printed from here. So let's say Okay, now there is nothing, but when we start building a lot of code and building our application, there will be definitely some point where there will be a lot of error throwing from the system for some reason. So in that case, let's say name. For example, I'm just giving name. The name has not defined anywhere, so this is an error. This is runtime error. So let's save it and see how the application gonna act. So now if we send the request, see the application is kind of crash. Here you can see all the HTML information with the error message. So we want to handle that too. This is not nice if we just leave like that. So what we're gonna do to handle that, we're going to create a function to handle with the error, and we will try to centralize the error message. Okay, so I want to go and create a folder called util. Sorry, not here, inside the src folder, utils, and inside here I'm gonna say error handler.js, and here I'm gonna create a function called const handle error, and we will receive few things here. We will receive error, and we will request response object, and this is the error function again. And here simply we're going to console, still gonna log out error to response to the client. Simply say response.json. Now inside the object we say, okay, that's a method. Inside the method we pass object with the message saying the error will have a message here, so the message from the error. So let's export that out, handle error, and let's import this one in our app.js. So I'll just import here only. So I'm gonna say const handle error from, you need to do require and put the path of that file, which is inside the src folder, inside the utils, and inside the, sorry, not inside the file name is error handler, but we don't need .js file. And here what we can do, simply pass out error with the response. So what we do, so every time we say every time we have error, we response here. Instead of we response here, we throw the error here. Simply say let's create the const error equals to new, we are creating error here, right? Error, and put the message. Now let's put this message here, resource not found message. We are not responding back to our client from here, but what we're doing is, remember I was telling you that the request, the app.use here, you get request, response, and next. So basically what next does is that if you have any, this is like one router, right, coming for this path. So if you have something to do with this router, you can handle the router, and instead of returning response back to your client, you can basically pass something to the next router to do something else. So next will allow you to execute your next router instead of responding back to client. So what we can do, simply we can do next, and the next we can send the error, and here error dot status equals to 404. This is the error status code for resource not found. If you are not familiar with the status code, simply go to browser and do http status code, and you will get tons of information. You can check any way you like. So basically it will like explain you what sort of the code is referred to what sort of condition. So the common one you want to know is 200 is means okay every time you respond the API call. So you have a look that one if you don't know about it, but don't stress too much, you'll just learn along the way. Okay, so we pass the status as well, and then we do simply next, and then next we'll call any other router we are going to define here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just create another router called app.use. Here again Now you can just pass asterisk like that, and again do request response next, and call arrow function and do stuff here. Basically now you don't need to do asterisk this one. If you don't provide, it still means that if you don't find any router over here, it will come to this line and execute here, and then next one will send the router to the next router. So here we can do the code, and here since we are sending next here error, we can receive the error as well, because so we are not going to reach this code unless we have not found any error and gone through this one and come, or system has generated some error. By the time system comes to this router, we will have an error in our system. So now let's copy this one and we put on the top of both of this error handler, and let's pass all these three parameter to this function. So actually we only need error. Remember that I said before, we need error and then we need response, because we need to response back to client. So we only need error and response, and let's go to our error handler again here. So that means all of our error will come through this function. Now from here you can log the error just as a standard output, or you can write in the file, or you can even store in database. You can do whatever you like, but for this tutorial purpose we are not going to do anything. We will just do standard logout, and we will only response the message of the error to the client. So here what we're going to do, before do respond.json, let's figure it out what the status code will be. So let's do rest.status. Let's provide, so the status will be either error.status, or if there is no error.status, that means the system error, that's 500. So this error.status, if you remember in app here, we throw the error.status 404 for resource not found cases. So that's the 404 defining here. So anything other than that is probably like to cause the error by the system crash, which is server error. So that's 500. And now we send the message. Now let's save the file and let's call the same URL and see what happens. See here, all the message is gone, all the HTML and everything is gone. We only have the actual error here. So see, it's saying name is not defined because we are creating name. I mean, we are providing name variable without defining it. So of course it's not defined. So now if you look into our log, which we have logged everything else, all the all the error message here. Now you can see detailed error message. It's saying name is not defined, which was passed here, and it will tell you exactly where is the error. So that's in the user.router and on line number 5. So I would like to leave like this as it is for now, and this is for us to debug and fix our issue, and just response the actual error for the client. And as you can see here, the status, it's saying 500 internal server error. That's what we wanted to send. And let's say if we just provide some URL that we don't have, if you send it, it will say 404 not found with resource not found. And if you provide something that we have already, like everything working fine URL, it will say status 200 okay with the return from the ticket router. Okay guys, that's all working fine. Let's save all the file. Let's quickly go through this one and I'll explain you what we're doing. If you are still following along and if you are enjoying this content, please give a like to this video. Thank you. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's quickly run through what we did. So first we install body parser, course, express, helmet and Morgan package, and we created our app.js file as a main entry point. And every time you run the application, it will come through the app.js file. So here first you require Express, because we are going to use Express routing system so that we don't have to build all the routing and handle every part of the route by ourselves. So and then we are using body parser to parse all the incoming requests from the router to turn into the object so that we can access and use that incoming body part. And we are using chorus to handle the issue when you are basically requesting any request here from any other server than actually this API server. The browser will not work, will not let you request any of these resources. So to fix that issue, we need force. So that's how we fix it. And Morgan is the logger. So every time you visit the URL, it will log in the console. And helmet is for the security. It's a lot to talk about helmet, so I would recommend you to read about it, because there is like a really good documentation about it. And then this is how we use body parser, and we defining our port here, so that every time we run our application, we run on our port 3001. And then we have created two router, one for user and ticket as a version 1, and we have created router in separate file under the src routers and router.ticket.router and user.router. We are loading them here and then passing here and executing from the file. And if there is no router is found, we are just throwing the 404 resources not found error. And we are also created a error handle function that will handle all our errors. So every error our application generates will come through here, and then we will have a log of the detailed error message, and we will only have the message response to the client, and we will have an appropriate status code as well. So that is all, guys. So first thing what we're gonna do is that to continue, let's create a get request. In the case of this our CRM ticket system, the customer are not allowed to create the account for themselves, but we are going to create the account here just to show you that if in your case you need to create the user account, you can do so. So now we will create the user account from here, but later in the production, the user account will be created by admin. So let's see how you can create the user account and then store in the database. Okay, let's start from the creating new router. I'm gonna say router. So we will get the post request, and inside I'm gonna say of user response request res and the arrow function. And here what I'm gonna do simply now, let's do console res.json, send the requested body. Okay, here the spelling router.post, save it, and then let's get our postman to the post request. Now let's create the post request. Go to post. In the post request, so what we need is, first you need to have the header. You need to set the header content type, C capital content -t capital type, and the content type is application/JSON, and in the body we will send the data. So this is the return data section, and this is the sending data section. So I'm going to send raw data, the JSON format. So the user, let's say we're going to need username. Let's output my name, and the company name, I'll just leave company name for now. Address, probably some address Sydney, and phone 441, just random number, and the email, definitely, because user want to sign in with the email later in the future. So I'm gonna say simply e@e.com, just to fake the email, and the password. So here I'm gonna say secret 123, the best password ever. Okay, so let's send this one, make sure the file is saved, and send the send request, and say unexpected JSON position 17. So just put this one in inverted comma. Okay, that's a JSON, so you need to wrap everything in double quotation. Okay, message name is not defined. This is coming from here. Let's delete that one again and save now. And okay, when you do router all, so every time you come through this file, it will go through here. So if you want to go to the next router, we always have to pass next at the bottom of this router.all. So next function, otherwise router will be written from here only. So I'm going to comment this out, save the file, and send this form again. There you go, form is returned. So what we did, we received the data, and we return the data again. So if you want to see in the server side, we can do request.body again, save the file, and when you send it, there is the user data we have. So we are going to store this data in MongoDB. Okay, so guys, if you don't have Mongo database installed in your computer already, some time ago I have created a tutorial how to install Mongo database in the Windows. So I'll put the link to card, I don't know which side, on the top somewhere or in the description below. Go check that out. Make sure you install the MongoDB before you continue here. Now, so I have a MongoDB installed with the Compass user interface. So this is the Compass user interface here. This is default database. So if I refresh here, I don't have anything here, and I'm gonna minimize this. So we're going to need a Mongo client to connect our application to Mongo database. For that, there is a package called Mongoose. This package we are going to use. So that's 1 million weekly download. So we're going to install Mongoose. I also want to install the .env. I'll show you in a second what's that for. And let's install Mongoose and then .env. This is also 12 million weekly download .env. Okay, let's install that. Let's stop the application, press Ctrl C and do npm install mongoose and .env and hit enter. While it's installing, I'm going to show you what's that Mongo .env does. So the .env is simply we can create the .environment file and provide the environment variable. Sometimes there are like a secret key that we don't want to push our file into the GitHub repo. In that case, what we can do, we can create the .env file to develop the application and test in our local environment. And when we push the application to the production, and we will create the environment variable in the server side so that we don't expose our important variables in the GitHub. Okay, so in order to load the environment file, we need to use .env. So it's saying as early as possible in your application, require this one. So we simply copy this one and go to app.js file and just import at the very top, like line number 1 literally, and save that. So our package has been installed here, Mongoose and the .env. That's all for the .env. Now what we can do, on the root folder, create a file called .env, and here we have to, we'll get back to here in a second. Okay, let's go back to app.js. So now our Mongoose is installed. So let's go to Mongoose website and let's see what is it. Okay, so Mongoose is MongoDB object modeling tools designed to work in asynchronous environment. Mongo support both promise and callback. So this is the client help us to connect to the Mongo database. To do that, we need to first create the connection. So first what we do, we import the Mongoose and we create the connection like so. So I'm gonna copy here, import, we need to use node require model. I'm gonna make small here on the side. Okay, this is in the app.js file. Okay guys, so I'm gonna put, this is after the chorus setting here. So I'm gonna say Mongo connection, MongoDB connection setup. Here I'm gonna say require first. Once we need Mongoose require, and after that we need the connection. So we need connection here. So what happens before the application loads, the connection happens here. So I don't want to expose our Mongo URL, because in the future we're going to have Mongo URLs pointing to Mongo Atlas live database. So this one, what we do, we put this one in our environment variable. So if you remember, we use when we access our port, we use process.env.port. That's from the environment variable port. Similarly, we're going to have the Mongo URL as well. So let's create that. Let's go here, and here I'm gonna say, we haven't created yet, but I'm gonna write first. Okay, process.env. So now we're going to put this one in our okay. So we simply provide Mongo URL here, and then our database name, I'm gonna put CRM underscore ticket underscore. So when you run the application for the first time, the Mongo's client will automatically create this database if database is not exist, and then do the operation onto that database. Save this file, and let's go back to our application. So now we are calling this environment variable here to the process.env. So this is possible because we are loading .env config file here. Okay, so that's done. Let's save that file, and let's run npm start. Let's run our application, and okay, the wait is not allowed here. Sorry guys, let's remove that. It has to be in async function. We don't need that. And I want to do a couple of I want to trigger a couple of events just to check if Mongoose is connected or not. So what we can do now, mongoose.on, this is like event emitter. If you don't know what is event emitter, it's one of the core concept how Node works, so you should check out about it. Okay, so let's event on. So when Mongo is on open, that means if Mongo is connected. Let's run the arrow function and say console.log MongoDB is connected. That means if Mongo has open state, then it will trigger this event, and then console log this out. And we do same thing for the error as well. On error, we get the error here. We simply console.error and save the file. So I want to execute this one only in the local development, okay, not in the production. So we can also hide that one in the production by simply accessing the Node environment through the process.env.node_env. If it is in the production, if it is not in the production, that means in the development, then only execute this line for us to see. And I saw the tiny here logger. Let's put this one in the developer only, as development environment only, because I don't need to see this one in the production. And the port I don't like down here. I want to put port as higher as possible as well. Soon after the main components import, like save that. Okay, we are not touching anything else. So what we are doing is we importing the Mongoose package, using Mongoose package to connect our Mongo database. This is if you don't provide these informations, it will, some of them will throw the error and then create some trouble. So it's as per the documentation, we just follow their recommendation. And here we are checking if we are in the not in the production mode, then we want to see if the Mongo is connected or not in our console, or if you have any error, we'll console the error. So if you want to see this one in the production, we need to just remove this line, or just leave it for now and just save the file. The error saying here mongo.on is not a function. Okay, we need to create the connection before we access to .on event. So let's create the connection first. Here I'm gonna do const MongoDB, okay, MDB, just like that, equals to mongoose.connection to this. And now from that connection, if it is connected, run this code, and the error event, run this code. So now save the file. The error should be gone now. Now you can see Mongo is connected. It's automatically, you can see that. Okay, so all right, MongoDB connection part is done. Our connection has been stabilized. Now let's create the database schema. So we need to create user schema before we can access to the database. So for that, what we're gonna do, we're going to, let me create this one. We don't need that. App.js, no need for now. Package just no need. Error handling, no need. Git ignore, no need. Okay, let me close that as well for now. Okay, go to our file explorer, folder explorer. Inside src, I'm gonna create the module folder. Sorry, model folder. Inside model, I'm gonna create a user, and inside user, I'm gonna create two files. One is schema. So for the schema, I'm gonna write U capital user dot schema.js, and I also want to create user.model.js. So in schema file we will define the database, and model file we will do all the database queries. Okay, so in user.schema, let's define the database. First import the Mongo again. So const mongoose require mongoose. Okay, and we need to also get the schema. Const get schema equals to mongoose.schema. Okay, that'll do. And let's define our user schema as a function. So do const, I'll do user. You can name whatever you like, but just for the convenience sake, I'm putting user schema in that way. So that's the const user schema equals to, we have to instantiate our schema from the mongoose. So do new schema, and it's a function. Inside function we need to pass the object. These objects are the actual, like a column, what you want to store in the database table. So for example, we want to store name. If you remember this data, we want to store all of them, right? So I just want to first, okay. So we, in our schema, this is database, these are the property we're going to store for user, right? And now we have to define what exactly type of the data, and we can kind of provide some sort of validation. Let me show you quickly if you want to like learn more about it. So if you go somewhere down to the validator, see, you can simply define like a type. What type is it? String or number? Oh, and you can also define the length, minimum, maximum. That's for the number. If you want to define the length, you can do max length, and you can also say required, true or false. Let's do that, and then you'll understand. So the name type definitely going to be string with S capital, string, comma, and what else? Okay, let's define max length. Make sure a user don't put more than 50 character, and is it required? So that means we put required, true. If it is optional, we don't need to put anything here. So I'm gonna do copy paste same thing few times and then use for the other one. So that's name done. For the company, it's the same thing. And after that, what we have? Address, company address, and we have phone, email, and password. Phone, let's put address, phone, email, and password. Let's clean that up. We need one more, and the password. Okay. Okay, so we got name, we got company is string, address is a string. Maybe we can put 100 for the address, 100 character required, maybe not, it's optional. Phone number may be optional, but it's number with N capital, max length 11. Email address string, maybe, yeah, 50, required true, and password required true, max length is 100. And you can also define min length. Min length required 8 character. That's like a normal password. Validation here. So if this rule doesn't pass when you're inserting document, the Mongoose will throw the error. Okay, so let's save that and let's export this user schema out of here. So simply do module.exports equals to here we export. We cannot directly export this one user schema here, but what we can do, we can still call user schema for our export, but we have to create the model out of here. To do that, we have to go to the Mongoose, say Mongoose dot, we need to create a model, and inside the model, now we need to give the database name here. Sorry, the table, database table name here, and give the schema here. So this schema is now this. You can put any name here. This name must go the second parameter of the mongoose module. And this table, whatever you put name here, later when you create the database here, do the operation, especially insert, it will create that table name here. And if the table name is found, it does the query over the table. If doesn't found, it will create the new table. And the way it works is that we have to put the upper name, for example, user. So when we put user, it will create the table name like users. This is how it works. Let's save that. And now we import this one in our module where we are going to add our queries, right? Go there, and I'm gonna say const user schema require from same folder user schema. Yeah, and under here let's create a function that stores user database. Okay, the query, the insert query. So let's do const insert user, and we'll have a user object coming from, we have not called this function from anywhere. Soon we will be calling this one from our user router. Let's call this one here first. Sorry, create function here first, and let's do it. In order for us to store this user data in our database, we need to use user schema and pass the user object that we want to store, and simply say save. When we save it, we get callback. So simply we do two things happen. Dot either, then it succeeds and returns the insert data information, which we refer to, let's say data, and simply we do, let's console log data, or it will throw an error that we can catch here. Say catch, get the error, and then we can also console log that. Save that, and let's actually doing, instead of consoling, let's do one thing. Let's call this function in our user router. So now we are ready to save the data. So here, let's call that function. Before that, we need to import our function here. Const insert user require, which is in the model folder. So go to the model, user model, and here we are receiving data, right? So simply let's get the save the data, send the data to that function to save the data. So do const result equals to the function name, and we send request dot body, and let's wait for the result. And we can only use wait here after putting async here. Otherwise, wait will not allow to, we are not allowed to use wait here. Okay, and here console.log result, and when we return, we say maybe message new user created, and maybe we send the result as well. Now let's run our postman and see what happened, and simply send the same file and see if there is any error coming. Yes, it has. What it's saying is not a function. Okay, insert user is not a function in user router, line 14. User router line 14, insert user not a function because are we not exporting it? Yes, we are not. We haven't exported that, guys. So you guys would have already seen that. So module.exports insert user. Now the error should be gone. Let's call again API. Okay, new user has been created, but I cannot see the actual created data. That means let's see what happened here. Okay, actually data has been created. Now let's see this one user ID here. That's created by the Mongo. So when we go to our database now, let's refresh it. Now you can see CRM ticket, system database with users. This is what I was telling you before. So it's now creating users table and with the following information which we send through our API. There you go. Now you can create the user in your database through the API. Okay. Now it's not done yet. Okay. Right. So let's see why we are not returning the user, because we are just doing console log here. Let's return this one because okay, in router here we are receiving the data and we passing insert insert user, and we're waiting for the result, and we processing that result and sending at the front. We are not receiving this one at the front, as you can see here, because when you go to the insert user in the user dot, okay, I'm gonna close this schema file now. When you go insert user in user model, we are not actually returning anything. So let's return promise here. So return new promise with all to result or reject. So if we successfully, our operation is successful, we resolve, otherwise we reject, and everything else goes inside here. And instead of now, we don't need this parenthesis. Now we simply gonna say if there is a result, we resolve the data. If there is an error, then we reject it. Save the file. And now let's go back to our router. And now we have the either result or the error. So maybe so let's, since we are throwing the error here, let's catch the error here in our router as well. So let's run try catch inside here. Try catch. So this error means coming from there. So in our case, if we have error coming, then what we're gonna do is simply saying actually I'm gonna say message from the error. Error will have a message, and we don't have a result then. But what we can also say is status and send the message, and you can console log the error for us to debug later. Okay, save that. And we don't need this one at the bottom. Now they all will go inside the try block. So we are inserting and we're getting result. Now we're sending the result. Now save that and send the user again from here. There you go. The message new user created, and this is the new user. You can see the ID as well. And if you try to, let's say, send invalid data, because remember in our module we said phone is required. So if you try to send this invalid data, okay, let's check our module quickly schema. So we saying phone, okay, phone is not required. Password is required, right? So now put the email back here again, sorry, phone. So password is required. Let's say if you send invalid, so this is invalid JSON. See, there is a comma at the end of the data. So if you send this one, you're gonna get unexpected JSON error, yes. And if you send valid JSON but invalid form data, send it, it will say user validation failed, password path, password is required, because we said password is required. And if you give the password, let's say, but you gave password less than 8 character and send it again, it will say password is shorter than minimum allowed length, which we have length of 8, which we have defined here. So this is kind of like a validation, inbuilt validation from Mongoose. Okay, let's put that back and again send it. Now created again. Now let's go back to our database. We have been sending few times our form to the API, so we should have multiple data inserted. Refresh, there you go. We have how many data? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But can you guess there is something wrong here? Okay, give you a second. Okay, done. All right. So when user creates the account, one email should not have more than one account. But here we are using same email to create and then be able to create multiple accounts, which is not right. So what you have to do is that there is two way. In this tutorial, as part of our application structure, we don't need user to create the account, so we are not going in depth about it. But I'll just simply show you how to solve this. So one way, you always check if email is exist or not before you inserting the data. Another way, you define the schema, say that the email address is unique in the whole data table. So every time user insert the email must be unique. So to do that, we need to create index for that particular property. So to do that, we need to go through the log. As you can see here, now index is only one. You can do from here, create index, and you can write the index, and you can select the email and then do from here, right? And then select the index. But I want to show you other way as well. The other way you can do is, first I need to run MongoDB. So simply do MongoD. So when you do MongoD, it will run our Mongo server and it's ready to be connected. This is only possible, guys, if you have installed your MongoDB properly. Okay. Again, if you haven't, then I have created a tutorial. The link for the tutorial is in the description. Okay, now let's connect this database. I need another console here. I'll use here. So now I can simply say Mongo to asset the Mongo shell. Now from here, this is a Mongo shell. So now we can create the do the Mongo queries. For example, so databases. So these are the database we have in our database, Mongo database. So we need to go inside the create ticket system. So we need to use the use CRM ticket system, and it's saying switch to database. Now we can also do show tables, and we only have one table. Definitely that's the only one source, and you can do query here like users dv.users that you can do find, and it will show all the data. Let's make it looks little better, looks little bit better by using prettier. And these are the data we have. So simply what we need to do is that we need to create index. First, before we create index, we have to make sure that there are no duplicate email already exist. So let's delete the duplicate entries so that we can create the index. So we only have one data now. So what I can do is dv.users, that's our database. Now we have to say create index, and inside we have to provide for which property. For example, email. For the email, say 1 or yes, and we have to provide another object saying unique is true. Now close the parentheses and close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. Now the index has been created. See, number of index before the operation is 1, number of index after the operation is 2. Now we can confirm. Okay, we are done here. Let's close this part. I'm going to delete this as well. So close this. We don't need it. And now I'm going to show you here. See, we have only one index here. Now if I refresh this database, I can see 2 index. There you go, email. So again, you could have done from here as well. Put the index name, select the field, and then give the index. So I just wanted to show you from the console as well. Okay, that's done. Now let's try to go back in our Postman and try to send the same data which already exists in our database. So if I do send, it's gonna throw an error. There you go. It's saying now duplicate error collection. So blah blah blah. It's saying the email duplicate key email blah blah blah. So now it's saying I cannot save the data because email is duplicate. It has to be unique. So if you just simply change this one to 1, for example, 1, and send it, there you go. Now you have another data inserted, which you can confirm from. Again, go to the table, go to document, and refresh it. There you go. So this is how you do the insert data. But there's one more problem we need to fix. As you can see, the password is saved as a plain text. That's no. Never save user password as plain text. Always hash it. So one of the best way to hash it is use bcrypt. So let me show you quickly what is bcrypt first. Bcrypt is library that help you to hash the password. Let's use the bcrypt to change our password in hash encrypted version, and then we store that password in the database so that no one knows what the actual password is. So to do that, first we need to install it. Let's go to our 566 per week download. It's not bad. Okay, let's go to our application. Stop the application from running, Control C, and say npm install bcrypt, and then I'm gonna make it smaller. So let's see their recommendation how to use it. So simply we need to import the bcrypt from the library, and the salt route around is that you define how slow you want to operate the bcrypt function. So it's like a cost time. So let's say if you put more than 10, it will take more time to create or verify the password. This is good because if some hacker try to do random attack, and let's say they try to create thousands of password or check the password login detail in a second, it will not work. It will take its time, slow down the process, and only return whether it is correct in a login detail or not. So if you put more than 10, it will become slower, and if you make less than 10, it's definitely faster. So as recommended, let's leave 10. So I'm just going to copy this two line here. All right, just leave this one first. Okay, let's go here. Our installation is done. Again, let's run npm start the application. And here, what we're going to do that is, we don't need this. Okay, user router. So insert user. Okay, so before we inserting user, it would be better if we can change our plain password that is coming from the user request, change to hash, and then send to the insert function. So let's do that here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna destructure what is coming from and put it there. So request from request.body. Now we have name, company, address, phone, email, and password. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create a helper function that will help our plain text to encrypt it, hash it, and send back to us before we send to our insert user. So here let's call the hash password function. So let's create a function. Say I'm gonna say const hash password, let's say pass equals to hash password function, and we pass the plain password here to this function, and we wait and we until this one returns back from this function. And we cannot use wait unless you have defined async, which already been defined. And let's create this function in our helper. Go in the src folder and create a folder called helpers. Inside helpers, I'm going to create a file called bcrypt helper.js, and here we need to, I'm going to show you what is recommended, and then we just follow them. This again, we need to import this one bcrypt from the library, and there are different way you can use it. Technique 1, technique 2. I like technique 2. Simply we use technique 2. So I'm just gonna do like that. Okay, so let's create a function which we were already using here. We use that function in our bcrypt.helper, which we just created that full file. So const as password function, we can have plain text, or rather password, and let's create the error function. And here now we return the promise again. Return new promise. I'm gonna say resolve again. We don't have to reject here. resolve. I don't need reject. So we're going to resolve the encrypt here. So what we're going to do is that we need bcrypt, and bcrypt has a method called hash, which you can see here. But I'm going to use hash sync, that means synchronous. And inside hash we provide the plain text first, that is and password, which is we are receiving in our function plain password, and we pass the salt round. Now it will do whatever it has to do to create and hash the password, and it will return from here. So let's save that and make sure you export this file as well. Module.exports as password. So it's again in the helper bcrypt file. So let's import in our user.router. In the top here, let's import in const require our from the file. Again, go to helper function folder, go to bcrypt helper. That's where we have created our hash function, and which we are calling in our post router. So this one now will return the hash password. And now let's create a new object called new user object, which will hold all the data that coming from the URL, sorry, coming from the client, except the password. Instead of the plain password, we send the hash password here. So, and we create as an object here. And now instead of requested body object, now we can send our new user object to the insert user function. And now when we save it, and let's go to our, again, let's do the API where we can create our user. Let's send it. I know it's gonna throw the error because the email is duplicate. Let's do email2 and send it. There you go. Now you can see our password is encrypted. So if you are wondering why this one is there, every time you create using this bcrypt, it's a pattern it uses, and the 10 is that the salt we provided has salt around, and this is the password it is created. So now if we go in our database and refresh it, see, before we had a plain password, and now we have a encrypted hash password. This is how you exactly store user data when you store user data. Okay, that is pretty much done for the user, I guess. Let me quickly go over it, what happened if you are in case like it did not follow along. So what we did was that we install Mongoose for database connection .env for load our environment variable in our application, and the bcrypt is for hashing the user password. In order to use them, we imported .env on the top of the file before loads anything else, and also we imported Mongoose and created the connection to our database. And we also checking in our when we are not in production, we are checking if database is connected, display Mongo is connected in the console like so, and if there is error, it will print the error as well. And we created a schema. We need schema in order for us to store the database. We created our schema here, name, company, address, blah blah blah. We export it as a module, and user is a database. Whenever you put user like this in actual database, Mongoose will create user like this, users u lower and then with a plural name schema. And then we imported this schema in our user model file where we will be doing all of our query from. So to store the database, we created a function that we utilizing user schema and providing the user data and storing the data by providing save function. It's called back function. It will give you then data or catch error, and we are simply resolving data or rejecting error. So, and this function is exported and imported into our user router here, and we are passing the user data to insert the data. And before we are passing the data, instead of passing plain user password to store in database, we are hashing the password using bcrypt. and then storing the hash password. Yeah, and let me quickly push to our repo. Let's start. Okay, make sure I haven't deleted anything. Modified is done. I'm gonna do git add all, git commit. I'm gonna say mongos, and I'm gonna say MongoDB added user inserted password hashed, and git push master. User authentication API is one of the important features to have in MERN stack application, and it has to be done right way. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you step by step how you can add user authentication route in your RESTful API. And in that route, once the user sends you the correct credential detail, then you should be able to create JSON Web Token, store them in the database, and response back to the client-side application so that they can access to the private route in the application. Before diving into the coding, I want to show you how user authentication route flows in the diagram so that you have a clear view. So we will be creating an authentication API endpoint for the client-side application. So let's say this is the client-side application. The login form will be sending email and password. So first, with our API, what we will do is that we will check if the combination of email and password is exist in the database for a user. If so, then we will go ahead and do other business. If the credential they provided is not valid, then we will respond invalid credential message back to user. So let's say the email and password is valid in database, then we go ahead and we start creating JWT. So if you don't know what is JWT, JSON Web Token, JSON Web Token is an open industry standard method for representing claims securely between two parties. In our case, two party means one the client-side application, another one is the API endpoint, RESTful API. So every time user want to access your API, especially in the MERN stack, they wouldn't have any idea where the request is coming from. So JWT is the best for us to authorize and identify user before allowing them to access any resources. So we'll talk more about it when you start implementing it. So yes, and then we will going to create two different JSON Web Tokens, one for accessing the websites and another one for refreshing the token itself for SS JWT. So when we create SS JWT, we will store them into the Redis database. When we create refresh JWT, then we will store them into the Mongo database along with the user information. So the reason we need to create these two tokens is that we will use the SS token for the user to verify every time they're requesting new resources in our API endpoint. So the life of the SS JWT, we will keep about 10 to 15 minutes so that in case your web token is stolen, the people who has your token won't have access more than 15 minutes to your server, to your account. So the reason we need refresh key is that every time your SS key is expired, we will use your refresh key to verify you and then recreate the SS key and assign to you so that you have a fresh pair of refresh key so that you can use to access your resources online. So once both of them are created and stored in their database, we will respond back to user with the SS JWT and refresh JWT. So this is what we are going to do in this tutorial. So it is more like a practical tutorial, guys. So I recommend you follow along if you can. And if you have any questions, you can always write me in the comment section, and I'll post this code to the GitHub repo and provide the link to the repo in the description below. So with that saying, let's start coding then. So in the previous tutorial, we created a endpoint for user creation, for user sign up. So we used Postman as a client-side application to send the user information to this endpoint to create the user into our database like so. So if you haven't checked that tutorial out yet, I'll put the link in the card on the top, and you can check how we can create that one to create the user and store in the database. And you can see that we have encrypted the password using bcrypt instead of saving the plain password here. So from this tutorial, instead of switching between these two applications for calling the API, I'd like to use one extension called the REST client. This is very handy extension. We can make all the endpoint call from the VS Code itself, so that we don't have to switch between the application. So the way we are going to use that is you just install this extension first, and let's go to the code base, and we need to create a file called whatever file. I'll say rest dot, the extension must be HTTP, and here simply what we can do is we can copy this endpoint and put it there. Okay, we put triple hash to write the comment. I'm gonna say user sign up and point, and just provide like so, and provide what method it is. It's a post method, and inside underneath we need to provide the content type, which is basically application / JSON, because we are sending the JSON data like here. So I'm just gonna copy it and then put it there, and you can save this file for your reference. I mean, for the future you can just use same file. So I'm gonna close this now. You see here send request, you can just click here to send the request, and you're gonna get all the information. I have extra heading here, maybe let me turn that off. Extra heading is from the helmet extension that I have used. If you have used, you can comment out as well, but I'm gonna leave on comment when you send to the production. Okay, and again let's send the request, and the header is shorter now. See, it's saying the same message, the email is duplicate. Now we can use this one to call out all the API. Okay, with that thing sorted, let's move on. I just want to leave this one on the side. So the first thing we are going to need is we're going to create the login API. We're going to work on this login API today because we are going to create authentication endpoint, right? So let's do that. So I'm just gonna copy whole thing, and I'm gonna say users sign in endpoint, and here we have, instead of b1/user, we have b1/user/sign in, and we will only need email and password. So since this is the password we used to create the user, so I'm going to use same thing to send the login. So if we send now, it's going to say that resource not found because we haven't created our endpoint yet. So let's close this, close that. So go to user router, and let me press Ctrl B to hide this floor explorer. Okay, I don't need that. Here, so what we're going to do is just below the create new user route, below here we are going to create another route to sign in. So I'm gonna say user sign in router, and here we're going to do router dot post method. And if you remember our endpoint as the /user, here we have a /user/login. We don't need to do slash here because, let me put the login here first, because we have forwarded our, if you go to app.js, see we have called this let me go see this one, v1/user will forward all the requests to user.router file, which is this one that we are working on. So we don't need to type router here. So again, here we are going to receive request and response, and we will create error function. And just for now, I want to say JSON.send. I'm gonna say success for the status, and the message, I'll just write down message login successfully, and save this file. Now go to the rest.http file and make a request. So we're going to get the not JSON.send, I mean to say response.json, response.json, and send it. And let's go back again here, sorry about that, and send the form to the endpoint. And now you get the return saying status success, login successfully, and this is the HTTP response 200. Okay, our actually authentication endpoint is created, but we are just starting. So now what we have to do is that we will grab this information here. Let's grab this email and password here quickly. Const, we can simply destructure here email and password from request.body, because request.body holds the information that we send from there. That you can simply see that one by doing console.log request.body. Let's save that and you can see what's coming. So let's send the information again, and here you can see that we are getting an object with email and password as per our form, let's say simulated form. Okay, let's go back. We don't need this one too. So now since we have email and password, now we can proceed to check in our database whether combination of these two works or not. So what we're gonna do is first get user with email here, email from DB database, and then we will as our plain email and compare with the DB one, because if you realize that before our password are hashed, okay, using bcrypt is encrypted, so we cannot decrypt. So what we can do, we can encrypt this incoming password and compare against the encrypted password. So let's do that. So we got the email, we got the password here. So let's quickly write a quick check if not email or not like that, sorry, or not password. So if either of them is not there or like a null, then we simply respond saying that invalid, also error, invalid form submission. So if you want to know what does that do, you can simply, let's take the password out and then do the request again, and it will say unexpected, okay, not allowed. It's saying error, invalid form submission. That will what we just typed here. So that's just like a basic validation check, so that we don't have to do further work if there is no email and password, right? So let's grab the user first based on this email. Okay, let's do return so that we don't process further. Okay, so that the execution will terminate here and return to this line of the code. So let's grab the user detail from database first, and now go to the user.model, and here we get the user information from database by the email. So let's create a function called const get user by email, I would say, and we're gonna receive email arrow function. And again, if I'm gonna do quick validation, if no email, then simply return false for now. So and now we can simply do the query. So we have a user schema, we use user schema to do the query. So let's do user schema dot find one. I'm gonna do find one. It will only return one data if there are multiple data available for this condition, which will not be, but I will just put this one. And there we need the filter. So we have email as a filter, email, and here simply we will have either error or data returning from the database. So what we can do, simply say if error, I'm gonna console that out and see what's the error here, and also a response the return the error. Actually we need to return promises. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna create a new promise here. So what we're going to return is promises, new promises actually, and it will either return resolve or reject if there is any error. So that's again an error function, and let's put this code inside that promise. Now we're gonna say instead of return, resolve do exactly same as the return with the promises. So we're going to do error here, and If no error, then of course we want to resolve the data as well. We save that, and we have an error. What is saying? Get user by email unexpected identifier. Let me check, where is it? Because it's not console, it's const. It's just defining a variable for this whole function. And let's put that down, and let's export this model as well here and save that. So let's put this one in try and catch in case it throws any error as well. Just we can catch it. So let's put everything again back in the catch block and resolve, actually not resolve, reject for the error, reject that error from here as well, and save that. Let's not console.log here. I want to do where we calling this from. So let's import get user by email in our user.router. So we have a user model already. So here simply put that get user by email, and now we can call here. So let's say const user equals to, we can await now, and we simply pass the email, and let's save that. And this one not allowed unless we provide async here, async. Okay, and here we can console log and see if what is coming from that user, and we can just leave for now. Okay, let's send it and see. Let's call this API again and see what's the response gonna be. If there is any error, it will throw the error. Seems like everything going good. Now we have a user coming from the database. There you go. This is the user ID ending with D74 that you can confirm here, D74, and all the information coming here. So our database saying it's valid user, I mean not valid user, user is exist for that email. So you can simply try by changing the email here. Let's put something, make the email invalid, and if you send this request, now we're gonna have null. We don't have any data because the query cannot find that any data related to this email in the database. So what we're gonna do now is we got this data in our router. Let's grab the password, hash password from the database user. So here let's say const pass from db equals to if user dot id. I mean if the response coming from user get user by email has the user dot underscore id, that means there is a data. Then we will grab the password from here. We will grab the password. If there is no password, then we will simply put null. That means there is no password. We don't need this for now. Now we have the password from database, and we have the plain password coming from user, right? Now we can compare these two passwords and see if they match or not. If they do match, that means this profile is correct. They have the login information we receive in our endpoint is the correct, and it is authenticated. Now we can create the JWT and send back to the client so that they can access any resources they are allowed to access, can be accessed easily. Okay, so to do that, let's create the helper function to do that for us. I mean the comparison. So we done this. Has our email. Oops, no, that's not has our email. Password. Okay, sorry for that. Okay, let's do this part in the helper function. I'm gonna remove this one as well. This already done. So let's go to helper function, bcrypt helper. In here there is something called let me quickly go and show you in the bcrypt to compare the password. So let me show you. This one, it's saying like simply you do bcrypt.compare, provide the plain password and the hash password and the function. It will give us true or false. So let's simply copy that and let's create another function in the bgrep.helper file called const compare password. We're gonna receive two parameters, one plain password, one pass from db. I'm gonna simply say db, and again arrow function, and this is also going to be returning promises. So return new promises. I'm gonna do that promise, and then again resolve or reject if there's an issue, and arrow function. Inside here I'm gonna paste the code that I just copied before, and the plain password is the plain pass, and hash is the password from database. So simply it's saying either return error or the result. So again, what we're gonna do here, simply if error, I'm gonna say reject error, and otherwise resolve result. Save that, and now what we need to do is export this function here. Again, save the file, and now we can call this function and pass this parameter and then see what we're gonna get. Let's go to our user router, and this is in the bgrep.helper. Let's see if we have already. Yes, and just put that new function we created and go down to here where we have a login router. Now see what's the result. Let's say const result equals to await again, and provide the function and pass both the passwords. So just to confirm again, the first parameter is plain password, second is the password from database. So plain password is just as password coming from the user, and the pass from db is the password coming from database. And simply we can console.log here the result and see what is coming. Just save the file and go to the rest.http and make a call again. And I don't know what happened. Let's go down here. It says false. What is missing? Okay, let's see why it's saying false. So that means there is something is missing. Let's check out. So first go to user router. Thus we have to start debugging where everything happens from first. Okay. Anyway, so this one causing false, so that means the result coming false, and we are sending password and password from database. Yeah. Oh, actually not the password. So this password is a plain password, must be password inside the user, right? So it has to be user.password, and save that. Now this is the password from database. If you put without it, this one is this password variable calling. Maybe give a one more call again and see what happens here. Let's call our login. There you go, it's saying true. If I put extra thing in the password and send it, it will say false. And if I send the wrong email, it will, oops, okay, yeah, cannot read. So here that means what happened is that if there is a, let's say no user is found, we are trying to access the property called _id from null, because this one returning null since there is no customer. So what we can do before accessing to .id, simply first check if there is user or not. So let's say if user, and if there is user, then check the user.id, and if there is a user.id, then return the user.password as a pass from db. Other than that, if both the case is false or either of the case is false, send null. So now let's save it. It should fix the error. Okay, so we gotta do one more condition here then. So only do this if we have both the password here, like we did before. If we only have a, because let's say if there is a null, no data, no user is found, so we don't have to go to the next line, right? So simply say if we have we already have a password here. If we don't have password, we already returning from here. Now you can simply say if no password from database, then simply say return, we'll copy whole thing actually. I'll say return error invalid email, or so that means the email or password is invalid. So okay, let's put this one in the bracket and just remove this. Okay, and now I can say return that and save the file. So we're saying that if there is no user is found in database, that means definitely no password in the database. If that case, then send, okay, hey, your email or password is wrong, so sorry, we cannot go further. Now let's go there and make one more call with the wrong email again, send it. Now there is it's saying invalid email or password. That means they have to send the correct email or password. If they send correct email or password, when they send it, status success, login successful, we get 3 results. Okay, the first part is done. Now since the user have authenticated properly, now we can proceed to create JWT token and store them and send back to the user. So let's quickly add the comment, git comment. I'm gonna say git, I know rest is added, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do git add all git comment and user authentication added. Now just leave that. So now let's work on creating JSON web token. So for that I need to go to, okay, let's go get the JSON web token from here. So let's grab this one and let's grab that one and stop the application and install that npm I JSON web token. While it's installing, let's quickly have a look. What is it? Okay, that's already installed anyway. So JSON web token has basically like this encrypted version of the long string. It is in 3 parts, as you can see. First red, purple, and kind of blue, separated by the 2 dots. So what he's saying is that the first part is the header. So this is the encoded string, and when you decode, this is what it looks like. So we are basically saying that in header we're going to hash this algorithm, sorry, we're going to encrypt our token using hash algorithm HS256, and the token type is of course JWT, and in the middle part is the payload, which is data. Actually you can put any data you like, so you can simply like add more data. You can say phone, but it must be in JSON format though, and comma, there you go, it's a valid. So you can put any data you like here, and it has the initiated date, where the issue date, when the token was issued, and the bottom, the third part is the main part, that how we securing the token. So this one is the secret code that we're going to provide. Based on that secret code, the bottom portion of the JWT will be created, and based on that one we will verify if that code is generated from our endpoint or not. If that code is generated from our endpoint only, then we go further and then start doing further check before we grant the access to the user. Say, let's say we authorize user to load more resources. So let's work on that. Let's work on creating the token like so, and we store in database and we return to the user so that he can or she can later on use to access their account. Okay, I think this one already installed here. Yes, I can see that JSON web token, and let's quickly follow the best practice which is recommended by them. So this is what we need to do. Simply we need to require the package and then say token.sign to create the token. Let's copy this one, 2 line, go to our code, and I'm going to create a helper function for this. So go to the helper folder and say jwt.helper.js, and I'm going to import JWT from the package, and I'm going to say const. So the token, I'm going to put a little bit down here. So this one simply going to create the token like so. So this one has to be very secret. So this is the secret you are going to use, secret key, to verify whether the token coming with the request was generated from our server or not. So this must be secure. since it has to be secure, let's go to our env file, and here let's create another environment variable, because we don't want to expose that secret key, right, in our repo. So this is the best practice. So what I'm gonna say here is jwt underscore SSS secret, and I'm gonna just type randomly in the keyword, see whatever comes up. Okay, this has to be very secure, guys. I just leave like that, and I'm gonna copy that line. We're going to, if you remember our diagram, we have two different types of key. We wanted to create one SS token and refresh token. So we're going to have a one secret key for each of them. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna just change something else. Just again jabberish. I have no idea what I just typing, just going randomly. Okay, now save the file. And if your application is already running, make sure you rerun the application once you save the environment variable. Okay, well, application loading. So here I'm going to create two functions, actually one function, the const create jwt, right? And I will get some payload here, because we can put some portion of data in the jwt, and we can encrypt that. And simply it's saying use this, right? Say use token equals to jwt.sign, and here what I want to do, this is the one I copied before. I just wanted to copy paste so that I don't type wrong. So I'm gonna put, okay, this one, let's say SS token, let's say not token, jwt. So this is for SS jwt, we signing the key. So we put the payload here, whatever data we want to incorporate into the jwt, and we provide our secret key. Let's say that's in our now process.end.ss key here, like so. And let's simply return this token, right? Again, we need to return as a promise. So I'm gonna say simply return. You can do like this as well, promise.result, and simply send the SS token. And we do the same thing for the secret key as well. But what I'm gonna do, first I'm gonna say create SSJWT and create refresh JWT. Refresh JWT. The process is exactly same. So but instead of process.end.ss secret, now we need the refresh secret from our the environment variable. We are using two different types of key. So for the SS key, I want it to be expired in, let's say, every 15 minutes. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna put another parameter saying the expires in, and you can pass any time amount of date, second, hour, minute. You simply say, let me show you quickly, like here you can token with 1 hour, sign a token with 1 hour of expiration. So that's 1 hour of expiration. You just pass the exp as a exp value, or you can do simply expire in, and you can say 1 hour, 1 day, 1 month, or 30 days. You can put like this digit and the one alphabet to define how long you want it. So in my case, I want 15 and 4 minutes, or we can do same thing and provide the expiry date for the refresh key as well, but I want 30 days for that. 30 days. Do like that, and we need to export this out as well. Sorry, return this out. And let's export both of the function from here by doing module.exports equals to both of them here, and this one, and save the file. And we are going to import both of the function in our not user model, in our user router. I don't need bcrypt now. We can close it now. And here, okay, everything is right. User is us. Let me close this bar. Sidebar. So everything is fine. User is signed in properly. Yeah, so we are going to create the tokens. So the const ssjwt is create ssjwt function. We have that one, and for the const refresh jwt, we have this function. I just copied from the other file, and we're going to wait and both for this. And we need to remember that we need to import this both the function in our header here. So that's in the jwt helper. So let's copy that and import in our user.router here. I'm gonna go here. Oops. I'm gonna go here and simply say const import both function from the require and just provide the path inside the double quotation. So that's gonna be slash helper slash jwt helper, and save it. It will and save the file, and it will just format for us. Okay, now we are already using here. Actually, if the compare password, hang on. So we actually do if the result is true, right? So not here, guys. Let's go down a bit and then check if not if the result is true, then we create the token, both of the token, and we just remove that, and we respond here saying that actually we do other way around. If no result, just copy down here. If no result, send the same message here, because that means the password did not match, right? So we just send that, and if it's true, then we execute this line here, and we have both SS token. Let's response back to user access token and the refresh token. So what we're doing is, let me quickly go through. So simply first we getting email and password from the our request, and we checking if any of the email or password is not there. That means we say invalid from submission, and we response back to user, and then we will get the user based on the email address provided. And if there is an email address, that means there is a password inside the email with the user data in the database. If we don't have password in the database, that means again the user is not found based on the email given. Then we said again error, invalid email or password. And once we have a password, then we compare our plain password and the password hash password which is in the database. If they don't match, we say invalid password. So we just say invalid email or password. So that means it is not authenticated. So we just return here. If it is matched, then we go and create the ssjwt and refresh jwt. And what I want to do is I want to send the email here. So I want to put user email in our jwt. I'm going to show you that in a minute. So let's do user.email. Do you remember I said before we can put any data here as a payload? We can simply have like a email and email, or e@e.com like this, and this is still valid data. So that's what I'm gonna do here. We're gonna put email, not the name or whatsoever. Let's send the user.email to both of the function and save it, and let's make a request and see if we create any error. Let's do the login one, send login, and oh wow, there you go, no error. That happens rarely. That means we have a successful message, and we have SS token is this long and refresh token is this long. So if you want to copy and check this one, see what we have in our payload, Let's go and paste it here. See, the payload is our email and the expiry date that we put here. So like again, let's check on the another token too, just for fun. And if you put it there, again, you see the expiry date is changed and the email is same. But if you go down here, you might see invalid signature because our signature was different. If you remember, we have a different signature in our environment variable here. That's why it's saying the invalid signature. But if you put that valid signature, that means the token is verified. So this is how we're going to check if the user is sending correct JWT or not. Okay, there you go, guys. You are now able to send the JWT back to the user. That's great so far. So we are not done yet as per our plan. So what we're going to do is now we are going to store SS token in Redis database and refresh token in our actual Mongo database here. So okay, I'll just commit these changes to our staging as well. Okay, and I'm just gonna leave as it is. So guys, now the next part is storing those JWT into the respective database. So first thing we're going to do is that we're going to need Redis database installed in our system. If your computer does not have Redis database installed, I have already created video about how to install Redis database in the Windows. I'll put the link in the description or somewhere in the card. Make sure you install that. In order for us to access the Redis client, so we need the package called Redis 1.7 million per node. So we need Redis to access our database. So simply, I'll quickly show you how we can use Redis here. So let's say we created token like so. So what I'm gonna do simply, let me quickly show you how we can leverage the Redis. So this is only possible if you have installed Redis in your system. Okay, what I'm going to show. So we do it will take me inside the Redis console. Now I can simply say set this one as a key and value. This is how we're going to save. So let's say if I set that one, if the data is saved, it will say okay. And now if you want to get this value, simply say get provide the key and you will get the value. In our case, what we're going to do, we're going to do set. We will provide our JWT, not refresh JWT, but SS JWT and provide as a key. So set the JWT as a key and the value is the user ID. Hit enter. Now it's okay. And if you want it again, copy this, put there, hit enter. There you go. So this is how it's gonna work with the JWT from the Redis database. So for that, we gonna need the package. Let's install that again. Let me close this one. We don't need it. So close the application. Control C to close it. And let's go grab this package and let's install it. So while it's installing, what we're going to do is I'm going to create another helper function that helps for the Redis. So go inside the helper folder, create redis.helper.js, and we just now follow what the documentation says. We're going to require Redis and create the client and go inside, go here in the file and simply save it. This is going to create the client for us. Now we can simply create a function to do the query to that database. So we're going to save first const save JWT, I would say, and we're going to get key and value is a error function. And now is simply we can do is that client.set key and value and client.get key. That's all we need to do. And let's go there, and inside we are setting, instead of save, maybe we use set more, sounds more better, set. So client.set key and value. I don't need register.print now. And we need to return promises, guys, as you remember that we've been doing it. So to do that, I'm gonna show you. We can simply call the callback function and response the data. So client. Okay, let me see. So let's create the callback function here. We have either error or response. I'll just say resp. Let's make it short for both, error or response. And that's the error function again. And so if error, okay, let's wrap this both all in the promise. So I'm gonna say return new promise, and we have a result or reject, and let's wrap both inside here. Now if error, we're going to reject the error, that's the error, and otherwise we resolve the response. So okay, and then let's wrap everything in try catch block in case something throws the error. So I'm gonna do try catch, because since we are dealing with database, there are a million reasons could go wrong. Things could go wrong, so better always wrap in the try catch block and simply reject if there is an error. That's it. And that's for the set. We do the get as well. I'm gonna copy that, and instead of set, I'm gonna say get JWT. We only need key, we don't need value, and we only provide key. And here we say client.get and error response again. If error, throw the error. If response, let's send the response, save the file. And here later we're going to provide the URL. By default it will access to the local host with the database this, but Redis uses Redis protocol. So simply it works like this. So by default, I'm just gonna comment out for now. By default, it's gonna have Redis protocol with localhost, and the port is 6379. That's the default port. So this is the default URL to access to the Redis database installed in the localhost. Okay, so this one we probably put in the environment variable so that we can change the path when we go to the production. So I'll just save that for now, and let's export both of them out, get and set out of here. So simply do module.exports. I have a set JWT and get JWT. Save the file, and let's call both of them in our we needed in our JWT helper. So here we created, so we can simply call the function to save from here as well, so we don't need to go to that user router. So here I'm gonna say const not required yet, const set and get JWT required from I think it's in the same folder, so /Redis helper. Now I can once the token is created, where not refreshing token, SS token, once the token is created, simply I can say set JWT. I can call this function. I don't need any response back from there, and simply save that. And let's put everything in try catch block again in case there is any error coming. Anything throws the error, we'll have the error. And of course we need to reject that error as a promise as well. Let's save that and create SSJWT. So what I want to do now, let's call that function and we write a lot of code. Let's see if there is any error or not. Let's run npm start. Oops. Okay, we got an error. Await is only valid in async. Okay, here saying that async is required. Yes, boss. Okay, let's send the request to our login endpoint again with the same login information, and we are expecting our endpoint to create the JWT and store in the Redis database and send back here. So when we use that JWT, we should be able to get in our Redis database. So let's send that unless there is any error. Sweet, seems all good. Success, we got new. Okay, let's again send it. See, it will change. So it's changed. Now let's copy that and try to see if we have that that data stored in our Redis database or not. So simply I can do CLI to get to the Redis client and pass the get command with the key. Test. It's saying nil. That means it did not work. Let's see why. Let's go back again to the user router first. So here, where is the create? Okay, from here we're following to create JWT, and when we have a create JWT is created, then we calling set JWT. When we go to set JWT in the function here, we pass key, and let's see if we are getting key or not here first. I'm gonna do key and try to send that again. Okay, so we have it's not reached to that point. So what we have to do, I'm gonna close that, close this. Just want to make sure our Redis is connected. We can call the on connection or on error. Let's simply run this one in case if there is any error. Go to Redis helper, and as soon as we create the client, I'm gonna do client if it is connect like on error, throw the error in our console. I just want to see if there is an error. Let's go send the login again. Okay, there is no error, and make sure we are calling it properly. Okay, go to so seems like we are not getting this call because I need to await here, because I'm just sending the pending data to do the set JWT, and we are sending a JWT to here to set JWT. Oh, okay, we are actually not passing the key value. We're just passing key string because I copy pasted from the website before. That's what happens, guys, when you copy paste. And I need value as well. So basically I have to go back again and do a little bit work. So from here, instead of just sending key, I need the value as well. So let's go back again to user model, and instead of only email, I need to send ID as well. Remember I told you I'm gonna store ID as a value of that key. And now let's go to there. So I will here have payload. Now I will not have payload, I will have email and underscore ID. Now I will put this email here as a payload and pass this ID with JWT, SSJWT, and save it. And let me see what happens now. I just want to try one more time. Of course, error happens. Node Redis, the set contains invalid argument type. It's searching buffer accepted. Please update your code. Okay. When you go here, the WT, let's go to this function, and I want to see what's coming here first. Guys, as you can see that we are receiving string and object here in our set JWT. That's why we can assign. So we should receive string. That's what it is saying here. Only string, date, and buffer are accepted. So it's coming as object. So the data, this one is passed this to set JWT from JWT helper. Here the ID, which is also coming from create SSJWT, which was called in user router here. You know what we can do? Simply put in the template string and pass as a variable, and it will stringify that, and save now, and let's hit enter, and let's see if this one can help solve the issue. Yeah, now string and string, there is no error. Seems like they're working fine. Now I want to try use that JWT and see if there is a data in our Redis database. So let me again get the pass here. So we are still in the client. So if I say get this as a key, okay, we have the value D74, which is in the database. That's definitely working. We can even like do that one more time. Send. Okay, I just want to keep this one just as a reference here. Okay, and let's send again new one. I'm gonna send new request, so we have new one. Let's check this one. Let's do get, paste that, hit enter. We got that key, and let's use that one as well, the one from before. And let's do get, paste. See, this one is definitely different different JWT than this one. So let's hit enter. See, we have the data. So that's now definitely working, guys. Sorry about that error. Okay, let me remove that. I'm gonna save that, and here I'm gonna, this one is okay. I don't need to do anything here. User model, I'm just gonna see, I just want to remove this console first here and go to the user Redis helper. We don't need this one now. They're all working fine. Now set part is done. Get part, we will need this one for when we are working on user authorization router. So when we are working on authorization API, we'll work on that one. This tutorial is going to be very long if I combine authentication and authorization router. So authorization part will be in the next tutorial, guys. Make sure you subscribe so that you don't miss that tutorial too. For now, we got one more things left. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly commit this change in our stage as well. So I said before that we want to put our Redis environment variable. So maybe we'll do the same here. We just pass the Redis string, Redis connection string here, process.env. We haven't created that one yet, so we will do it. Okay, Redis URL. So I'm gonna use this one and store as Redis URL, Redis localhost. This one I'm gonna take it and put in our environment variable as well, because we're going to need to change that one if you want to push this code to production, and we will have a different location for the Redis database, which you don't want to expose to any other people. So we need to rerun the application every time you change anything in the .env file. Let's quickly run one more time and see if it still works. Yeah, it's working now. Okay, now we are going to store refresh JWT in MongoDB along with user data. So what we want to do is let's go to user schema. Here we want to store the JWT as well. So let's add our schema. So we're going to have, let's say, refresh JWT as a property inside object. Inside that we will going to have a token, and token will be type of string, and the I'm gonna put max length is 500 for now, and I'll give default to empty string, and I want to put the date as well. So I'm gonna say added at, so this is the type of date, and required true, and default. If you put require, try always put default so that in worst case scenario you don't crash the app. So I'm gonna say date.now will give the current date of the time of the execution. So yeah, I'll save that. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, so let's do the query to save the token in this format. And now go to the model, and let's create a function called set token, right? So const store user refresh JWT is we're going to get basically two things. One, user ID, this is where we're going to search the user, and the actual token that we're going to store in the database. And now we're going to return promise with the if everything goes right we do resolve, if not we do reject, and this is the error function. And let's run this one in try catch block. In case something goes wrong, we can simply reject the error. And here let's call our schema. This is our schema here, which is in our user schema in try block. So we try to do query. So there is a query called find one and update. So in that function we have to provide the filter. So what do you want to have, like a where condition? So let's say where ID is the one we're going to put here. If that's the case, we need to update the database. So what do you want to set in the database? So you provide the set with the $. This is the database prefix. This is how you need to do it. Okay, and here you provide what do you want to set as an object, and inside the object, if you remember, we have to go refresh JWT, and inside that we have token. So we have to do that dot token, and make sure you wrap up with the quotation. And here now we pass the token itself, and this is first object is the filter, remember that. Second object is the data itself that you want to update, and third one, if you want to return the latest updated data, you can simply say new true. And we also have a date. I remember we have an edit date. Let's provide edit date as well. So simply put comma. I'm gonna just copy this, edit at okay, and save that. Everything seems okay to me. And okay, this one now we can basically 10. If everything goes okay, then we will have a data. So we will resolve the data. That means the updated data after updating the database, or we catch the error and we reject that error. Let's save that, and let's call this store users refresh JWT, export from here, and let's import that into our JWT helper, where we have created refresh, create refresh JWT. That's where we're gonna pass that. That's where we're gonna call this function. So let's import first const store user refresh JWT require from, this is in the user.model. So we need to go one folder up, go to model / user model, save that, and we call this here, and we simply send the refresh token and plus the we need again Same like ID. We need ID. We need to pass this ID from the user router and pass here as well. Then we can simply here say const result equals to await, and we need to pass async. You know what, we don't actually, I don't want to need to have this, and save this, and I'll just console log here only. Console log here in case there is an error. And again, go back to JWT helper and make sure we run this one inside the try catch as well. If any error, we can simply reject the error. Just gonna copy this. Reject error and put rest of the code inside try block and save that. What is complaining? Before that, I think let me see what is complaining first quickly. Okay, yeah, in the JWT helper, I supposed to delete that but didn't delete it. Yeah, we don't need to wait. Actually, yeah, we want to wait, so let's pass async anyway and save that. Without async, you cannot use await. So now let's quickly run and see if there is any error. Again, send it. Seems like there is no error. Sign is a good sign. I don't know if it worked or not. Let's refresh the database, and I don't see any update. Let me see why. Okay, we have an ID here waiting in our restore refresh JWT. So make sure we pass this ID from our, I think the user dot from our user dot router. Make sure you pass that ID. Here we need to pass the user dot ID. I'm just going to copy this one as a second parameter and save the file and go to that function. Here we have ID expecting, and now we can use that ID. Let's be consistent. So we are using email here. Let's use email as well here. And let's give a try and see how it goes. There you go. Let's send it, send the login request. Okay, there is no error. The sign is good. Let's go to our database, refresh again. There you go. Now you can see refresh JWT new object with the authentication edit date and the token, actual token. So now it is storing our token in our MongoDB with the user information. And you can see we have also written response to our client. So this one is in our Redux, in our Mongo database, and this one in our Redux database. That's great, guys. Good job. Okay, so I'm just gonna commit this code quickly. I'm not gonna remove any console out of here. This is for your reference, guys. I'm gonna do git status. Okay, now code will be available in the GitHub for you guys. So there you go, 1 minute ago, refresh key store in the database and blah, blah, blah. So I have here, guys, remember .env file. Here, we supposed not to have that file here. So I'm quickly gonna show you how you can remove that. Go to, so here simply add .env file. When you save that, now the file is already tracked. So we need to simply say, I'm gonna create a copy of that and say f2 sample. So we will leave the sample to be there, but make sure when you are doing in the production, if you are using production key, make sure you are not putting in the .env. So we have to remove the .env file. Go to the code and .env file. Delete this file from here. Okay, the file is successfully deleted. There is no more .env file. And go back to your code again here, and since we have added this file, it won't let us do anything. So what we have to do is, let me stop the server. So if you do git status, it's saying this file is added. So let's do git add.env.sample and say git commit m.env.v.impl is added, and now do git pull. Okay, now basically it's deleted from our file index. Now copy. I'm just doing the easiest way for you guys. Okay, there's other way you can do using the git command, so this is the easiest way you can follow. So now simply when you do git.env and then just hit enter, now your git ignore will ignore this file. So if you do git status, now we need to add git ignore file as well. So git add file updated and show git status. So now if you do git push, just want to show you, this one is important. So okay, now in our local branch there is nothing that we have, all the code is up to date. Now if you go to our server, if I refresh the code again, in our git ignore, now I have .env file, but if I go to the code files, we don't have the .env file anymore. So this is the easiest for you guys to remove that git any important file that if you have pushed to GitHub and you want to remove that, that's the easiest way. So make sure you never push any secret code or password or any important information to repo. Every time user requests some private routes, we can authorize whether user is the one that they say they are before we allow them to access resources. Before we jump into the coding, I wanted to show you this workflow, how we're going to do our user authorization routes. So basically what's going to happen is that client will make a request with the JWT header, and then in our API server, we're going to check if the JWT sent by client with the header is valid or not. If it is not valid, we will respond the 403 status forbidden message back to client. And if it is valid, then again we will go and check if the token is exist in database or not. If it is not exist in Redux database, then again it's not valid, so we're going to respond 403 again. And if the token is exist in Redux database, then we will extract the user ID, which will be basically stored in the Redux database as a JWT as a key and user ID as a value. We'll get the user ID from there and we'll access the resources that is requested by the client. We'll respond back to the client with the data. So that's what is the workflow going to be. Hey, if you are here for the first time, I'm Prem Acharya from Dented Code. I create tutorial related to full stack development. If you are interested in full stack development, please subscribe the channel and turn on all the notifications. With that saying, let's jump into the computer. Okay guys, this is where we left up last time and we're going to continue from here. As per our documentation, we're going to get the user info by requesting this URL, and it's going to be the protected one. So okay, in here we are not going to send any ID, rather we're just sending this, and we are going to send this access JWT token as a authorization header, and based on that one we will verify if this user is authorized or not, and if the user is authorized, then we'll get the user profile. Okay, so let's work on that. The first thing we need user v1/user. So let's copy this. I'm just gonna be the signing person, and I'll do this here. Now this one going to be get a user profile endpoint, where we only go to v1/user, and we don't need content type because this is to be the get method. And here what we're gonna need is the authorization header, and in authorization header we will pass this JSON web token, and we don't need any data, so just like that. So if you send the request now, we will get the error saying the user is not found because we haven't created this endpoint in our API server. So let's save this file and let's go to the user.router, and here we have post request where we created user, And we have login router where user can log in and get the access token from here. So under here, I'm gonna do create a get user profile router, and I'm going to just do the router that get method, and that's gonna be just the /. So actually I want to put this one next to the post method. So actually we put on the top of the post method. So we only putting // here because even though we are making request to b1/user router, this is gonna hit our app.js file, and as long as we have b1/user, the app.js file has this router set up here. So the Express will catch up this route here and pass all the request data to this file here, user router, which is this file that we are going to work. Okay, here we're going to have request and response again. Response, and let's presume we have this user data. Just gonna copy this and just let's make it const user equals to, let's paste this data for now. It's a dummy data. Let's assume that this one coming from database, for example. Yeah, and we will let's say user is requesting this is user profile. Now we will simply say res.json, because we are going to send the JSON format, and send the user and save the file. And if we go to our res.http and do the request down here, now we can get the user. So this is kind of we have created the endpoint for getting user, but there is a problem. If we just, let's say for example, this data is actually coming from database, that means anybody who has this router can get the user profile without any problem. So that's a problem, because now we should be able to make sure the request coming from here is authorized before we access to the actual user data. So that's what we are going to create, the user authorization. So to do that, let's go start creating the user authorization middleware. Okay, let's create the middleware folder inside the src folder. I'm gonna say middlewares folder, and inside there I'm gonna create a file called authorization.middleware.js. So I'm saying authorization.middleware.js. You can put any file name you like here. And what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna create a function called, say, const user authorization, and we're going to get that JWT. So I'm gonna say user JWT, and this is the function, arrow function again, and just make sure we're receiving the JWT log user JWT, and let's export this file out of here. So simply do module.export, and I'm gonna export as non-default, like so, and we are going to import this user authorization function in our user router. Let's go up here, and inside the we don't need this one. I'm not sure where it came from. Just remove that if you have it. So I'm gonna say const import the user authorization. You do require, and just simply pass the file path. So that's going to be in middleware plus authorization middleware.js. We don't need to type .js. So now we are going to call this function in our method here, but instead of calling inside, we are going to pass it here as a middleware. You see this comma. So what happens with the Express router is that the first parameter you provide is always the router that Express catches, and inside here you can provide the series of middleware. So if you have multiple middleware, this one, let's say for example this is one middleware, you can say this two middleware, you can put as many as you want. So the way it works is that first it catches the routes and it goes through this middleware, and if you want to pass the request to the another middleware, you can pass the request to this middleware from this one. If you don't want to pass the request to the next middleware, you can simply response client back from this middleware. So let me remove this for now. So here we have one middleware, and if we pass forward our middleware, it will catch here and then execute this function. So what we're gonna do, we're going to do all the tests and check here to make sure that the user is verified and authorized, okay, based on the JSON Web Token that is coming in the header. Okay, now let's go to the function, and let's save this file. Let's go to this middleware, and here we will not have JSON Web Token. Since this is the middleware, we are going to receive the same like a request response and the next option. I'm going to tell you about the next in a second. So from request header, what we can get is the authorization. We can simply do request dot headers, and here now we can simply do console log, and we can even response return to like client from here. So we can simply say rest.json. You can even send the, let's say, authorization header for now. Save that. So now what we should be getting is this authorization token here. Let's send the request and see what happens. There you go. So when we do send request, so you can see in the console, as well as in our response with 200, now we are getting the same user authorization header, which is the JSON web token we send from the client. So that means, and we are responding from here. That means we terminate the middleware, which we were calling from here. So we terminate the request from here only. But if you want to pass and forward the request to this function, we can simply pass next. See the next parameter coming here. Instead of doing that, we can do next, call the function, and it will forward the middleware to the next function. So what we can do here is that if user is authorized, then to the next middleware. Otherwise, we say here simply rest.json status. I'm gonna say 403, and then plus JSON. I'm gonna say message forbidden. Okay. So if the authorize is not valid, we will respond the client from here with the forbidden message. If authorization is authorized, if authorization is valid, then we go here. So we're going to do a few things. What we're gonna do here, first we're going to verify if JWT is valid, and we're going to check if JWT is existing register. If that happens, then we will extract the user ID and get user profile based on the user ID. So this part we will do in the user router here, but until 1, 2, 3 we will do in this authorization. So if all this okay, not even third one, if these two part valid, then the route can go ahead and then get the user ID and then get the user profile. If not, we will simply respond saying that forbidden. So let's work on that. So before anything else, we're going to need our to call the function to verify the JSON web token. So we're going to call let's see. So first we need to go to the JSON web token jwt.helper.js, and here we will create a function that helps us to verify if the token is verified or not. So simply do const verify access JWT, and we're gonna have a token, and this is again arrow function, and I'm gonna run in try catch. So the function we can verify JWT is that we have already defined the JWT and imported here. So simply we go here and say jwt.verify method. Inside verify method, we need to pass two parameters. The first one is the token itself, and the second parameter is the secret key that we used when we creating the token. So this function created the token that we received. So create access JWT, and here we can see we have process.m.access JWT secret coming from our .env file, which is, so let's go and now go down to our function and pass that secret key. So what happens if the user is verified, it will return the it will decode the JSON web token and provide the payload, that data we have used and included in our JSON web token. If it is not verified, then it will throw an error. So here I'm simply gonna say we're going to return the promise. Okay, so we do return promise dot, I'm gonna do resolve, since this is the error going to throw by the JSON web token if the token is invalid. So simply say send error here, and if everything is okay, we can send whole thing, return that one. So I'm gonna say return, again do promise dot resolve, and inside let's pass whole decode function and save that, and let's export this function and save the file, and let's go to our authorization middleware, and here let's import that recently created function, which is verify access JWT from require from our helpers and JWT helper. And now we can call this function in our here. We can simply say, I'm gonna say decoded, because this function will decode the JSON web token and return the data if it is valid. Otherwise, if it is not valid, then it will simply throw an error. So if decode is coming as a data, we will have email here, because I'm gonna show you in a second why. So let's console this log out for now. Okay, and let's do the request. It might throw an error, but that's fine. Okay, forbidden, because if you check in our error message, don't worry about this one. I'll show you that one later. The actual error I'm interested in is JWT expire. So which means our JSON web token is only valid for 15 minutes. So it was created more than 15 minutes ago. So let's go and create the new one. So let's do login again. Now we have the fresh pair of token. Copy that and let's pass this new token now. And let's go to our console, go to the bottom, and let's do send. There you go. Now we have the data. It's decoded. They say we have the email and the initiated date when the token was created, and this one is the expiry date. So this one, what it's saying is that if you ever get this message, error header sent, cannot send set header after they are sent. So basically what it's saying is that we are going returning the client twice. So here we are doing res.send, like responding back to client, and also we are running next, and which is here doing the rest.json, which is replying back to client. So you can only respond client once. So that was the error, so don't worry about that. So I just wanted to show you, when you decode, this is what we have. So not that one, sorry, this is what we have. So that means we have an email. So if we have email, then the code is valid. So this test is done. So now what we can do, now let's check if JWT is exist in Redis database or not. So for that, let's go to our Redis helper. Here we have the get JWT, which was created earlier in the previous tutorial. So let's call this function in our authorization way. I'm gonna say const get JWT require Redis helper. So just say get JWT require Redis helper, and now we can call this function again from here, because this token is valid. Now let's do const. We're gonna get user ID. I'm gonna show you in a second. We're going to wait and call this function, and we're going to pass the JSON web token. So I'm gonna show you here. Let's quickly run our Redis CLI. So I am in the Redis database. So if I use this the JSON web token that we send with our user request here, if I do get that token, I'm gonna get this user ID, which is exist in our database. So this is the user ID. That means the way we are saving this JSON web token in Redis database is that we are using key as a JWT as a key and the user ID as a value. So if we run this function here, we're going to get the user ID if it is existing database. So now let's call database and then see if we have a console.log just to show you user ID here. Here let's do if not user ID, right? Then now we can simply say this, we can forward this one. I'm gonna take it out from here and say if token is valid but the user is not existing in the Redis database, we're going to say okay, it's not valid, sorry, it's forbidden, and then we were going to do the next to the thing. So let me go down again. I'll just quickly go through it. Yeah, first we are getting the authorization header, we don't need console, and then we are decoding, and if we have a decoded data, that means we should have email in our decode data, and if we have email, that means the token is verified, and if token is verified, then we are going to check if the token is stored in our Redis database, and if so, we will have a user data. So if we don't have a user data, that means the token is no longer valid. We will response customer with the 403 status code. If we have an email and we do have a user ID as well, then we are going to do next here. There you go. And we also need to respond this forbidden here, return here, so that we don't run twice, and put return here and return. Now, so we will have a user right here. So what we can do here is that since we have a user ID, now we can send the user ID as a property of the request here. So simply we do here request dot, let's say user ID equals to pass this user ID, so that in the next middleware we can access this user ID, so that we don't have to make another call to database or decode. So let's save that, and let's go to our user.router. So if everything goes good, by the time we receive here, the user must be authorized, and if so, now we should have our user ID in our request.user ID, which is again we are assigning here. Okay, entity, save the file, and now let's respond back to client and save this file and do the request again. I'm gonna see if there is any error as well. Okay, app is crashed because we got forbidden. Let's see what's the error. Okay, we cannot call await unless we have make the function async. So let's go to the JWT function, which is in our inside the user here. Okay, here you go. This is where we calling await. So we are not allowed to do that unless we make this function async function. So just do that simply and should fix the error. Let's go at the bottom and let's do the request again. There you go, there is no error. Okay, we're still getting forbidden. Let's see why. So first we go to our user router. We are not coming up to this point because our user router here we got thrown as a forbidden because key is not valid. So one of two reasons happens here. So either the token is not valid, which must be valid because we just created it. The other one is we don't have a user ID coming from the auth request. So I'm going to here go to get auth and see what's there. We are passing key. Oh, here you go. So we are getting the key here, but instead of passing the key as a parameter, we're passing the key string. That's why we are not getting the values. So let's send again one more forbidden. So let's see what else is the I'm gonna do is let's see decoded email, if it has email or not. Let's do tool.log. I'm gonna do decode again and see if there is email or not. Yes, okay, it's coming as a double object. If you see here, we are receiving promise itself, not only data. That means let's go to the function that we are receiving data and doing console log. I think it's on the authorization middleware. This is the console logging. This is the one. Oh, okay, here see the verify access JWT. We are receiving the promises, but we are not waiting here. So you need to pass away so that it will convert that promise into a data. So now if we save that and then send another request, see another request, send it. There you go. Now we have a data coming and we have a user ID. We got the user. So what happened here? So we have passed through this test. We don't need this now. We have our token is valid. There is an email and the token is existing database, and we have user ID, and if we don't have user ID, we send as a forbidden. Otherwise, we have user ID, which we added into our request header and forward our router to the next middleware, which comes to our user.router on the get method of the users. And since this authorization testing and doing next, if every test is passed, so we're gonna hit this function, and again now from this request, now we can access that user.id we forwarded to. So we don't need this one now, since we have I'm gonna say const _id equals to, I'm gonna say request.user ID, and we are going to now call database. So now this part is done, right? So this third and fourth part will be doing here. So now we have user ID, and based on user ID we are going to get the user profile. So let's create a function. Let's call a function. Let's say const user profile equals to let's await and say get user we don't have this function yet. We're going to create in our module, user module. So get user by ID, and we're going to pass this user ID. We just got it from our previous middleware, and we're going to response this user back to the client for now. And I'm gonna copy this get user by ID, and let's go to our user.model here. See, we have already get user by ID. So I'm gonna just export that function, but we haven't created yet. Now let's go to user get user by ID, and we just make a copy of it. This function, make the copy of this, and make sure to rename it to get user by email, and we just pass simply ID because we are going to receive ID parameter. And if there's no ID again, we're going to return false and leave everything there. So instead of find one, yeah, user.find1 by ID. If we have data, we will get data and resolve the data. If not, we'll have error, we will resolve the error. Let's save that and go back, and we need to import that get user by ID on the top of the file somewhere. So let's see if we have user model already. Yeah, we have that. Okay, I'm gonna pass user.get user by ID here. The error should be fixed. Let me see why it's not. Because again, this avoid cannot be used unless the function is async. And now save it. The error is gone. And let's make the request now. So if all the token is valid, so we should receive the user profile. There you go, user refresh token, and the user ID, name, everything, including data, password, hash password, which is exactly the same as this user here. You can simply confirm by the ID D74 or the password ends with DDS. You can check that here. Password ends with DDS and the ID is D74. There you go. Let's say you are sending the wrong, I'm just going to modify a little bit here and send with the wrong JSON web token. And if I send it, now we're going to get forbidden. So no way now user can get through the resources if they are not verified. So basically, this is all you need to do to protect your private route. So the fundamental is that you always provide the middleware where you simply going to do all your check. So you can do any other check you like, but here in our case, we only want to make sure that the JSON web token is very valid and it is exists in database. And based on that one, we will extract the user ID and then get the user profile and send back to user. So that is all for the user authorization, guys. So next time when you have, for example, few routes, let's go in our README file. So we close this. So if you see here, we have okay, in the next tutorial probably we are going to work on all of this one. So they are all private. So every time user want to access to this route endpoint, make sure to call that same authorization middleware and check before they are allowed to access this endpoint. So now we have our middleware ready. Now we can call this one as many times as we want, as long as the use case is same. So next time you're gonna, for example, create the user router. Let's say you want to say next time, maybe if you want to, for example, create new post, simply you can call this, create this endpoint and make sure to call this middleware before you do any other work. And then from there, if this one is valid, then you can continue doing the logic. Other than that, we simply reject the user request. Okay guys, so our user authorization part is done. Now I'm gonna just push this code for your reference. There you go guys, the code is available in the Git repo. So I'll put the Git repo link into the description below. Go check it out, and if you have any issue, always write me in the comment section and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If the user is unauthorized because of the token is expired or invalid, we are going to create the token API endpoint where user can request for the fresh pair of JSON web token, and then we would be able to invalid user if the refresh token is expired. So that's what we are going to do. Okay guys, so let's continue from where we left last time. So I'm gonna go to the app.js. Let's create the new entry point for the token. So I'm gonna just copy this one and instead of ticket, I'm gonna say token router, and actually I'm gonna say tokens router, and let's create a file which we haven't created yet. we're going to create in a minute. So we're going to create in the router, and I'm going to say tokens.router. Let's create this file in our router folder, save that one, and go to our router. Where is the router folder? And create a file called token.router.js. And here I'm gonna just make easy for us. I'm just gonna copy this. I didn't have to type few of that line of the code. So we need to require express, and we're gonna do so. And here we don't need anything. I'm just gonna, actually I don't even need the all router here. What we're gonna do is return from the, let's say, token router, just to do the test. And here I'm gonna say new access JWT router name. So every time we request this new access JWT, we want to send the phrase JWT. I'm gonna say, maybe let's say phrase JWT. Okay, let's and this one I'm gonna do get method here, and let's save this file, and let's go and call this one from our client. So from here beyond, we're going to create the, I'm gonna say get refresh token, and I'm gonna simply do get token, get localhost, and our port b1/tokens. And when we go to that route, we should be able to get some message. So let's send the request and see what we're gonna get. Resources not found. Let's see what is the, go to the app here, and we wanted tokens. Make sure we spell correctly. Yeah, we have tokens, and save that. And when we go to, let me close that, go to our file here, make sure we have router.get. Actually, we don't need to define this one, because let's say by default, when we have a request to our token get, let's make it refresh token, or rather JWT. So that we don't have to have any further routes. Let's save that, and let's make a quick request and see. We get the, here is the new refresh token. So, but what we need though is we need, if you remember when we sign in, we get a refresh token here. So make sure the client sends the refresh token along with the request here. So same way here in the authorization header, we are going to send the refresh token, and we were going to capture that refresh token in our router here. We don't need in the user router now, close that. We don't need app, close that. And token route here, let's get const, let's destructure our authorization token from request.header. So when we send authorization like so, it will be sending as a header, part of the header, to our requested to our endpoint, which is basically here. If you go to, again, sorry, app.js, just want to make sure you got that. So every time we request b1/tokens, we will be forwarded to this file, token.router, which we are working on. And then the first one, if you don't have any further URI called slug, then it will capture here. And then here we have authorization header, authorization property coming in the header, and we can simply, let's return this and see we received that. And let's make a request again. Okay, we did not get that. Let's see why. It's supposed to be headers, not header. Set that and send it again. Now we have the message as a token. That means we received the token. So now what we're going to do is that we're gonna do a few things here. The first things I'm gonna do the first, we're going to do, of course, and second, we are going to check if it is exist in database. Let me show you. Every time we sign in, the token, new refresh token, is created and stored in the database along with the user profile under the refresh JWT. There is the refresh token. Make sure this one is here, the one coming along with the request is same as this token, and we will get this date when it was created, and make sure we check if it is still valid. We are going to create the validation date is about 30 days for the refresh token. Make sure the token is created within 30 days so that we can create the refresh access token and return back to client. If the token is expired, then we will say force client to login, and we just simply say unauthorized response from here. Okay, Let's do that. Third, check if it is not expired. If you have been following along previous tutorial, we did this part for access token. Now let's do for the refresh token. If you go to our JWT helper, we created verify access token. Let's copy this one and let's make it refresh token, this one. Refresh JWT. The process is exactly the same. The only difference is that now we need the secret for the refresh token, which was used up here when we were creating the refresh token. Otherwise, it will say signature is invalid. So let's go down here and we just swap this secret key from access to refresh. Did I get the refresh token? Oh, okay, we've been doing wrong here, guys. I can see that we're supposed to have a refresh token, not access token for refresh key as well. Let's go to our end file. Make sure we have refresh token there. Yeah, we're going to use this one instead of access token. So let's put it that here. This is for the, oops, we need the process.m. This is for the creating refresh token, and when we verify that, we need to use the same token here as well. And now we can simply export this function here and save the file. And now we can call this function in our way we're working on token route. Here, let's import that const, since it is not default, so we need to put in the curly bracket. So to require, it will be in our helper slash JSON JWT helper. Now we can call this function down here and pass the return value as a let's say decoded. I'm gonna say, because if the token is valid, it will decode the payload which was integrated in the JWT when we were creating it. And make sure to pass the token, send the, I'm just gonna send here decoded and see what we're gonna receive. Okay, and again, don't forget to make the function async here, otherwise it will throw the error. Now let's make a call and see. Let's do that and say send it, and we say name JSON wait token signature invalid. Of course, because if you remember, we had to change the secret key because we were using the secret key for SS token. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do login again. Now we have the fresh pair of refresh key. I can copy that and replace with our token down here, and then send the request. There you go. We have our token validated and we have email integrated there. So I'm going to take this email to test here. That means if we do if decoded.email, if it is exists there, that means the core token is valid. If it is not exist, then we can simply say res.json, do the status first, o3.json message, again say probably done. That means the token is valid, right? So we have an email as well. So now what we can do, simply now we can do our part 2. So the part 1 is done. So since we have email, now we can search the email by, so we can search the client by email in our database. So let's get that. I'm gonna say const user profile equals to, I'm gonna do, oh wait, I think we have a function. If you go to our user.model, we have a function name called get user by ID, get user by email here. So we are going to import this one in our token router here. Const get user by ID require from user model slash user model. And now we can call this function here. We are going to await, and we're going to pass the email that we have here, right? That means, and if the user profile have the underscore ID, that means that user is exist, then we can do the another task, like whatever we want to do. We have the user, that means let's say response. Now we can simply check if the token is valid or not, because we will have the, let's say const token, let's say token created. We'll have, let me show you before doing that. Let's see what we have here. So I'm gonna send here is a user profile, doesn't matter in the message. Tell that, let's do the request here. See, we're gonna have all this data coming from database. So if you see in our token, we have token edit date. Let's grab that. Go to token. So we will have a const token created, which is in our user profile dot, we have to go through this property, refresh token, and the edit date. So if we have a user, then we would definitely have this key, and inside that key we have the edit date. Let's I want to do console.log, print that token created date. If I save it and do the request from here, now we should be able to just ignore the error. Okay, we'll handle that later. See the date, which is exactly the same date as you can see in the database, 2011-10, which is 2011-10 here. So let's do that. Let's change this const to, I'm going to do late. And so what I'm going to do is that we're going to add 30 days on this the created days, so that we can get that expiry date, so that we can compare it if it is expire on the date when the client is requested. So to do that, instead of hard coding the date here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write this date in the environment variable, so that when we launch this app in production, and if you want to change this date in some other date for some reason, we don't need to redeploy whole app just because of this. So the better way we do is go to in file. I'm going to quickly type. So I'm going to say JWS refresh secret expiry day is 30 days. Save the file, and make sure every time you save this file, we need to rerun the application. And now we can access this variable in our application, and we can use it. So let's make this token expiry date. So I'm gonna probably say token expire. Let's write down exp, for example. And here, the way we can add the date is that simply we access the date function of the JavaScript. So token expiry date equals to token expiry date dot set date, and inside just do token expiry dot, we need to first get the date, and then we add the date, how many days you want. So that's gonna be in our process.end dot the variable we just created. So that many days we are going to add. So normally if you get any value from our environment variable, it comes as a string. So change that one to number by simply put plus sign in front of the variable. Now it will be changed into a number type. And now we can add that date into this date. And now I can do const.expiry date. So let's save that. This one will print out, let's say that this will print out in the timestamp. Let's change that one into human readable date. We don't need that. Simply do date function, just wrap that variable around it. Actually do the new date, so that it will return new object date with this date. So now let's send the request. And now we have there you go, 12 of 10. So the date in database is 11th of 10th. After adding 30 days from environment variable here, now the date of this expiry token date is actually now is the 12th of 10. So now we got our expiry date here. Now we can do is get the today's date here. This is the way you get the today's date. Simply is just to const today equals to simply pass date as a new date object. So now we can simply compare these two. So what we're gonna do, so if the expiry date is smaller than today, so that means it's expired, because the smaller mean yesterday or before the date of today. So in that case we expired, so that means we have to respond saying that forbidden here. I'm just gonna not need here, let me take it out and say, hey, your token is expired, you are forbidden, sorry, we cannot create the new refresh token for you, so you need to sign in again. So that's what I'm gonna do it. And okay, this one we done as well. So let me quickly go through here what's going on here. So we already did decode, so make sure the authorization header, the token they are sending, is valid and signature with our server. So if so, then the token will hold the email. We'll check that, and if the token is valid, now we will get the email from the token, and we will go to the database and search the user by email. And if the user exists in the database with that email address, we will get the user object with the underscore ID. And if that's the case, now we can get the token out of this database here. where the token was created, this date. And now we can add this expiry date, which we have defined in our environment variable is 30. So simply we add that 30 days on the day of the token was created, and that way we know when the token is actually expiring. And we also create the today's date by doing so, and we compare if token expiry token is smaller than today, that means token is already expired. So simply say, hey client, your request cannot be processed further because your token is expired. Now you have to log in and create the new refresh token. So if the token is not expired, then we can process further here and say simply call the refresh token. Let's go to JWT helper here. There is something called refresh token creator function here, create refresh token. So let's copy that and import in our token route. Here already have imported that file, so I'm just gonna put the function here and go down here, and we say const, let's say access token again, const jwt equals to await, and call the function, and it will simply, let's double check, it expects email and ID, so make sure we pass that. So in our function, so email is coming from the decoder.email, you can pass from there, and the ID is coming from user profile.id. So we have the access token. Now we can simply say rest.json, and inside we can pass this object, and I'm also gonna put the status just for the future purpose. I'm gonna say status success and comma send the access token, save that, and let's make the request now. Now there you go, we got the status success and we newly created this token. If you want to verify if this one is stored in our Redis database, you can do so by accessing the Redis CLI and simply to get the token, and oh, nil, that means it's not created properly, guys. Let's check why. Go to our router. Oh no, not the refresh token, guys, my bad. We have to create the access token, right? Not the refresh token. That's why it's not existing in our database. So instead of refresh token, I'm gonna call access token because this is what we needed, and make a call again and see. Looks like we didn't get the refresh token. Seems like there is some error. Let's check it out. It's saying the node Redis, the set command contains invalid arguments. It seems like, okay, I know what happened here. We had this error before as well because the user ID is object type, so it needs string, date, or buffer, not the object. So let's go here, and this one user ID, simply let's cast to string. Now this user ID not the object anymore, it's string now. Let's send the request and see if solves the problem or not. Yeah, I can see the new code token here. Okay, this error happening because again we are sending 2 times here. We need to return this and save that. So now we have a new pair of token. Let's quickly check if this error is fixed. We need to make sure if you want to terminate the execution, we need to return that so that we don't response twice. Okay, we don't need to do here. This is the end of the line. Save that file and do new request again, and there is no error with the new code. Now this one must be in the Redis database if everything works fine. There you go. Now we have the user ID which is in our database. Now the new token has been created, stored in Redis database, and responds back to this client. Now when we create the client side application, so we will use this new access token stored in our client browser, and then every time we do private router request, we will send along with the request here in the header, authorization header. So this is how we create the access token and refresh the access token. And also we can develop further. What we can do here, as soon as we create or before we create the new token, we can also delete the old token from database to avoid the crowd in our Redis database. Let's do delete old token. from our Redux database. So the way we want to delete the thing is that every time we check if the key is valid or not, if the key is not valid, then we can call the function to delete the old key. So what we're going to do, save this file, and we are not going to do here. But what we're going to do is that go to the Redis helper file. This is what we have here so far, set and get. Let's do delete as well. Let's create a function called delete JWT. It receives the key and it's an error function, and then down there I'm gonna run in try catch block. We don't need to return anything from here, but we just want to console log the error so that we can debug if there is any error coming. So here what we can call is that simply we call client. Client means that client connecting to our Redis database. So here do client.del means delete and simply pass the key. If there is a key, it will delete the key from database. If there is no key, it will simply return null. And if there is any error, then it will throw the error and we can console and log here. So we don't need to respond anything back to the function wherever we are going to call from. So just copy that and let's go to the user.router. What is the user.router? Where we created a authentication route, authorization route, where user can get user profile, which we did. This one we did last in the last tutorial. So what we're gonna do here, go to the authorization middleware, where we have first grab the JSON Web Token from authorization header. We are verifying here. If the token is verified, we will get email in the token from the decoded value, because verify function also decode the JWT and give us the payload. So if we have the email, that means we go ahead and do the other logic. Let's say if it does not have email, we're gonna do else, or we can simply do outside. If there is not no email, that means the key is not valid. That means either expire or invalid key. So simply now we can call that function and pass this authorization key here. So that way we can delete from the database so that less crowded. So let's import this function. Make sure we import somewhere here, which is in the Redis database, Redis.helper file. Simply I'm gonna paste here and save that file. So I'm gonna show you why it's useful in a second with the test. Now let's, for example, go in our client application here in our last tutorial, get user profile. So let's send the request. It's saying forbidden because token is probably expired, right? So let's quickly log in again. Now we have the first pair of token. Now let's go to the get user request, and here let's Control V and send the request. Now we have the user data coming from database. Let's say this token is expired. If you go to our create JWT, we have, for example, let's go to create we have mark expiry day as a, in our SS token we have mark 15 minutes. Let's say we keep 1 minute only, for example. Yeah, let's save it, and now when we do login, we will get new token. Now this token have only 1 minute of expiry date. Now if we try to check in our database, see we get the user ID. That means this key is exist in database. Now let's get the user profile with that JSON Web Token, right? Control V and send it. We get the user here because the token is still valid. Let's keep sending in a minute. I'll just wait for a second. Maybe I'll pause the video and then come back in a minute. After a minute, if I try to send the request, it's saying forbidden because the key was expired, because we only mark 1 minute, right? So that means every time the key is expired, let's go to our authorization middleware. So it does not go through this if statement, but rather goes outside this if statement, and the delete function is invoked. So where we should be deleting our key, because this is not a valid key, so we don't need that key to be in the database. So let's check that one now. So I still have in my command, simply press up arrow and then hit that key. Now you get the nil. That means it deleted that expire key from our Redis database. There you go. So yeah, we don't need this one from here. Let me delete that. Save the file. Maybe let me go quickly over one more time. It's in case if you are lost somewhere. So what we did here is that, let's say every time user request the user profile or something, and let's say if the token is expired, we wanted to create the way where user can request for new refresh key. So for that reason, we created new route in our app.js file called v1/tokens, and we created new file called tokens.route, where we will be handling all creating new access JSON web token. So here what we did is that as long as we get that request to this router, so we're going to receive the token, which is refresh token from client here. So here in our client, what we did, we call a v1/token with the refresh token. The refresh token, which we will be receiving in our tokens as a authorization header, and we will verify if the token is valid or not. If the token is valid, it will be decoded, and in the decoded version of the token, we will have our email. That's what we put as a payload in the token. So if we have an email, that means token is valid, and now we can go get the user by that email. If there is a user in the database for that email, we will have user.id in that object we're going to receive from this database, like this user ID. And if we have a user ID, then now we can also get the expiry date from the refresh token, this one. So this token was the date when the key was created. So this is the refresh token. And since we have put 30 days to expire the refresh token, we can simply add that expiry date on the day of the token created to make it expiry date. So, and also we create the today's date when the client is requested for the new access token, and we compare if the token expiry date is smaller than today's date, which is older, that means token is expired. Or if the token that's sent by the user in their header is not similar as the one that we have in database, that means the user is not the user what they say they are. That means we simply say, okay, forbidden access. So that means user have to sign in order to create the new refresh token. So if both the case is true, okay, the token is still valid, the token is same as in the database, and the date is still valid, then now we are going to create the new SS token and then response back to the client. And that's what we did. And on the top of that, what also we did was we went ahead and in our authorization middleware, and we removed the old token. So next time when customer request with the old expired token, yeah, if the token is expired, that means we don't have email here. We will run this line of code, not this line, this line of code, and then we will delete that code, old JSON web token from our Redux database, so that our Redux database is less crowded. So this is how you manage your JSON web token and provide the fresh access token back to client. Okay, I just want to show you guys, I just updated our readme file as well. Now, since we have the token API as well, so I just write it down. All the token API route follows the v1/token, and this is what we did. Get make a request, it's not private, and get SS fresh SS key. It's done. Okay, so simply I'm gonna put all this code in our repo so that you can check it. The code is available in the repo. Again, the link for the repository will be in the description below. Check it out. Reset password functionality in our backend RESTful API. So before we jump into the code, let me show you how it's going to look like at the end of the tutorial. So we are going to create this to route endpoint in our user router, like so here. And what happens is that when we client, let's say client has a login information. If client sends the login information and the password is correct, client will receive the login successful message. Let's say client forgot the password and you try to send it, it will say invalid password. So we need to reset that password. So to do that, we will create the to endpoint as I showed you before, and the client will have to send the email. When client sends the email, client will get this message, and if the actual email is exist in our database for the client will receive email. So the email will, let me open here, client will receive such email, password reset pin here, and we will use this password reset pin to reset the password. So we have another endpoint. The URL endpoint is same, but the verb is different. So we have post and paths. So I incidentally click send it, so we will have a new pin coming. And if we go to our email, the client email, now we can use that fresh pin to reset our password. So to reset the password, the client has to send their email, the pin we recently sent to them, and the new password, let's say 123. And now if you send the request, it will say your password has been updated, and the client will also receive the email notification, so which will see look like this: your new password has been updated. Now we can confirm that by going to login here. Let me copy this one. So if you try to log in with the old password here, you cannot log in. The old password was password only. It says invalid password, and if you put the new reset password, send it, there you go, login successful. So we are going to create whole thing, and on the top of that we are also going to create the server side form validation, and we will use as a middleware, like you can see here and here. So we need two route endpoint. Initially I thought we were going to create two separate endpoint, but I think let's put same endpoint, but we're going to have two different method to call that endpoint. So since the one of them will be just to replace the password in the database, we can call as a patch. So let's save that. So you'll understand later if you don't know what patch means. So we got going to create this endpoint, and that's actually two different endpoint because it has a different above. One will verify the user email address and will create the unique token and send email to the client, and the another one will verify the recently created new pin and the email address, and then based on that we will update the password. Since we are going to replace only the password portion of the whole document, so we can call it as a patch. Okay, let's create that first. So let's go to user.router file, and here we're going to create a new router. So that's router.post method, and inside our endpoint is the reset password, and we will have a request and response coming with the request, and then this is the error function. Yeah, we're going to grab the email first from our request.body, and let's simply say restart session, response back the email to the client for now, just to test, make sure it works. And let's create this endpoint in the REST client. So go to REST client, and here I'm gonna create a new endpoint. So I'm gonna say password reset endpoints, and here I'm gonna copy the login one because it's gonna be the almost the same. So just copy that, and here we have a post and a user router endpoint, and we need to provide our new endpoint, which is reset password. So let's put that there instead of login, and our content type is the application JSON, and we need to send email only, not the password. So now make a call, and there you go. Now we got the email. That means our endpoint has received the email address. So what we're gonna now do is, now based on the email address, we are going to create the pin. Actually, you know what, let me write the process what we're going to do. So this is what we're going to do. This is a pretty long list, guys. Don't get afraid of it because it's going to be pretty easy once you know what we are doing and what we're going to do. So we're gonna have like a kind of 3 steps to complete our password reset functionality. So in the first portion of that function, we're going to grab the email address which we did from client, and we're going to check if the email address is valid or not. If the email address is valid, we are going to create the 6-digit unique PIN, and then we'll save that into database and then email that PIN to client. And after that, we are going to create the patch route API, not the post one. We are going to create another one with the patch, and where we will receive that PIN, email address and new password. And again, we have to validate the PIN, encrypt the new password, update the database, and send the notification to the client. And once we're done, that's basically all done with the password reset. But I also like to add new form validation functionality. So I'll show you this one why we need it later in the video. So make sure you stay until the last and you follow along if you can. Okay, let's continue that. So the one part is done. Now let's make sure the user is existing in the database. So if you go to our user.model, we have a function called get user by ID. So here, if we pass email address, it will return the user object if the user is associated with the given email. So let's call this function in our user.router. user, let's import in our function. Let me close that first. User.model. So we already have this one here basically. So I'm going to call here. So let's say if we have email address, const user equals to, let's get the user. So we need to await, call that function and pass the email address. So since we are using await, make sure the function is async. And now we have the user. Now send the user. So if we send the user here, let's make a call to our endpoint again and send it. There you go. This is the user which is in our database here. So we got the user. So that means email is valid. If we send the invalid email, let's say, we're going to get null because the user doesn't exist in our database. So okay, we have the valid email address. So that means we can go ahead. So this one is valid. That means here we say if not user o not user underscore id dot underscore id. That means if there is no user exists, that means you know what, I'm gonna write a message here, say status error message. We don't want to tell the client that whether email exists or not. That is for a bit of security reason. So always say that if the password reset pin will be sent shortly. You can write more information to the client if you like. That's for your use case. Let's send that. So that means if we have a user, let's do an user id. That means user is exists. Now we can create the unique pin here and then return the function from here so that we don't execute this line. So if we don't have the user, then we will have this line will be executed and this message will be returned back to the client. Let's create new pin. So since we are going to need to persist that 6-digit pin, we are going to store in our database, but I want to create new collection or table for this password reset pin. So let's go ahead and I'm going to copy, let's say user, we have user model, right? Let's go to user model. I'm going to copy this file and folder basically. So I'm copying whole user folder. I'm going to rename this one to reset pin maybe, or reset pin. So this is reset pin model, and inside there make sure you rename both of the file and capital R. I'm going to do same thing for the user schema as well. So that means we have a reset pin model and reset pin schema. So schema is like you define what attribute you want to put in your database or column you want to put in the database. So we need to use Mongoose. We need the schema. So instead of use schema, I'm gonna write down reset pin schema, and in our reset pin schema we will going to store email address and the 6-digit pin. So we don't need any of this one. I'm gonna leave phone number and change to pin. So I'm gonna say max length 6 and min length 6 as well. So I'm going to have like 6-digit pin, and we don't need anything else. So simply you can delete them all. Okay, we don't need this. So we're going to say pin and email address, set that, and make sure you use this function name new schema, update here, and you can also update this name and set that. So now we need to call this schema in our model. Go here and call that model here and say make sure the path is updated as well. So which is the pin reset pin.schema. And here we're going to need insert. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna delete everything first because we're not sure what we're gonna need it. So I'm gonna say set password reset pin. So here we will have a email address coming, and let's create a random 6-digit here, 6-digit here, and then we will set this email and this 6-digit to our new schema here. We can make object here, the const reset obj, and here what we have is the email that we're getting from as a parameter and the pin that we are going to create here. Now I'm gonna say we haven't created this one yet, but I just pass now ran pin for random pin, and we are going to, for example, if I do const ran pin, let's give any random 6-digit, and Now let's call this object in our reset pin schema and then pass that and save the file, and make sure we export this function down here and save that. And now we can import this function in our user router here. So let's say set pin equals to await, and call that function and pass the email. And let me copy that, and if everything goes okay, we can simply do rest.station and resend that pin to see if it works all fine. So just make sure you return it, save the file, and let's go call our client and call for the request. Let's see what happens. Okay, error, that's normal. Set password pin is not defined. Let's see if we call it properly or not. So that's in our router 114. This is not, I think we haven't imported that. Let's import that. Const set password reset pin require the file path to our module reset pin, and then reset pin model, and save that. Okay, and let's go to the function. Okay, let's call it again. Okay, let's see what's the error here. It says, oh, okay, cannot override user model. Okay, we need to provide this one is like a, I think we forgot to give the table name in our module schema here. See, we created pin reset pin schema, but we left the table name user, so we need to change that table name to reset pin, maybe reset underscore pin, and then save the file, and let's make a call again. Okay, that means there is no error. So we got the object with the ID, email, and pin. Let's check in our database. We don't have that table yet, but when I refresh this, there you go, we have the data here. So this is exactly the same as the one we received here. So we are able to store in our database the pin, but we need to create this pin randomly. So make sure the client or whoever want to misuse our router endpoint cannot guess the pin. So instead of providing in our user module, pin reset module here, instead of giving this static random pin, what we're going to do is that we're going to call a function that creates the pin randomly. So let's go to our utility folder, and I'm going to create a file called randomgenerator.js. So say const random pin, because it's a pin number, maybe better pin number, and I'm going to need the length. I'll ask whoever calling this function to say, hey, how long the pin do you want to create? And it's again the arrow function. So now we're going to create the pin equals to, make sure you, even though we are creating pin, make sure you define this one as a string first. Yeah, here we're going to do the loop through the function. So let's do the for loop. Here I'm gonna pass. Okay, so here we starting 0, and then we want to run up to where the length is coming here. Where the length is less than length time. If we want 6 digit, we need to run 6 times. So since we're counting from 0, so the count must go all the way up to below the number of length, which is 6 in our case. And here what I'm gonna do is we are gonna call a function called math.random, which creates the random number. So math.random, and if we multiply by 10, we will get number between 0 to 9.99999. And if we wrap this one, if we do math.floor, it will round up that number to the floor, which means like if you have, let's say 5.9, it will give 5 only. So, and now we are going to concatenate any value it creates here to the pin. If we don't put this one and provide 0, it will do the addition operation. So we have to put as a string so that it will just put the value one after another. So to do that, we can simply do now pin plus equals to the math floor, math plus random. So this way we will get any number from 0 to 9 randomly. And now once we finish this one, we can return this and save the file, and here at the bottom export the module.exports, not default, exports equals to the function name and save the file. And let's call this function and pass the parameter from our pin reset model here. So I'm gonna wait here and pass the, we're going to need, let's define, you can change this value anything you like. I'm gonna do 6 in my case here. Make sure you write down async and save it, and let's go and try if we can see if it works. Okay, we got an error saying random pin is not defined. Again, we forgot to import. Make sure we import here. Okay, so this is from to const set password reset pin require from our utility folder. Go to the utils folder, and here we have the file name called random function, and save that. So we should not set password reset pin, it should be the random pin number, which is this one here. Okay, let's save this file. Okay, the error is gone. Now let's make a call and then test it again. Okay, oops, make sure we provide this one let. Sorry about that, because const means cannot change the value. So provide the let and try one more time. There you go, now it works. Now see, the pin is completely new. So every time, okay, let's go to database first. If I refresh the database, we have a 2 value here with different pin, and every time I send request, we will have a new pin here. Okay, let me try showing that. So there you go, 993 and 412. So let's go to our database and see. If we refresh the database now, we have a few more entries with different number. So it seems like when you have a 0 at the front, it tends to avoid that number and only make 5. You can see here the last one, 47412. Okay guys, I went and did few more times, play around with the data, so like 13 times, to see why the we only have 5-digit recorded here before. And then I realized that if this happens in your case ever in the other use case as well. Let's go to the schema first. If you save data type as a number, it will remove the 0 at the front, because basically in the math there is no value putting 0 in at the front of the number. So that kind of principle follows by the database as well, I guess. And yeah, if you save as a number, it will remove the 0 and only stores the number. So to fix that case, if we probably want to change this one to string. So when I change to string, now it stores the 0 at the front as well, so which is we need. Otherwise we will only have 5-digit, which will not be valid in the future. So change this to string data type, and we still need the max length and min length 6. So now we have a 0 also stored in our database that makes like 6-digit. Okay guys, so that's done. Now you can see we have like every time I did, we have all the unique number stored in our database along with the email address. Okay, with that done, so let's go to our user router again and see what is the next. So we did save the pin and email address in our database. Now the emailing part. Okay, emailing part is little bit longer. We should have like its own tutorial, but since I don't want to make multiple tutorial for one functionality, so I'm gonna put this one in the same tutorial. So what I'm gonna do rather here, I'm just gonna commit the changes we made here, so that in the future when you want to reference the code, you can go to the commit and then check the code. Okay, so I'm gonna just quickly add that to our stage. Yeah, I might have blocked the whole line here. That's guys. So what I have written here is that as a message in our commit, I said password reset request endpoint created, random pin created and stored in the new collection. So okay, this is the commit. You can check if you want to compare the code or reference to the code. In the email parts, let's work on it. So we are going to use external library for the email. We're going to grab this library called NodeMailer. This is one of the best packages to send email through the Node application. So we are going to use this package. So I'm gonna just follow the instruction and show you how to use it as well. We need to stop our application and then install the NodeMailer. And while it's installing, let's go back to the website and see the documentation. So if you scroll down to the page, you can see this big file here. So simply all we need is this code. So I'm going to show you everything what we need. So okay, I'll leave this open side by side, and let's do coding on the side as well. So we don't need this. Let's close that. And yeah, so I'm going to create a helper function. So let's create mail helper or email helper. So our package is installed. Now we can run the application again. First we need to import the node mailer in the top of the file, and after that here, so we're going to create a function called const email processor, and we're gonna get some parameter. We get back to that later. We will leave this one email processor. I'll just leave it first, so I'll show you in a second why we need that. And here I'm gonna say another function called send, simply like a send email. So this function will have a job to just send the email to the client. So you see this transporter. Now we need to create the transporter first. So let's copy this whole thing above the send. Let's create the transporter. So we are creating transporter, which is basically we accessing the node mailer module, creating transporter, and here we need to provide all this configuration file. So if you are using any mail client like GoDaddy or any other hosting provider, you can get the host, port, and then the authentication here, and then save authentication detail here, and then save this file. But in our case, what we're going to do is this one. The node mailer team has created something called ethereal. So this one give us the fake configuration data here, something like this. So this is basically very useful to test it. So go to this ethereal.email, and then here simply do create account. So you don't have to do anything. It will automatically create the account, your name, username, and password. So and then the SMTP server detail. So this is the information we need. So we can simply copy this one, and this is exactly similar as this information here. So copy this one, and let's go to our application here. So I'll just put here. So see this one, SMTP port, leave the secure first, and then the auth as a user and password. So this is what we need. So let's delete that. So guys, I want to remind you one more thing here. If you are using your valid configuration file, please don't put it here. Make sure you go to the end file, and here provide all the variable here, and then provide the value here with from the environment variable. So never ever put the real value here. Okay guys, since this is the free email and it will not last here, so it's okay for me to use here. Okay, so our transport is created. Now let's go back in the documentation of node mailer, and now we can call this send mail with the define object transporter. So call this one all here, copy this one, and now put this one inside our send mail send function that we created, and save that file first. And let me explain you how it works here. So we already created the transporter. So what transporter does is to send the email. So in here we have to provide few information, like from where the email is sending to. That means from the server, from the company like us, and then sending to whom, that's the client, and then subject, text, and information. So all this info, what we can do, we can strip this out from here. I'm just gonna take whole object out, and when you go to email processor, remember we created before, go inside here and create a new variable, say const email info, let's say, or just info, and create as a object here. And now we have email from where, so our email, so we have to send from our email, right? Go back to the ethereal our email person here, and we use our email address here, which is, we put there, let's say CRM company, that's us, so that's our email address. And to where do you want to send? So we can simply receive client email here. When we call the function, we can pass this email and provide this email inside here, send to this. So this is the receiver, and message we can say reset pin, and then in the text message, so the HTML, some email client, they don't accept the HTML version of the message. So So in that case, we need to make sure that we provide text version as well so that they can see the message. So here we can also pass the other data. Let's say, for example, pin, for example. And here we can simply say, here is your password reset pin, and then just put that, concatenate that pin, and say maybe this pin will expire in 1 day, for example. That's in your use case, you can put whatever you want. In our case, we will check if the pin is valid for 1 day only. And then in HTML case, okay, what we're gonna do here in the paragraph HTML, so let's change this one to the template literal so that we can do it multiple line. So go down there, and maybe pin number, let's do the bold again, like this one. This is saying, this is highlighting bold. So here now we can pass the pin. Make sure we pass the pin as a variable, and here is your pin, and then again this will expire in 1 day. Now you'll see the difference, and save this file. And now we call, after this we call this function called send, and we will pass the info, send the info, and what else we need here? We don't need anything else, we just need info. Just pass info here, and we can respond back what happens, right? Go to the send again, and here let's run the try catch block. So try catch, if error happens, we will actually, let's do return new promises. We have a result, reject, error function, and put try catch block inside that promises. And here if something goes wrong, we can always do console log to see what happened so that we can debug it. The rest of the process will go inside here, inside our try block, and save the file. So what happened here, if we get the info.message ID, that means email has been sent successfully. Other than that, we have a problem. Okay, so simply now we can leave this console message to see for us, and we can also do resolve here at the bottom. I can just resolve the info here. Okay, I'm gonna rename this one to result, otherwise we're going to collide with this info here. So result is the result of sending email, so resolve this result. And since we update this one, now we have to change this and this. Okay, let's export this, not this email processor, processor, and then we need the email and pin. So go down here, simply module.exports the email processor, not as a array, as a object. And now we can call this function in our user router, where we have reset password URL endpoint. Here, since we have the pin set is done, let's call that function here. So we haven't imported this function yet, guys. Make sure we import. Okay, const I'm gonna say the result equals to wait, call this function, and we have to pass, remember what we waiting here, email and pin. We need to pass these two things. We have email already here, and the pin also has in the set.pin. This one has the pin is in the set.pin.under.pin, because when we store the pin in the database, it will return the object, if you remember earlier, and the pin is the property of the set pin. So we'll see in a second. And the result, so here we can again check if this one, we can check here again. Let me show you. Go to the email helper again, and here see, I said there will be a message ID if the email is sent properly. So that means if email is sent properly, email ID is, now we can say I'm just gonna copy this one and send as object. So now status is success, and then say the same thing. If not, here we can say something like this one. If there is something, that means here the user have an email pin is created. If something else goes wrong, we can say unable to send the email, please try again later. Okay, let's say this just in case something goes wrong, and then we don't have message.id. Now let's save the file and see everything is all right. Did we import this? No. Okay, let's import that again. Email processor is in the email helper, so we can do that here. Const email processor require from path to helper slash email helper. Oops, what did happen? Email helper, and save the file and try to run. Before we run here, I want to say, okay, we have an error. Let's check that first. Okay, again, we need to provide the function as async in our mail helper. Here, make sure you put async. It's very easy to get mixed up and forget to do that, guys. It's normal. Okay, let's go to our I don't need this file. Don't save. Don't need readme now. Okay, now let's go and okay, I wanted to show you this first. Let's go to our ethereal email, and here these are the configuration data. You also have the message here. So here you can see the email. So what it's saying is that this is the where the email is coming from and to where the email is going to. So, and here this is the HTML part, and it is also let you see what the plain text of email also coming here. So I mean, if any email client that doesn't have a HTML support, then you'll receive this form of the email that you can see and test here. So in the message, we only have one email for now. Let's go to our application again and then try to call the reset password request, and we have an error again. Message ID of undefined. Let's go to our router.js, line number 118, user router, line 118. So I'm gonna just, for the safety net, I'm gonna put one more. If there is a result, and we'll go the result.message. This will prevent this error here. Actually, message is sent here. So what happens is that first it just throw the error, and then email processing happen later on. So I can see message sent here and URL. That means email is sent. So let's go to our again the mail, and if you refresh the page, now we should receive one more email. There you go, to this email. So if we go here, see this is the password reset pin, which was the maybe I can, let me show you here. Email helper, go to email helper, and here you see the subject is password pin. This is the subject. Just quickly have a look what the information we have here. This is what we're going to see in our mail here. Let's open the mail. So this is our email, CRM company. So this is supposed to be delivered to this email, but since this is just not the real email that deliver to the email delivery, it will only capture the email and display you what it looks like when it delivers to the proper email when you use your email service, like your email SMTP. So this is the company information we provided from, and this is the client email, and this is the time and the message ID. And here you can see HTML format with the bold, yellow, and the pin number, and in plain version you won't see that. So as you can see, we have the new pin coming 218630. So that should be in our database as well. Now let's refresh and go all the way at the bottom, and here 218630. There you go, guys. Now you have successfully created the pin and send the email to your client. Again, I'll just want to remind you, I can't stress enough how important it is for you not to provide this data, this configuration data, if you have your real email SMTP data, not to provide here. Make sure always put in your env file and use as a environment variable here. Okay, all right, this part is done. Now what I'm gonna do, I'll just again commit this change as well. So I'm gonna do git, I'm gonna do quickly here. So what I'm gonna put as a message is that I'm gonna say git commit -m password reset pin send to client, and I will post this one later altogether. So let's go to our router again, user router. So our process, this is done, email pin is done. There you go, guys, part A is done. So I'm just gonna move that and save that file. Okay, so now let's guys, if you have been following along, then maybe it's a good time for you to go grab your quick drink or coffee, because it's gonna be pretty long. So okay, now hope you are fresh and ready again. So now we're going to work on the update password in our database. So we have few steps to go through. So first, let's copy this and go one step down, because now we are going to create here new router endpoint. So we need exactly same router endpoint as the post for reset password. If you see readme file here, this one actually I can say this one is done now. So we're going to do this. So but we need the paths verb. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this line and go at the bottom here and say router.path reset password, and then again async request and response. Make sure we close that brackets, and here we have to receive three things. So in the, let's create this one and then make sure it just works first. I'm gonna simply say rest.json, whatever comes in request.body we response. Save that file, and let's go to our client side. Let's copy this one, and here now password, let's say I'm gonna say update new password endpoint. So here all we need to change is we only need three things. We need the email address again, yes, and we need the PIN, and we need the new password. So the PIN must be, okay, let's go to our database. So PIN must be the fresh PIN that actually no need to go to database. We have email, right? Go to our email. Let's grab this PIN. So now client has to send this PIN, because this PIN is the PIN will identify if the client request is valid or not. We need new password here. So let's say password is password 1. Let's put password 1 as a password, right? This is the best password. Make sure we put comma. Okay, let's send this object to our URL endpoint, and make sure you change this one to paths. Save it and then send it. See, whatever we send is written back from our API endpoint. So that means we have email, PIN, and new password. So you can simply destructure and get that value here. Email, PIN, and password from request.body. Receive email, PIN, and password. This part is done. So we need to validate if the PIN is exist or not. So if you remember in our reset PIN schema, we have a PIN and email saved as a pair. So what we can do, we can simply search if the combination of this PIN and the email address is exist in database or not. If it does, then it will return this data. If not, it will return null. So let's do that. So let's go to PIN model, and here let's create a new function called get PIN. So let's do const get PIN by email and PIN. So we will have email, okay, email and PIN, and create the arrow function, and we can do query on our schema here. So let's run in the try catch block, just in case if we run to the problem. So we can always do console.log for the error, and we can also return the promise here. So simply do return new promise with the either resolve or reject arrow function, this one as well. And let's put this try catch block inside that, and in try let's call our schema, and we do the query like find one, and based on the email and PIN. And we also have the function, anonymous function, that returns either error or data. So now what we can do, we can run the arrow function, check if we have error, then simply we can resolve the error. I'm gonna say false for now, and do the console log error for us to debug. And if there is no error, then simply we can resolve the data. Otherwise, if system got error, we'll reject the error here. Yeah, let's call this function, let's export this first here, and let's call this reset pin in our user router here. Let's call that. So let's say const get in equals to await, call this function, and then pass email and the PIN. So we need to import this one. Let's response that back to the client if there is any data, and make sure we call this function in our file header. So I'm gonna say const, oh actually we already have the imported file. Let's add the function here, the set pin. Let's do the get pin here as well. I think that's the right, yeah. Let's go to user router again, and here at the bottom we get the pin. If there is pin, we'll get the pin, otherwise we'll get some error. Let's see what happens. Now let's simply go and call this request, and of course there is an error. Let's see first, email is not defined in our REST pin model 27 and 27. Okay, it's a typo, sorry about that. Run again and send the request again. So there you go. Now we send the email pin and new password, and we get the return from the database. That means the pin is exists in database. Let's say if we send the invalid pin, send it, we're not gonna get anything. We get null because it's not found in database. So sending correct pin that we receive in our email address, and our email address gets the data from database. So that means if we have _id, that means it's exists in our database. That we can do here. So what we can simply say, if get pin dot _id, that means data is pin is exist. Now we need to check the validation. So we have to do the validation pin here. So for the validation pin, okay, this will say okay, pin is valid, but it does not check when the pin was created and whether it's still valid or not. So if you remember in our message earlier, we said pin will only valid for 1 day. We forgot to provide the create date when we create the pin, so that we can compare the expiry date. So what I'm gonna do is basically go to our reset pin model, not model, the schema, and here I'm gonna say create a new property called added at, and this one going to be the date, and it's required true, and the default we can provide default value is date dot now. This one will provide the current time and date of the time when the data is inserted, when the object is inserted. So if I save that, and let's go to database, and I'm gonna delete all of this one quickly, and I'll get back to you. I just left one data here and then delete all the other ones, just want to show the different. And if you go to our email inbox, we only have 2 emails now. And let's go back to our application, and let's do the request again. Let's do new pin request first. Let me save this file first. And if we do the reset again, pin password reset request endpoint. Okay, so if you do that, now it will unable to process your request at the time. Please try again later. Okay, there is a problem with something else. That's our code bug. We'll fix that. But email has been sent here, guys. If we go to our email here and reload the file, we will get the new pin. So we have said this pin will expire in 1 day. So we said that means we need to do that too. Now if you go to database and refresh the data, now you can see there is an added at new date property for this object. So here you don't have that. So that's what we forgot previously. So we added now. So I'm going to delete the other one first. Okay, based on this data, we will check if it is still valid or not. If it is expired, then we cannot update the new password. So let's go back. I wanted to fix this issue first. Let's go to our user endpoint. It's showing, okay, this person is sent instead of this person. Let's just put this one in else block, and it should fix that issue. So actually, we don't need to do any of this, guys, because as I said before, if the user, sometime what happens is that people try to manipulate it by typing, let's say if they found somebody else's email address and then try to see if the email address exists in this company system or not. In that case, they might try to save try to do the password request and see if the email is existing in database or not. Just to make them blind, simply in any case, we always send this message so that we are in safe place. That means if the email is exist, we send the reset code, reset pin. Other than that, we don't have to say email exist or not or anything whatsoever. So if there is any error, we will have in our log for us to debug. Other than that, we don't need to send any message. So we don't even need that. Okay, we only need one message, so we don't need to check this condition and this condition. Just save that. So we either receive the error message if there is something problem in the system, or we always receive, say, if the email is existing database, the reset pin will be sent to your email. We don't even need to get assigned to that result. Now let's do the request one more time. See, now we get this email address, this information before email actually been processed, because we don't have to define any more message to the client. Okay, now email has been sent with the new pin. With that sorted, let's quickly go to the inbox and check. We will have few messages coming now. There you go. This is the latest one today, and this is the latest pin which is in the database. Refresh that in the database, and let's copy this pin and go back to our application and now do the password reset and provide this pin. See, if the pin is correct, now we have the dead date. Let's check the date is expired or not. Go to user.router. First, let's get const db date. Let's say database date equals to the edit date from the get pin. This coming from database, and the let's const expiry date. Let's make 1 day. So the way we can expire date is that we can add the how many days you want to make it on the top of the created date. Let's say if we create the date today, and let's say we have a, let's say expires in 1 day, for example. Yeah, so if we create date today and we add 1 day on the date of today, so it will be tomorrow, and we can compare whether date is expired already or not. So let's do that. To do that, first get the say let expire date. So we need to first get that date, and from date we have to call, because date is a object, right? So we can call set date, and inside set date we can add the date on this date again. So we can call this date and say get date. First get the date and add how many days you want to expire in. The value you can change. You can again this one put in the environment variable if you are likely to frequently change for some testing or some reason, but for our case we just leave here. So that way now we have the date expiry date, so it will add the date number of day on the created date. So, and we can also say once today is the day when client sending the request can be accessed from the date, and just make sure we return the new date as a date object. Now what we can do, we can simply say if today is smaller than the expiry date. Let's do it like this. Simply we can say here rest.json status error, and let's give them the message saying that invalid pin or invalid or expired pin. Just say like that. That's enough. Save the file, and okay, and we return this so that we don't go to the next line for execution. Okay, if it's not valid, we send this message. If it is valid, then now we can simply encrypt the password, because we have a new password coming, right? So let's in here let's encrypt the new password. And if we go to the encrypt helper somewhere here, bcrypt helper, we have a hash password function. If we send the plain password, it will create the hash the password and return back to the encrypted version of the password. So simply say const hash, I'm gonna say await all this function, and then pass the plain password, which is new password, and make sure the function is async and this function is imported in our file. Okay, it's already imported for the another function, so that's great. Now we have the password is ready, encrypted password. So you can say hash. Okay, now when we have a hash password, now we can store in database. So if you go to our user module, let's create a new function here called update password. Now we're going to receive email and new password, new hash, and error function again. And here let's return the promise. We have result and reject error function, and now we're going to do the query over our database. So we're going to do same exactly like this one, find one and update. So we can simply copy this whole thing, and I'm going to test here to reduce the typing time, but we have to do a few changes. So instead of finding by ID, we will have the find by email. So guys, if you are not sure what's happening here, when you are making query over the MongoDB database schema, we do find one and update query, and first person you have to provide what is the searching criteria, and then second person is the actually data that you like to update, and the third one is if you want to return the newly updated database after the operation is completed. So yes, we say yes. So in our case, email is the searching condition, and the value that to be updated is here. Simply update this value password, and we don't need the second parameter, second property to be updated, and we pass the new password and save the file. And now it should update our password and return the newly updated password, and export this function down here so that we can call that function in our user router. So go up here and find the user.model and import the function and make a use of this function. Make sure it's correct. Yeah. And go to our function where we wanted to update the password. Okay, we have the hash password, so we call this function here. So say const update. Okay, say result and then await result to get from the update password. And remember, we have to send email so that we can search the user by email and then provide the hashed password and save that. So what happens if this operation succeeds? We will have result dot underscore id. That's the user id. I can say user here because that's what we're going to get. And if we have a user, then we can say now rest.session, and again we can send the message. I'm just going to copy this one. This is success, and the message is your has been updated. Save that and return this. Return all good, all good, all good. If anything goes wrong here at the end, we can simply say unable to update your password, please try again later. Save that, and hash password is should be this one. Make sure you don't have a typo. Okay, we wrote a lot of code without testing. Now moment of truth. So let's go to our email. For example, is a client email, and see what is the latest email here. Let's use that pin and go to our client and request this one and save that and see if we can get the password changed. First, let's send it if it works, or we might bombarded by the errors here, but let's see. Invalid or expired pin. Well, let's see what happened. Let's go to our user.router. The message coming from here. So because today and the expiry date. So if today is smaller than expiry date, that means true, it's not expired, right? So the logic is wrong here, guys. So to say the pin is expired, we need to make sure that the today is bigger than expiry date. Let's say if the expiry date is yesterday, then the pin is actually expired today. So that's what we are saying here. Before we are doing other way around, so it's not working. Let's save the file and let's go and make a call again. It's saying your password has been updated successfully. Okay, great. If so, then let's see if we can log in with this password. Bring that password and let's go up in our login endpoint, sign in endpoint. There you go. Let's update this password and make a request. There you go. If you see these messages, that means our password is working correct. If you want to test it, you can send the invalid password and send it. It will say invalid password. Great. And just to make sure one more time, we put another password and then send the request. Password has been updated. Let's copy and go back to login. Let's try to log in with the old password, invalid password. Now put the new password. Bingo. There you go. The new password has been updated successfully. There's one thing, if you have realized that we could update the password multiple times using same key from here, which is not right. So what we have to do is we have to find a way to delete this pin from database if password has been updated successfully. So let's do that. Let's go to user router. This one is done. Okay, we can call email to say that password has been updated successfully as well. Let's do that. Then let's do this part. I'm gonna take this out first and go to here. Before we responding back to the client, here we can say send email notification. Go to email helper, saying email helper here, and let's create the another. Actually, you know what we can do? We can basically type all same function and pass one more parameter here called type, maybe. Oops. Type, and here I'm gonna do the switch condition. So here pass type if it is a, let's say, request password condition. Okay, in this case then we do all this stuff here. Take this out and do here if we have a new pass request condition, so that we don't have to create another function. And if it is success, let's do another one. In the case of, I'm gonna say source update success, then break. So here we will call update this information and do the exactly same. So what I can do, copy holding and put it there, and in the info we just remove this one, we don't need that, and the colon goes here. Okay, in the info everything is same, but in the subject let's say updated, password updated, and the message as well can say the new. So I'm just gonna copy the same thing here as well, save that, and then call this function and send the email. We don't have to do anything. So but we have to update this one as a type parameter here. So we are getting too many parameter here, so make sure you don't go over 3 parameter. If you do, then send as a object. So what happened, let me see here. Const info has already been declared. Okay, so in that case what we can do here, we can say let info is empty string, and we just remove this const part, and we just reuse this variable here and save the file. The error should be gone, and now save the file, and let's try to change the password. Actually we need to go back to our user router and go back to the previous function first, where we have the password reset request and email processor. Here as a type, make sure we send what we said we want to send it. Let's go back again. Request new password. Let's write down password. Make sure you pass this third parameter here, otherwise it will not work. And save that, and do the copy the line again here, and come back down where we wanted to update here. Just do the same thing here, but in our case what we need is just the email. We don't need the pin. So since we have a variation of number of parameter sending to the same function, it's better we change that as object. So what we're gonna do instead, here we're going to destructure it and then save the file, and we call this as a object as well, because if we are not consistent with the parameter, we're gonna have a lot of problems. So just make an object and pass this one as a type, and this one will be okay, and go back to the other function as well, otherwise it will not work here as well. It will crash the app where we have requested the password reset pin. So here email is okay, set pin is I think it's a pin. We have to wrap up in the object, and for this one we have a type, and save that. Okay, this will do the job. And what I want to do is, okay, email is sent, and also we want to delete the pin from the database. So okay, so that's we have to do in the pin scheme model. So find one and delete. Go to the reset pin model, and here we have to create a function to delete. Just makes the copy of find email, the function. I'll just make copy and modify that. It's more faster to than typing. So I'm gonna say delete pin. So we will have email and pin. Pin is a parameter, so we have to use, now instead of find one, we have to call the method called find one and delete. So what happens, it will find the combination of email and pin, and then it will delete. If it is deleted, we will have a deleted information. If not deleted, we'll have error. So what we're gonna do, we don't want to return anything, so we don't need this return person, because we don't need to give any feedback to customer regarding to deleting pin. So we simply delete in the system and let it go there. So I don't need to reject or resolve anything. We can definitely leave the console, so we can just simply delete here and just finish the operation here only. And this one should do the job. And let's call this function, export this function, and then go to our user router, import that function from the pin model. Yeah, this is what we need to import, and call that function. And in our, go down to our router where we patching the new password, and here we send the email information, and also call this function, and make sure we pass the email and pin, and save that. We don't need to receive any information back from here. Okay, make sure we have email and pin to the delete pin function, and we do find one and delete, give email and pin. If error, if data, We don't need to do anything. Okay, we don't need to resolve here. Save that, and let's give a try one more time. So before we try, I want to clear our pin here, delete all of them. Okay, and let's go to our email. Make sure all the email is red so that we can see, sorry, not source. Okay, the message. All right, so let's go and do the pin reset process. Let's see all in action. Let's see how many bugs we're gonna get. Go to the client. First, let's request new password pin. Okay, that message is expected. And now let's check our email address. So now we should receive new message. Okay, with the new pin. Okay, pin is undefined. Let's see why. Because when we update as a object, I think we messed it up there. Let's see. In our reset password pin request here, so email processor pin. Okay, there is the typo. Small pin, guys, not big pin, because when we go to email processor, we are expecting small pin. So save that again. So I want to go to our mail helper. Here we have one request new password type. Make sure that is sent in our user router when we're requesting new password in the post method. Yeah, this one has to be that. Save that. And the second one here, when we're updating password, we need to have request new password instead of that update password. Now let's copy that and save. Usually in the production apps, you create the constant variable file, and you define all of this one in that file, and then use that variable here, which is more safer way. So in our case, we're only using like 2 types here, so that's probably overkilling. So just we leave that for now, just letting you know that. Okay, that's the best way. So now let's go to our email helper and make sure we have this exactly same as this string in our update password, the second one, this one, and save that. Now do one more last test. Now let's request the pin, and let's check our email. And in our email, okay, we have a password reset pin which is ending with 968, which should be in database as well, 968 here. And let's copy that pin and go to our application and do update the password here with the new pin, and now send the request. Your password has been updated here, so that works fine. And let's go to our email again, so we should receive the notification of that. See, password update, and it's saying that your new password has been updated. Great. And in the database, this one must be deleted now. There you go, guys, all done. Great, it's working perfect now. If you are following along, guys, congrats to you too. Okay, so let's see what else is in the list. Go to the user router, and okay, part B is done completely. So now server side validation. Okay, I'm gonna pause a little bit, and then I'll get back to you after drinking water, and then we'll do the middleware validation. Okay guys, that all seems working perfectly. I'm gonna quickly again put in the commit staging so that you guys can have a look. So I'm gonna say okay, so you cannot see what I have written is that password reset and email notification sent to client added, and there you go. All right, that's added as well. And the another thing in our list is the server side validation. Okay, let's get working on that. So to use the server side validation, I want to use a package called Zoe. Let me quickly show you. Here we got 2.5 million downloads. So go to documentation and API. So we are going to use this package. This package is very helpful to use, and it's super easy for us to validate user data. Let me show you why we're going to use this Zoe to do server side validation. So let's go to our application, and if you go to our user router, we are receiving email, pin, and new password to update the password, or even before that we're receiving email to or the object or the wrong information. For example, let's say this one, when you try to send, the application will crash because the application is expecting the email, not the email B, or they forgot to send this value and just send the request. That means that we need to find the way that server does all the validation before we're going further. And this is another way that to avoid the injection as well in our database. So they might send whole MongoDB query as a parameter here, and then that can drop all the table as well, right? So make sure we want to check if the value here is coming for, if we are expecting string, we have to make sure that's the string coming, or if it is number, make sure that's the number coming, or if it is email, make sure the email is coming in correct form. To do that, we're going to use that the package I just showed you, and let's have a look quickly how they use. So we need to require this one, so let's install this first. I'm going to stop the application and then do npm install Zoe, and while it's installing, let's see how we can use. So simply we have to require it, and okay, and then we have to define. Okay, let me show you this one. While this installing, let's go to the helper function, and let's go helper and create a file called form validation, or the form validation helper.js, and here I'm gonna close this. So let's import this first, we need it. And what we can do, simply first we can define what we need. Okay, for example, in our case, we have to, in the case of our reset password request, where we sending email only to receive the pin, we expecting email only, right? So in our case, I need email. See, I can simply just copy this for now and then go to our email validation, and I'm gonna define this one here. So I'm gonna do a little bit, I'm gonna strip out from the whole one thing. It's just doing everything in one function. So we can simply define this one outside and then pass in here later. Let me show you. So I'm gonna say const email equals to, so Joy is the one that we import from the package, and it's a string type, right? And we are, this is just chaining. Okay, this is how it works. If you want to change something more, you can do here. You can say maximum length, minimum length, and so on. There's much more you can do. Joy.dev is the documentation. You can read about it. Okay, so this one saying the string type, and this is email. It has a pre-built function. So minimum domain segment 2. That means we have like at least 2 person separated by dot, and then we are allowing only .com and .net. So like if you say xyz at .com .com or .net, like that. So now what we can do here, I'm gonna say create a new function. It's actually, you know what, this is like a middleware. We can actually make it work as a middleware, because this one we can respond back to client if the data is not coming valid. So instead of helper, I will prefer this one, putting in the middleware. Simply drop and drag into the middleware and change the file name. I'm gonna say middleware here, and nothing changes inside. Now I can simply say function const. I'm gonna create middleware to check our user router for the first one here, reset password requesting, where we requesting the pin. So I'm gonna say reset pass request validation equals to, we're going to receive 3 things: request, response, and next, and arrow function again. And here, so next means if everything happens, we are happy, we can say next function. That means now we can pass this middleware to the next middleware. So let's export that and do module.exports, and then let's import this one in our user router. So say const required from the file path the middleware and the form validation middleware, and this one is a middleware now that we can pass to our reset password. So simply, we have already talked about this before in previous tutorials, so hope you guys still remember how it works. So when we call the middleware, it will, after we reaching to this URI endpoint, it will go to this middleware before running anything else. So within this middleware, we will save the file. We will receive request, response, next, like here. We also receive next here. Since we are not using next here, so we don't have to type that. Save that again, go back here. And now in our request, we have email, right? So we can destructure that. We don't need to destructure that, just leave it first. So similarly here, let me do back and forth first. See how we strip the email here, guys? We can exactly do here, but we don't need to at the moment. because now we are going to test the validation. So we have our the validator ready here. So the way we validate our email is we have to create the validation schema. Say const equals to dot object, because we need to pass the object. So if you have multiple property coming, we can define here and then we can pass them here as an object. So this is our rule. So this is the condition we are going to apply whatever coming in our requested body. So and now what we can do, const value equals to schema dot, now we simply say validate. So what do you want to validate? The data coming in our request.body. Now the Joey will take extra property that is more than required, it will throw the error, and if you don't have enough property, then it will throw the error as well. So in value we will have if you see here, see schema.validation, this is what we're doing. So instead of passing like this, we are passing request.body and then schema here, instead of object here, defining within the rule inside the schema, we are just defining this one outside and we're just passing the object inside. Okay, we are not doing anything much, then making more clearer. And here if we do schema.validation, we're going to get object of value is the value of the data coming, and if there is any error, it will put in the error property. So here what we can check is if value.error, that means we have an error. So simply we can say rest.json say status error and the message is the error, so that should be value.error.message. So this way, so if we got error, now we have the response back to the client saying there is an error. If there is no error, then we can go to next and proceed our request. Save that and let's run the application again and try to let's see if we have called this middleware here. Okay, yeah. And now let's try to call this router to request the password. So let's go to our client and let's try to first make an error. So I'm going to send the wrong value or the wrong data. So if I send this, let's make it bigger. See, now we have the message calling error. Okay, let's go back and fix that. ERROR, that's the status that we send back. And the value message has the saying like email is not allowed, because we only allow what is it, email. This is the only allowed, so this is emails not allowed. So if you let's say that and then go back here, and if you let's say we say email, let's send the correct email but send the invalid value. If you save it and send it again, it is a email must be valid, because what our validation says that we need two segment with .com or .net. Or if you say dot let's say fish and then send it, it still say invalid. So if you say .com and save that, and let's make sure this file is and then send again, there you go, everything is working fine. So that's working. Our validation works fine here. Now if you go to check our email, we will probably have received the email as well, because it's all working. Seems like I have deleted the email, but I can access with this URL. There you go, I received the new email here. Now if you use this token to reset the password, so we can also apply there. Now I'm going to copy and paste this password. I'm not going to send the request yet, but let's go from validation and create another validation. Let's copy this one down here, and instead of reset password request, now update password validation. So here we are expecting three things. We will have email, now we can reuse email, and we are receiving email, pin, and hang on, not this one, in our paths. We are expecting email, pin, and new password, right? Let me just copy, make us easier, and go to here up there, and we need to create the constraint for the pin and the new password as well. So I'm gonna say pin. We don't need any of this one now, but we can say max min, and is a 6 character, max 6 character, and new password is a string, and I'm not gonna put anything here for now. You can put like if you go to the website, you also use like this, for example, password. You can put the regress as well. So I will leave this one for you. See what do you want to put like for the password condition. In our case, I'm simply gonna say alphanumeric and 30 and this one. I'm just going to put this value. So for our new password, so what it's saying is that the data type is string and alphanumeric, and minimum 3, maximum 30, and require is yes. Later on, if it is not required value, we can remove require as well. So let's put require to our in as well, since it's gonna be required as well. And now our constraint is defined here, and let's go and provide this to value to variable in our object here, because in our update password validation need these three things. So simply put pin and new password. So that's all you need to do. Everything else is exactly the same. Of course, you need to export this and again import in our user router, which we already have before. Now we add this function as well, and now simply pass as a middleware here and provide comma here, save it, and now we can test it. Let's send the wrong value first. So let's say we don't include the pin and just send like that, and it will say pin is required. And let's say I'm gonna put longer pin here. Let's say one longer than that we allowed to send. If we send it, pin must be string. Okay, have we said pin is string here? Okay, yeah, we can change this one to number. Save, and we're gonna run into problem here. I'll show you that in a second. If we send it, it should be less than equals to 6. Now it's not saying the pin. Now the before, when we say the min and max for the string, it will count the length of the string. But for the number, it's a maximum and minimum value. If you want to avoid that, you can simply put the total value. If it is, let's say 6 digit, you probably want to put 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then the minimum you probably want to put, this is the minimum value. Now if you send, this one should fix the error, but I want to make another error. Let's say password is forgotten this time. Let's take this one out because I don't want to complete the transaction. So if we send that, now new password is required. Now we have to provide new password as well. Now if you save and send, now everything is working fine. Your password has been updated. And if we go to our email, we should receive that email too. There you go. Password has been updated. There you go, guys. As per our plan today, we managed to do everything. So let's save that. And I'm not again removing the console log, guys, for you. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that in our repo so that you guys can see it. I'm gonna push in the Git as well straight away so that you guys have the code when the video is up. There you go, guys. The code is pushed to our Git repo. So we are going to create user.logout URL endpoint in our user.router file, which is like so. So what this function do is that when we, let's say user has to sign in before a user wants to log out, right? So let's say if user has signed in, user will receive the access token and refresh token, which we have done in our previous tutorials. So user has to send this access token in order to log out, because that will validate the user is genuinely logged in and he wants to log out. So if user sends this token to log out using delete method, before we send the request, I want to show you first. If I access to my Redis CLI, which is connected to Redis database, and to get the token, I'll get the user ID, which is the user ID of the user which is in the database, and which user also has the refresh token stored in the database. So which you can confirm with BEI, and here you can confirm with VEI. So if I send the request to the log out endpoint, it will send the message back to the client saying logged out successfully. And if you check that key in our Redis database, now nil, that means it has been deleted from Redis database. And if you check our Mongo database and refresh that database, now the token is deleted. That's what we are going to do in this tutorial. Okay guys, let's start with the readme file here. We are going to create the user logout endpoint, which will take the delete request, and then it is private. So we need to get the user authorization header where client will have to send the JSON web token. Okay, let's work on that. So let's go to the app.js. Here we are capturing all the users router endpoint and then forwarding to this file. So let's go to that file where we have our all the router capture, and we have the user get, user post, login, password reset request, and password update. So here we are going to now create the another router endpoint called the logout. So since the logout is the private route, because we need to capture the JSON web token in the request header. I'm gonna copy this one, and I'm gonna explain you why we need this. Okay, so this one is user logout and invalidate JWTs. Okay, and this one is delete method, and we will have the logout here, and we will need this middleware. We'll go in a second this one, okay, and then see what's in there. So I'm gonna comment this out for now. We will have authorization header, right? So let's do authorization. Let's destructure from request.body, actually not body header, because it's coming as a header. And let's response back this value. Just make sure this works first, and let's go and see what's in the user authorization. So what user authorization does is it checks if it has the authorization header, which we'll be creating in a second, and I'll explain that. And it verifies this JSON web token using the JWT package. And if the token is valid, we have an email in the payload of the JSON web token. So if the email is valid, we have the user, and we can get the user ID from the Redux database, because we have saved user ID and the JSON web token as a value and key pair data in the Redux database. I'll show you that in a second as well. If we don't have user ID, we will respond say forbidden. If we do have the user ID, then we will forward our middleware to the next function or next piece of middleware, which will catch this function, and here we can do all our things. Okay, this is our workflow. First, we are capturing the JWT and verifying if it is valid. If it does, then we will delete the access token from the Redux database, and then we also delete the refresh token from Mongo database as well. Okay, so this portion is already done from our user authorization middleware. So this part already done. Before we go ahead this one, what I want to do it, let's go and call this router endpoint. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this person to reduce the typing time, and we have to update few information. First, I'm going to say user logout endpoint, and our user logout endpoint is user/logout, and our method is not paths, our method is delete, if you can remember from our readme file, and our API endpoint. So we don't need the content type and the body data. All we need is the authorization header. So we simply provide authorization header and pass the JWT. So this JWT, basically client sends it. Client only can request logout if they are logged in, right? So first, client will have, let's say, logged in by sending the login request, and then client will receive, or let me run the application first. Okay, application is ready to receive the request, so let's send the request. As you can see here, status success, logged in successfully. We have access token and refresh token. If we check this access token in our Redux database, let me quickly access to the Redux CLI, and if I do get and put this JWT and hit enter, I will receive the value, because this is how we have store our JWT and user ID as a key and value pair. So now we can copy this access JSON web token and send with our request to log out as an authorization header. So now if I send this one, before I send this one, let's go to user.router, and I don't want to use the middleware yet. Let's take it out first, save the file, and just want to make sure we receive this header from our request. So just send the request, and if we receive the authorization header back exactly as it is, that means our router is working. We have captured it. So let's put back our user authorization. So what happens if user exists, which is definitely exists, then it will go through our middleware, does all the stuff to verify the user and check if there is email or not. If there is email, and then get the user ID from our Redux database, and then put that user ID in the request object and forward our middleware to the next function, which will be caught in this portion of the router. So once we have here, we can again capture the header authorization, and then now we have user ID, which is in the request.user ID, which we assign to here. So let's grab that user ID, and now one part is done in our user authorization. That's done. So now we can proceed to delete the access token from Redux database. So let's do that. So we have a token. If we go to our file explorer, and then if we go to our Redux helper, we have a delete JSON web token here. So let's import that. What it does is simply it will takes the JSON web token, and if it is exist in the Redux database, it will simply delete. So let's copy that function and let's import in our file. Here let's do const delete jwt require and then let's import that file, which is in the helper slash jwt helper. And now we can use this function in our router, right? Simply provide that person and make sure to pass the JSON web token. Okay, this one will delete the JSON web token from our Redux database. So if we send this request now, the ID will be deleted from the Redux database. Let's send that. Okay, it's forbidden. We'll get back to this in a second. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to work on our delete refresh JWT from Mongo. Let's put this down here, and if I go to the database, and if you see here refresh JSON web token, this is the token which is completely different from our access token, which is ending R8G, but this one ending with ABU, so which is completely different. So what we're gonna do is that delete this one and leave the empty string, so that will invalidate the refresh token. So okay, I have just deleted that, but I haven't updated the database, so token is still there. Now let's go to our user model and see if we have any function that I can simply call to update that value in the database. So go to user model. Yeah, user by email, user ID. There you go. Store user refresh JWT. We created this function to create the JSON web token on login request. So we can also use the same function to update the token, but what we do, we simply pass the empty text, and then what it does, it will go to the schema and it will do the query find one and update query, and it will find the user based on the user ID which we have here, and then it will set the value of refresh token. So here instead of passing actual token, we will pass empty string, and it should update the database with the empty string, and that's all we need to do. So let's call this function and to pass the ID and the token from our user router. So let's go to the top of the file and see if we have already used that. We have not used it yet, so let's user. Okay, let's see user model. Okay, the file is already imported here for the other functions. Now let's call that function as well and go down where we want to delete our database. So just say Control B. I'm gonna paste that, and then we need to pass the ID and pass the empty string. And this function also returns promises, so we can wait and see what's the result coming. So simply say const equals to await, and if you want to use await here, make sure you provide async here, which is already there. And I'm gonna delete this one, we don't need that, and let's save the file and make a new request. Now if we send this one, it's definitely gonna be forbidden because this key is not this JWT is not exist in our Redux database. So let's go login again, go to our login request, make a request here, and now we have the new JSON web token, and go down to the logout endpoint, paste this here, and let's make sure it's in the, let's check in our Redux as well. If I hit enter, we have this key coming, that means it exists in our Redux database. And if you see our refresh token in our response, you can see LVC. Let's confirm that in our database as well. So if I refresh the database, I want to cancel, and if you see refresh token here, now you're gonna see LBC here as well. So this is the new refresh token. So let's send the request, and we have forbidden. Let's see why it's returning forbidden. Let's go to our user router coming from our middleware, which is this middleware. So here I want to see on console log out, and then see what's happening with the decoded value, because this error is coming from this response. So save this file. Let's send the request again and see what's the problem. Okay, I can see there is an error. Okay, so this is actually the JSON web token expire validation. Oh, I remember in the last tutorial, just to show you the example, I think I have put, when we created this token, we have put the expiry time is 1 minute. That's why. Let's go to our JSON web token helper, and see where we have created the token, create access token. If you see expires in 1 minute, that's the reason causing problems. So let's keep 15 minutes, which is pretty ideal. So let's save that file. Now we need to go and sign in again to get the fresh token. So let's go sign in again now, send the request. Now we have the fresh token, and we can confirm that in our Redis CLI by getting get token and value. You can see the user ID, that means it's exists in our user database, Redis database. And now let's send this fresh key to our logout endpoint. And before we do that, I want to quickly check our logout, so we can console this result. And here, if everything is okay, let's say let's read response result back for now. And in our middleware, let's remove this console here. We don't need that. Save the file, and let's go back to our client application here, and then make the request, and let's see how it goes. Okay, we have another error throwing delete JSON web token is not a function because we forgot to import probably in our user router 184. Make sure we import that file. Okay, we have imported that file. Let's go to delete JWT helper, and here, yes, delete JSON web token. It is JWT helper. This is not from JWT helper. I think it is from the Redis helper. Yeah, my bad again. Let's go update this one to helper / Redis helper. Save that file and see. Let's go to the client, and then let's make another request now. Send the request, and we get the user back. That means you can see there is no token anymore in our database, which we can confirm from the database. Okay, let's confirm first. Let's do up arrow to get that token check. See, this is the token 914U. Check if it is exist in our Redis database or not. Hit enter. It's nil. That means it is deleted from our Redis database. And as you can see already here, data which is coming from our MongoDB. If you refresh this one and go to our refresh token, we don't have any token. That means now user is completely logged out. So I'm just gonna remove our console from here. I'm gonna save this file. Go to user router. I'm gonna remove this and say, if you see this here, result has got the ID here, right? So we can simply say here, if we have result._id, that means the information is updated. That's why we got the data from the Mongo database. So here we can say status success message logged out successfully. We close that, and we can simply return from here. If not, we said I want to copy this, and we can say if the database couldn't update properly, then we can say status error, and then let's say unable to log you out, please try again later. Let's save that and then do one more try, and let's see how it goes. We need to get the fresh token because we don't have any token in our database. So sign in. If I do copy the token and do get token in our Redis client, there is a token in our Redis database. So let's update in our authorization header of the logout endpoint, send the request, logged out successfully. There you go, guys. And let me remove the console from the our API router. Save the file. The access token and the refresh token both are deleted now, so it's safe. So that's all you need to do to create the logout endpoint in the RESTful API. So rest of the thing we have to handle from the front end. For the backend REST API, that's all we need. And I'm gonna commit this change. The logout API is added, and I'm gonna do git push. Before I git push, actually I have to show you a quick thing. Let's go to our README file. Here we have marked everything is done. Now this person is done as well, and save the file. I'm gonna update this one as well so that you can check it. Git push. Thank you guys for sticking around for such a long time, and congratulations, you have made this far. If you got stuck or if you have any question, please write in the comment section down below, or join me in the Discord channel where I'm pretty active and you can ask any question. I'll try to answer as soon as possible. And please do me a favor, please write in the comment section saying what value did you get the most out of this tutorial. That will really help me to get going with the creating content, and I'll read them all. And if you get some value from this tutorial, guys, please don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe to the channel to support me. So I'll see you in the part 2 of this tutorial where we will be going to complete our whole project. So So guys, code every day, be awesome. I'll see you next. Bye for now.